Well, I definitely felt that that was fairly early 80s.
That'll do me.
Well, I need to say, man, and I don't know, maybe I'm obviously biased, but I love that tune, man.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It sounded a wee bit like The Cure, A Forest, and a few other things in between. I mean, I was lucky, gentlemen, obviously luckier than yourselves, to be brought up in an era which, even at the age of like 10 and 11, I'm listening to Neil Young and various other things, you know. Fuck me, that was some awesome stuff, and everything else in between, right back to the 60s and early David Bowie and all the rest of it, etc., etc. I mean, bloody hell. I look forward to a future where I can actually play some tunes online. I mean, I do it by my Facebook. Everybody knows when I've had a few. My Facebook suddenly becomes bang, 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 YouTube tunes.
Well, if people don't know who that was obviously Fractal Distractions, Daisy's band. So go and you've seen the digits, you've seen the details on the screen. You should be able to find it if you like that tune, man. That's obviously got a special place in my heart, man, because I know the dude that wrote it, the artist, and I know the guy's got a conscience, which means that, like, I don't know, I can trust the music. It's weird.
It wasn't bad at all. I mean, it smacked to me a bit like The Cure and a few other things from the early 80s, which is not a bad thing, by the way.
Yeah, mate, it's like anybody that's getting mentioned in the same breath as The Cure, I'm pretty sure must be good, man. But anyway, like, welcome to the broadcast, everybody. This is Friday night in with GUNN at the inn. And kudos, I'll need to jump straight to Daiz, for obvious reasons, just play the song and stuff. But it was me and himself that was bartering a few ideas around today. And there we go. How you doing, Daiz?
I'm not too bad at all, Kit. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. How you doing, mate?
Aye, brilliant. Well, first, man, let's touch base with you about what you've been doing the last few days with your music and stuff, mate. I know you've been saying to me, oh, sorry, I've not been about and stuff, but stick to your first love, mate. So what have you been doing with the band and stuff the last few days, mate?
Well, basically, I've just we've rewired our rig, so everything's sounding nice and crisp and clear, you know. Maybe not so much with the communications with my hangout and stuff, but you might, my audio might be still a bit choppy and drop out, but in regards to our recording setup and the music and stuff, it's night and day with the sort of shielded cables and that. Tech Spot, a pianist, he went out and spent some money a couple of days ago. So we've invested in our stuff and brought it up to date. You know what I mean? It's the unglamorous side of things that you need to go on with. You know what I mean? And spend the money on. You know what I mean?
Aye, but look, people that's not into that side of things, it's kind of boring. But for you guys, man, that's like that's the kind of stuff that can keep you engrossed for hours. Fiddling with settings. I'm like, look at me talking it down, fiddling with settings and stuff. You know what I mean? Doing all the stuff, though, the magic behind the scenes. You know, man. But ideas like, and let's just see what this is all about. This is Friday night at the inn. No, let's get this right. Friday night in, and it's INN as in. Well, Daiz, let you explain it, man. You were the one that came up with the wee idea earlier on the day, mate, when we were batting around a few ideas, man.
It's just one of these things that's organically developed. I've been trying to write a schedule for the show times, but it just seems to be changing up all the time. But this is one thing that might work going forward. Is Friday night in. We've seen you've had demons like Thatcher in the past trying their best to destroy society, and I was talking with my friend how. About 15 years ago, that's how long it is now, that we used to sit and play things like Trivial Pursuit in a big circle and talk in our friends' houses. What did you get up to at the weekend? All of that's gone, you know. It's just, we call it social networking now, but nothing can be further from the truth, you know.
Aye, well, that's good you said. Well, there's two things, man, I want to point in. Exactly what you're saying. This is less of somewhere where you're probably going to pick up lots of conspiracy facts and more a place for people to come and chill out, man. And of course, if you want to inject that as well, feel free. Well, as an experiment, we're kind of hoping to get as many people in the room as we possibly can. I believe Cookie might be floating about, taking a dip in. I know Peter says he has came across the link, so Cookie, if you're there, mate, please let us know, dip into the chat room and we'll get the link to you, mate. I want to get as many people in as possible. John S, if you're out there as well. Anybody and everybody.
They're in the chat room, so.
Oh, brilliant.
It's filling up nicely there. So,
nice one. What I'm going to do then, guys, is after I've started stop talking crap, I'm going to bounce into the chat room and I'll put the link in everybody's discussion box on their YouTube, because otherwise the invites just get lost in the ether. So I'll put the Google Plus Hangout in your discussion box, your comment box, your inbox on your boobtubes, because everybody's got a boobtube that can comment. So that should.
Lisa's in. William Scotsman's in.
Oh, William, mate, I need to get you involved, mate. I'd love to talk to you, man.
John S is in. Cookie is in. Cookie will join later, probably.
This might actually turn out.
Owen is in. Tassim is in. It's filling up nicely, so all the regulars.
Nice one, man. So, I'll dip into the chat room, and anybody else feel free to spread around the Hangout address and stuff. I do have the ability to boot people off, so even spread it to random folk that want to phone in. Let's take a few abusive callers. That would be funny. Honestly, I'd love that.
I've done one to Daiz. Okay.
Nice one, Dean. Well, give me 2 seconds, mate. Well, mate, Dean. You know the script, mate. Feel free to get that Hangout address to everybody and let them get into the room. So now I've tried to explain what this is all about. It's just anybody else feel free to spread around the Hangout. Sorry, man. Now I've explained what this is meant to be about. Just like kind of Hangout for everybody to chill out at the end of the week, man. You can be as serious, as stupid, or whatever as you want. If you're not going out on a Friday night in at the inn. There's an advert in here somewhere, I'm pretty much sure. But we've got Dean in the room, we've got Daiz, as I've touched base with Daiz. We've got Peter in the room, and we've got Scott Webb in the room. Scott Webb in the house. We've got Scott Webb in the room as well, and that's 2 T's, 2 B's on the Googles, and you shall get his YouTube channel. Always a good protocol. Batter a couple of comments in the BoobTube comment page, and people can always find everybody's YouTube and start speaking to each other and stuff, man. People you agree with, people you disagree with, send them a message, ask them questions and stuff. Why not? Probably don't abuse people and stuff, but hey, exchange ideas. Why not, man? Get battered in. So, anybody want to take it away from here, guys? As I said, man, anybody got anything to say? I'm going to batter into the chat room, try and get this address out and get more people involved. So I don't know, is there anybody get their hand up first?
Yeah, okay, fuck it. Yes.
The torch, Scott, on you go.
In fact, I should have talked about this one about 2 days ago, but, various distractions and all the rest of it. The Mail Online. Pepper sprayed, handcuffed and thrown in a cell. Captain 62 demands apology from police after brutal arrest for refusing to abandon his ferry in a storm. Now, this guy did things the right way. You don't abandon your boat. It's just common sense. It was about several months ago when you had all these floods, yeah? Well, the police jump on his boat, pepper spray the poor bastard, drag him into a cell, kicking and screaming and all the rest of it. No apology, none of it. The judge, fair play to the judge, said, you guys were out of order, case dismissed, blah, blah, blah. But it's another example of what, we were talking about a few days ago, Kip, with the guy drowning in 3 foot of water because of health and safety. They'd set up all this crap round about this pond, and they could have just gone in there and saved the guy. Do you know what I mean? Common sense, lobotomy, right out the window, and in they come like the Stasi, and just do everything wrong. I'll send you the link actually, because it's worth a read.
See on that, Scott. I think we're seeing. See, like the way the traditional role of the policeman, like his job has been totally factored off into like job roles, different like liaison officer. Or whatever, not just one police does a policeman's job anymore,
It's part and parcel of them corporatizing them. Because, there was a guy who did a fantastic video, which I shamelessly re-uploaded, for all the right reasons, where they showed police of old. And it's true, they were used to be seen as a friend, somebody you'd go to, biddies would go there and, stop a policeman in the street and ask him, what did I do with whatever license, or what did I do about my dog, or, they were far more friendlier. They were there seen as helping the community, and for all the right reasons. And they made the call themselves in a lot of respect. Like, good examples, even 20, 30 years ago, where, like, a couple of kids messing around doing something a bit naughty, clip on the back of the ear and sent home. The parents would have probably given them more grief just because the cop stopped them. But they weren't, all of a sudden taken up somewhere, registered for X, Y, and Z, and put on some, list somewhere. They had that autonomy to make the common sense call without it going any further. and the lesson was learnt by the kid, and then they went on to bigger and better things without making revenue out of it. You see where I'm going?
Definitely. Scott, I don't know if you've ever looked into them having the checkerboard round their chakra.
Well, that tells you who owns it, doesn't it? Yeah, that's basically it. You know, anywhere where you see a checkerboard, it's telling you who owns things.
And right around the crown chakra, so that it's telling you they can't disseminate between true right and true wrong. They're on the base, the floor of the house of Freemasonry. If you look at the Freemasonry tracing board.
Well, as I say, I mean, you know, you don't want to keep milking a point, but Freemasonry is the main engine. But people just keep thinking it's male and female, and it's so important to emphasise that, because there's many female Freemasons, right back from Helena Blavatsky, for God's sake. You know, picture it. You know, there she is with the apron and all the rest of it. She wasn't doing the dishes. You know.
Scott, is the Eastern Order?
Eastern Star. Eastern Star is one of them, but there are others. And then, of course, you've also got the witchcraft aspect, which is also coven-based and interconnected and intertwined, and hence the phrase "so mote it be." Mote spelled M-O-T-E. It's a common denominator between the two. A lot of blue-degreed Freemasons don't even understand that one, which is unfortunate.
And the police forces, just to tie it back into them, I believe it's the Blue Lodge fraternity for the likes of the police forces and stuff.
Well, that's the lower echelons, because remember, you start off with the blue degrees, which is, you know, the first 3 degrees, but you know, I mean, there's at least 33 in the Scottish Rites, you know, which is the largest supposedly secret society in the world. And then, of course, you've got the York Rites and, you know, various others, and the Shriners and blah, 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 and lots of others that we don't know about. You know, Bill Snevlin covered in some detail about, you know, 90 degrees of something else, and it wouldn't surprise me. You know, it wouldn't, you know.
Do you know if the 33rd degree is significant with the boiling point in water and stuff? And also, it's so multi-layered, all of this. But that's one thing.
You've got degrees of you know, latitude and longitude and whatever else and blah blah blah. I mean, you know, it's very complex. There's nothing of any, you know, it keeps coming back to that multiple outcome scenario. You know. Remember, they see themselves as hyper intelligent, and they're always showing off to their friends. You know.
Ego driven.
Well, guys, I've just had a chance to go through the chat room. I believe I've sent a link out to almost everybody in the chat room on their discussion page on their BoobTube. So we'll dip into the chat, see what everybody's saying, see who wants to bounce in and get involved. Anybody else wants to, don't know, even if you just want to turn up and say hello, or there's Cookie in. So even if you just want to turn up and say hello, my name is Eminem or whatever, bounce in. You just don't need to make a point. You just don't need to say a monologue. You just don't, whatever. Oh, who have we got in? There's Tazzy in. Right, Cookie, sorry man, you're putting a back burner. I've already spoke to you. Cookie, I need to say something though, just before I go to Tazzy, man. I was going to say, my missus was listening the other night when we were doing a hangout, and I wouldn't take this as an insult, man, but she said that you reminded her, she's Polish, you reminded her of her granda telling her bedtime stories, man.
What was this?
It's alright, I'll be Rasputin.
No, but, like, she meant it in the genuine sense, like it was a nice, comfortable feeling. She felt like she could sit and just listen to you, a big monologue. She's listening now, so she'll be pissing herself.
I watch it there, Kit, you'll be losing it.
Right, Cookie, mate, welcome into the welcome to the inn, man.
Yarg.
Can you see where this came from, my friend?
Yes.
This has definitely been a ping pong ball that's been getting battered around the last few days, man. So, like, even Daiz touched on it earlier on. I wrote it down and didn't touch on it again. But when Daiz used the phrase, it was organic, man. I really do feel that, man, because it's just it's been sort of a people have said it in so many words. Not in so many words in the last few days in a lot of hangouts I've been tuned into.
You see that beer? That beer is organic.
Hold on, I'll just steam that. Put it back up again, Scott, and folks can see the organic Scottish beer.
Yes, now that's done by a very good company actually called Black Isle Brewery, and I've been drinking their stuff, and amongst various other beers obviously, for years. And quality, absolutely. And Tesco's are doing them for $1.65 just now, I'll just say. So 8 of them later.
Send me a crate, tenants.
Can I just put a dent in your day?
Oh, don't tell me about the crap that's in tenants, I know, man.
Right. The inside of the can has got a layer of nonsense on it, which has got a thing called biphenyl A, of which people are waking up to. So they're going to replace biphenyl A with something called biphenyl S, which is even more toxic for you. So type that one in, and that's for anybody listening. Anything that you've got in a can, whether it's olive oil or tins of beans or your cans of lager, right? It's got feminizing hormones, mimickers in there, just to put a dent in your day. Not to mention the chemicals that are in the lager. You know, so when the chip starts developing moops, you'll know why.
Oh, I had moves and I stepped away from the cliff. Right, so there's Tazzy in the room. We've never spoke to Tazzy before. She's been in the Tazzy, I believe she's been in the chat room a few times and been getting involved since we've been starting to do a lot of these hangouts and stuff. So welcome into the hangout, Tazzy. Thanks for getting involved. First question: are we saying your name right, or is that what we shall call you?
You can call me Taz if you want to. That's perfectly okay. Hi guys, evening all. Thanks for letting me join.
Not a problem, Tazzy. I know you've been in the chat room a lot and that stuff. So thanks for actually getting involved.
So which part of England do you have that accent from?
I'm from the southeast of England.
God
I was
bless
actually born in Kent. I've got a kind of weird accent.
Yeah, I was thinking. Oh, it's classy. It really is. Honestly, it's lovely.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So
Tazzy, what makes you want to get involved with the show? You just here to say hi? You got a point, or you just want to hang around with a bunch of madmen for the night?
Yeah, you're my kind of guys. It's very difficult to speak to people that are on the same wavelength as you when you know for a fact that they're asleep, and we'll argue the points with you. It's very difficult to try and get through to people, so it's good to speak to people that I understand.
By the way, you make an excellent point there, and it's one that we've been chatting about for a while, Ika. It's the fact that it must be quite lonely for many who, as individuals, are waking up to this, but are surrounded by friends, family, workmates, whatever, that don't have a clue what's going on. Yeah, that is quite a lonely, tough one. So start to speak to people who you can relate to. What a breath of fresh air, isn't it?
I think it's great. I really do. Like I said to Kit the other day, all the pubs around here now, you're so slowly watching them shut one by one, knowing what I know about, people being more separated, more pushed apart. It kind of really worries me. I've got a son, obviously, and he's going to grow up, and at the moment he's still kind of into doing his own thing. I try and tell him, roughly what's going on and stuff, but he's still of that mindset of, everything's lovely.
Well, it's tough in itself because you obviously love your son.
Yes, I do.
You also realise if you push too hard, it only alienates. So yeah, good on you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's a teenager at the moment, and obviously he's got a good few years ahead of him.
I just noticed, guys, that actually James, and I forget his second name, actually joined the room and then bounced out. So James, we weren't forgetting you, mate. I was just waiting for the appropriate moment to introduce you. So if you're there, James, come back. You've obviously got the address, so feel free to come back. You can mute up, and I'll bring you in as soon as we can. I know I did stick you on mute, mate. That wasn't to shun you. It was just to. It's for feedback issues and stuff. It makes things go a bit smoother, believe it or not. So, Tazzy, welcome, man. So, as you were saying, like this sort of the Friday night in with like people. It doesn't have to be empty series if we don't want it to be. I mean, it's just turn up and have a laugh, have a giggle, do what we really want, kind of thing. But as you're saying, it's trying to create a time and a place every Friday night where people feel that they come and touch base and feel free to voice whatever point of view.
I think it's great. I think, you know, we're all coming together. I listen to groups over in the US where that, you know, they've got groups and they do like this group hangout. You know, everybody's bouncing ideas back off each other and, you know, comparing how they feel, what they see, you know, the events of all these shootings and stabbings and, you know, is it real? Is it Memorex? You know, that kind of thing. But yeah, Friday night getting together here. We had a song at the beginning. Kip, I thought it was great. I really enjoyed it. So yeah, good for that. I think sometimes.
I'll need to stop you there and introduce you to Daiz, because that was the man with the guitar and the plan. So Daiz.
Yeah, I think that was really good. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Well done.
Oh look, so what? I've just unmuted Daiz. He's in the background actually jamming.
He's jamming.
I'll pass on the kudos that you sent his way. Taz, he's just sitting there like. That's the beauty about being able to play a guitar, man. You can sit and rock it out anytime you want. But thanks for saying that, man. I'll definitely pass on the message to Daiz. I'm sure he'll appreciate it. And make sure you go and check out his band's channel as well, because you'll find a few more tracks there, which I biasedly really like. So, Tazzy, brilliant for getting involved, man. And again, moving forward, always feel free to. I know you've been in the chat room and all that, which is brilliant. So always feel free to give us a shout, get involved if you've got anything.
Yeah, I will.
So obviously stay in the room, Tazzy, and if anything comes up, you batter in. There's no really rules, man, other than let's try and allow for everybody's connection, and for like, do you know what I mean? It's Google Plus is a real bad way of cancelling people's voices out. So it's like it's very hard to have. It's very hard to have the kind of chat you would have in the pub, in the sense that there's two folk shouting at each other and the loudest wins. So
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, Kit, but you've been rude. I have to point this out. You've been very rude. You know why? Because you haven't said hello to the security services watching this.
Oh, aye.
Good evening, good evening. I mean, my camera's off, but you can probably see me anyway, but fine.
I mean, at least welcome, for God's sake.
Tazzy, was it yourself, or who was it that mentioned something in the chat room that, like, it's very funny, the show doesn't kick off, there's literally a black screen with a countdown, and there's folks bouncing up. Yes, hold on, I need to see Cookie with his glasses on. There's folks bouncing up and thumbsing it down before it even kicks off, which is so funny.
Yeah, I thought, wow, I saw that, I thought, wow, the show hadn't even started and you got a thumbs down already. I just laughed.
They must be doing something right if that's going on, man. It means something.
Exactly.
So, Cookie, how you doing this evening, my friend? Well, there's John S. in. Nice one, John. I'm like, mate, you know the script. No offence, I'm going to mute you up, mate, and bring you in a wee second. Cookie, should I unmute you? Is that the best way this plan should work? Oh, I'm fighting with the mute button there, Cookie. How are you doing this evening, Cookie?
That's right. Yeah, cool. I was clicking it at the same time. I wonder what was going on then. I can hardly see it though with these glasses on. So.
Yeah, I need to say I'm fumbling in the dark here to try and figure out the best way to make this work with so many folk in the room and stuff, so it just doesn't turn into chaos.
Yeah, well, you're doing all right so far by the looks of it.
Well, look, man, I'm having fun, man, and if it worst, me and everybody in the room has fun. Job's a good one, man. So, Cookie, man, like as you were saying, man, you, like whether you the organic, like the Friday night in, do you like it or what, man? It's, I don't know. I thought it was quite apt with the sort of things we've been chatting about the last few nights and whatnot.
Yeah. The only being the party pooper. I'm going to be a party pooper and just seed this out there. We've got to be careful that we don't do part of their job for them. They want us all to be isolated from each other and communicating only via this kind of virtual means. So although this is a good tool for us to use for doing this kind of stuff, yeah, exactly, don't leave it there. Yeah, because otherwise we are just going along with what they want us to do anyway.
I think it's more important that the message that we send to people that aren't saying anything but are just observing, who are just new to all this, but lack the confidence, self-esteem, or whatever else to just start putting their face out there. I mean, look, our faces are already out there, and if anybody has a doubt in me with that, anytime you've gone into a supermarket, do you see where I'm going here? Believe me, you are tagged and bagged from there on in. You know, so
stuff that's really hot home, and the biggest stuff I've took away from chatting with you and interacting with you the last couple of days and whatnot is the stuff you were talking about, like the fact people need to realize, and even Cookie touched on this, trying to make this sort of a thing accessible to everybody and make them realise that their voice counts. You can actually try and figure this stuff out yourself. You can actually, you do have the ability to think. You just need to sort of you touched on a sort of a confidence. No, even the confidence thing, Scott, I think you were, no, I'm getting the words wrong, but it was like bravado, it was kind of along those lines. It was like, you need to be game enough for kind of thing. You just put go balls out and actually just.
Well, do you remember how I met you? Like, what, you know, metaphorically, whatever, blah, blah, blah. About a year ago, it would be, something like that. And I looked at some, as you do that YouTube thing as the rest of you can relate to, and you go, where am I now? You know? And this good man in front of me had put up a video, and I'd looked at this thing of this American saying, and he goes, "You've done great work." He says, "But I don't understand a word you were saying." And I went, "He's talking Ouija. But I understand that. Would you like a translation?" And it was just banter. It was just banter. And I says, "Listen, if the Ouijas are waking up, God, that's it. We're on to a winner." Because, you know, I mean, for example, when a Ouija turns around and says to you, "All right, big man," that translates as, "You may be big, but I'll have you." No. That kind of character out there, you know, by God. That's, I mean, the tenacity of the Glaswegians, especially when they're pissed off about something. Well,
there's a lot of Napoleon complexes in Glasgow, man, but not here tonight, man. Thank fuck. I Scott, man, like, see the weird thing is, and this even goes with Peter. As you were probably aware, man, if you stick yourself out on YouTube, you tend to chat to a lot of people, and by no fault of your own. And it's not as if you're ignoring people or like they're less memorable than the other, but maybe it's a name that, maybe it's the name, maybe it's the avatar. Some people's names don't stick and stuff, and you feel guilty because you're chatting to them later on. You realise that you've exchanged actually some cool conversations and ideas earlier on, and then you're like, shit, I forgot your name because you've got an avatar on fucking Twitter, you've got an avatar on Facebook. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes it becomes a big mess, but hopefully with this, and which I've started to notice, man, it's like everybody in this room, man, I recognise, even the, hopefully we'll bounce into the chat room as well. What I've noticed is there's actually a lot of recurring people in the chat room, which is very encouraging. And me and Peter were saying this the other day as well, that some of the clips we've put up recently are getting 300 odd comments and stuff. Granted, that's in fact, 99.9% of them are all from the live chat and stuff, but I think that's encouraging that people are getting engaged and getting involved, and even Tazzy's turned up tonight, which is brilliant as well, man. Peter, so how are you doing in the evening? People. Peter is our cannabis correspondent, and he's our
What?
our cannabis correspondent.
He's the only bastard, luckily enough, to get away with it legally and rubs their nose in it every time he's on.
So, hold on a sec, John. Sorry, man, I've not even said hi to you tonight, mate. How you doing, John? Because
Can I be the English correspondent or what?
I think you want to duke him out for the title, man.
Me and Pete will do that. He'll be the European correspondent. I'll be the English one.
You can compare pH levels.
So, whoa, is this going live?
Yes.
It's being recorded.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great picture.
We've got good water in Manchester. That's the main thing.
Cookie, who are we looking at there, man?
Can you see that screen share?
Yeah. I put it up a few months ago. It's been doing the rounds. It's an excellent example, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, the guy that isn't right.
This guy is what should say underneath that. Be this guy. That's what that's the thing it's known for.
That's what I grabbed it, and to me that was relevant to what you were saying about the doing this kind of thing to show to other people, you know, and I use these terms loosely just as descriptors. I know people get hung up on the words or whatever, but just for everyday people, general people like us, you can say no. Yeah, this guy demonstrates it so brilliantly because it's all the connotations that go along with that picture.
It's a stunning picture, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is, Cookie. And it says more than so many words. It really does. You know. But I remember it doing the rounds, and underneath it says, "Be this guy," and I think, that speaks volumes.
You could add the tank man to that picture as well, if you know the tank man picture.
Yeah.
I've got that in here somewhere.
Tiananmen Square you're talking about, no?
Yes.
Right, thank God. Have you ever seen, like, I'm pretty sure you would have, a lot of you would have came across this stuff, but the wider angle view of, I remember coming across it not too long ago, and it was obviously the traditional, and the automatic picture that a lot of us go to when we think about that Tiananmen Square, whatever, I can't even pronounce it now.
Well, I used to be able to pronounce it until you just said that there.
T.
Let's not overthink it, or we will slip into the trap. But
Tiananmen.
Tight, that one. Now, we're all traditionally familiar with
the guy in front of the tank.
Yeah, and it's sort of if you look at it, it's very zoomed in, and if you look at it, it's pixelated because it's digitally zoomed in. Now, somebody can Google this and we might be able to fire it up, man. But look at the wider angle one. It doesn't. The guy still stood in front of the tank.
Your screen share's not right, mate.
What's that? Sorry, man. Oh, my screen share's doing a Pink Floyd.
I've got that.
What I was hoping to do was go into the chat room.
It's like holding 2 minutes up the screen.
No, it's. I don't want to think about it. Whoa!
Screen share.
So in the meantime, Cookie, do you remember Tiananmen Square? Yeah.
Yes.
You remember? I mean, it was a horrendous situation. They crushed an awful lot of students underneath these tanks. It wasn't really talked about in the media much, but by God, it was like hamburger in that square. It's just horrible. And a lot of them that I was reading something recently where some workers, not the students, but some workers just got dragged into it, and they actually got the longest sentences. Some of them are actually still in jail today, and that's pretty heavy duty.
I thought most of them had been executed.
Well, I think most of them did, but they also had to leave a message, didn't they, about, you know, liberty and lack thereof. But apparently the actual workers who got dragged along with it, who weren't the original creators of that, they got even harsher sentences than many of the student demonstrators, which made you think just on that one alone.
Or maybe they've got that attitude of they expect it a little bit from the students.
Yes.
They're messing with educational stuff, so it's the intelligentsia. They expect them to be a bit rebellious, but the workers should just obey, get back to work.
Know thy place. Yeah. And let's be honest, when you look at the size of their population, which is what, roughly about 1.5 billion, like that, plus or minus, you know, and to have that level of control, it just shows you that. I mean, slight tangent here, Cookie, but don't you feel that all these various experiments, and that's generally what I feel they were, in various control mechanisms like National Socialism, fascism, communism, and variants on the theme, was set up by the think tanks as they seeded it in various parts of the world so that they could experiment to find the final solution as the best control mechanism.
Yeah. Sounds very reasonable.
Well, when you read enough about the Royal Institute,
matches a hell of a lot of the evidence. If you trace it back through history, you can see various steps along the way to building that structure. The Brzezinski idea, the grand chessboard, that's a good way of describing how basically they're playing against themselves. It's a group of mates sat round one chessboard and they're playing against themselves. And in doing so, they are gaming, for want of a better word, gaming the weapons race. So they're testing one against the other, and whichever one comes out on top, great, now let's try another version against that one and see which one wins. It's like a gladiatorial game.
Yes. Yes, yeah.
Guys, I was just having a wee look in the chat room there, and Dale Boy, I know early on you said you wanted to get involved, man. And
yeah, I've taken a plunge and jumped in here.
Alright, Dale, how you doing, mate?
Let me go. Jesus, Johnny, I didn't even realise you were in, my friend. I'm sitting in the chat room. How you doing, Dale?
I'm doing alright. I'm kind of embarrassed, to be honest with you, because I'm like, well, I'm nearly 45, and I've only just fucking realised the fucking bullshit that I've been getting fed all my life.
Not you be embarrassed about me.
Well, 45 years is a long time to get duped.
It's, what's worse than that? Living your entire life to 70 plus, never knowing.
Oh, I agree that that maybe like I've made a good step towards viewing things at a more critical viewpoint. But I've always considered myself to be a fairly critical, kind of sceptical kind of a guy. But I think it's just because, I've kind of known the BBC. I've trusted the BBC. That's my main mistake, if I'm brutally honest with you. I've been fed up that since I was a kid. And the thing that really turned me on to this whole thing was Jimmy Savile. Because he was like part of my fucking daily, well, not my daily life, my weekly life, if you like. So I used to sit down on a fucking Saturday night with Jim Will Fix It and fucking Top of the Pops and all that bullshit. You know what I mean?
Well, in other respects, it definitely came across as quite homely. I mean, let's face it, it was a good charade. It was very effective. And remember, let's not forget, he did a fantastic amount of charity work, which was obviously there to mask, but it was a bit of Gnostic duality in there, wasn't there, Cookie?
But there must have been a lot of people covering his arse.
Well,
I mean,
jumping on this Jimmy Savile thing, we had senior police officers going on TV stating afterwards that Jimmy Savile hid in plain sight. Yet he had monthly meetings with special branch and the top police. So everyone knew anyway, it was all covered up. He's in plain sight, that means I can rob a bank tomorrow with no balaclava and just walk home and carry on with my life because nobody's seen me.
Yeah. Most of what you're saying is based on the propaganda that we were fed. When you look at it now, when you watch the video clips of him, it looks pretty obvious that the guy's, wrong. Yeah. But because we were subjected to it by that BBC image, friendly anti-BBC image.
Independent television and all that shit, because it's paid for by the licence fees. independent from the government, but the government's got their fucking dirty fingers right in their fucking arseholes.
Spot on.
You know what I mean? And I'm really pissed about it.
Yeah.
I paid that fucking licence all my bloody life, and I've always been pleased to pay it as well. That's what makes me really mad.
It happens, doesn't it? You know what I mean, Dale? It's just part of waking up, isn't it? Regrets.
It's the shock of it, really. It's the shock of it.
Yeah, actually, by the way, stop right there. That's exactly what I would agree that many of them are feeling just now. It's the enormity. It's, and then in some respects, it's the loneliness of that. You know.
I don't know. I'm kind of a noob. You know, like kind of 6 months. You know, maybe 12 months. It's been starting to happen. Let's say. But you know, from my perspective, it's really difficult to kind of know what the hell's going on and what's going on out there, because there's the truthers or the conspiracy people or whatever you want to call yourselves, or other people that do the same. There's a lot of nutcases. There is some genuine, proper nutcases out there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And like, they don't really. I mean, they make it really difficult for people, and they make it really easy for people to ridicule us. Because the look, in certain aspects, it's what's called externalization of the hierarchy. They want people to know to a certain extent. It's part of their belief system. You know, they really have utter contempt for the public, and let's be honest, even though you guys, all you fine individuals, are awake, you know, how many people will you wake up tomorrow? You know, it's quite tough. You know, because it's about who's doing the talking and who's doing the listening and the perceptions of both parties. Now, if you've got a 5-bedroom house, a Lamborghini sitting outside, and represent everything that is foisted upon us as what is apparently successful, people will sit there and they will listen, because you have something which they can relate to, which they've been fed by the media and all the rest of it. There is a successful individual. They must have knowledge. The finger, the side of the head, blah, blah, blah. So they're more likely to listen to you. But if you are not seen as this wonderfully successful whatever, then people, even although you're saying these things with the best of intentions, they're very dismissive. I mean, the other thing that I think that people, truthers, or you know, or whatever you want to classify yourselves, should realise is that people who aren't awake, they don't want to believe that they've got a corrupt, fucked up government that's got their fucking fingers in every fucking pie, controlling and, you know, manipulating us all. They don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that, because that's not what I want. Do you know what I mean? I wanted a fair democratic system, the one that what I was taught that I was always getting. And I've realised I'm not getting, and I never will get, I don't believe, you know, under this kind of, you know, let's all put an X in a box type system. You know, and I don't think people want to believe. I don't want to believe, you know, because it's a horrible thing to realise. And I think that's most of the problem in getting people to wake up, is that the fact that they don't want to believe in the fact that they've got a fucked up government. But I mean, over in the States, it's even more fucked up over there. I mean, I don't know whether any people here kind of study or watch much of the stuff over there, because I haven't up until the last 6 months. But I mean, they're having like a shooting like every day now.
Yeah, but most of them are actually false flags. They don't care how many people it takes to die to get an objective. That's the thing you have to understand about them.
Well,
it's about death anyway. So if it takes 1,000 people dying at one stage, or an airplane just suddenly disappearing, or thousands of people like 9/11, they've no problem with that. They can have millions of people dying as long as the goal justifies the means.
I realise that now. I mean, my big problem with 9/11, because I thought that was just as the government told it, if I'm honest with you, up till, what, a couple of months ago. my big problem with that is that I couldn't really honestly believe that a government, the American government, which, okay, I always knew it had its flaws and it was a bit fucked up, but I couldn't really honestly believe that they would fucking kill 3,000 people and wipe out the Twin Towers.
Think about it. How many did they kill in Iraq? I would argue in excess of 2.5 million.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree with your point on that. But I mean, I don't know any figures about what they've killed in Iraq or whatever. But there's a difference between blowing up your own. Well, I thought there was a difference between blowing up your own people and other people.
I would like to just say a few things to you, man. And
yeah, sure, please do.
Well, hey, first, thanks for getting involved, man.
Okay, my pleasure.
The fact you've turned on the camera, battered into the chat, to get involved, man, it's brilliant. It shows that you're interested. I'm not saying interested in what we're doing, but interested in what's going on.
Yeah.
No, you're saying. I'm just trying to take the first impressions that I'm getting for what you're saying there, and you're saying, like, obviously within the, like, what could be considered the very recently you've came to a lot of enlightenments. You've realised that the BBC lied to you. You realise 9/11 was a sham, so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
So, man, the only thing I would say is you're in a if I can clear my throat and say it. You're in a, like, and this isn't singled out as you. I'm talking about this happens to anybody, like the vast majority of people who, when the penny drops, let's say when the penny drops, when the penny drops, it happens to everybody. A lot of people. I would put myself in that bracket. I'm not excluding myself from this conversation. When the penny drops, man, the people go through a lot of. It's like being in a washing machine. So what you need to do, man, is keep your feet on the ground and just grin and bear it, and just take in, like, if you're genuine about wanting to know what the hell's going on, keep your feet on the ground, man. Don't be led down any stupid paths, and just try and soak in as many different opinions as you can. And the important thing is think for yourself, man. Come up with your own ideas, man.
For sure.
Can I butt in there?
Yeah.
I'll give you something, share something with you that may be helpful for you. It helped me in many ways, looking at things from this kind of perspective, and I totally agree with what Kip's just said. You know, that first step, in effect, is a step of courage. It takes one step to start a journey of 1,000 miles. You know, that old cliched phrase. But what I was going to say to you is, think of it as from this kind of perspective. It's similar. The feelings you get and the way your life changes is similar to a bereavement. It's as if you've lost somebody that was, whether you admitted it or not, whether you were cynical about government and complained about the prices and politicians or whatever. In many ways, you see it as being a beneficial authority figure. Yeah, and all of a sudden, things are being made obvious to you. You find that the feeling of undeniability of what you're looking at gets so strong that that sense of the benevolence disappears. So it's like a bereavement. All of a sudden, you've lost trust in this structure. Mm-hmm. When you go for a bereavement, and this is referencing psychology, and I mean, put as much trust in that as you want, but I've found over the years it holds a lot of water in this respect. Most people go through a similar process, DABDA, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Most people, when they suffer a bereavement, go through that process.
What's the bargaining phase?
Well, let me just explain each one a little bit, but you know, for people, go and look into this for yourself and read about it for yourself, right? Denial is pretty obvious, and for most people that we are usually talking to, they're still in that denial phase. They're trying to find fault with your evidence or your argument so that they can justify to themselves that they were right in the first place and the system is all good and lovely and whatever. Mm-hmm. Anger pretty obvious as well. You know, once a denial barrier breaches, you get really pissed off at the fact that you've been duped for so long and that these people are that nasty that they would do this kind of stuff. You get righteously angry.
Yeah, I've been pretty pissed off. I think I've just gone through that.
Yeah, don't deny your anger, mate. Just the trick is to learn to make it a useful energy for you to be creative and you know, productive and all that good stuff, rather than letting it just eat at you. So don't deny it. You know?
I agree. I mean, you know, like, I need somewhere to fling my anger as well, if I'm brutally honest with you, because, you know, like, I can't change anything, can I? On my own, just in an angry state.
No, you may think that at the moment, but your anger has an energy that resonates with other people, and the more of us that see each other standing up, like that picture I showed, the more people see examples of that, the more they'll find the anger within themselves and realise what's going on. So to me, it's no reason, you know, it's nothing wrong to shout and shake your fist at these people.
I think being aware, you know, it's... I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought here.
Think about it while I finish off explaining the other.
Yeah, make that.
Bargaining is in a similar fashion to somebody who's in denial. You go back to the system and attempt to come up with something that will ease the pain of your realization and enable you to go on. So for a lot of people, they choose the matrix stake. They choose to be plugged back in because it's so horrible and nasty and whatever. They don't want to have to deal with it. They feel that they can't do anything about it. They're too small. They're too insignificant. Can't do it. Just plug me back in. So in some manner, they accept what's happening and what's going on, but they just sort of tacitly go along with it. You know, they accept their bit of cake and just go along with it. Depression, again, pretty obvious. The fact that you did going along that route makes you bloody depressed because you feel like there's nothing you can do. Mm-hmm. And acceptance is to just going along to get along. You think that whatever, this is it, I can't do nothing about it, blah, blah, blah. And I think those phases do not necessarily always go in a sequence like that. You can jump in and out of them. Like, I'll still get angry about stuff. I'll still go through phases where I've realised something that I hadn't noticed before, or I'd been wrong about before, and I'd suddenly gone, ping, that realisation. It's like, ah!
Cookie, I wish you didn't say that, mate, because one of my notes here was, I agree with Cookie 100%, but the bullet points you're talking about like as you're saying, they can muddle themselves up. One can appear before the other.
Yes.
And then even talking in that sense, I would say even for depending on the individual's character or whatnot, certain ones will appear to different degrees and stuff. Maybe
you could go through all 5 in a matter of seconds. You often do. You know, when you read a bit of information, you go, that can't be true, and you do a quick bit of checking, you go, it is true. Whoa, that's angry. Oh, maybe I could fix it. Oh, I can't fix it. I'm depressed and said, oh, well, get on with it.
Can I add something to that one? My news from the bong almost on a video by video basis. you can actually probably, you know, gauge that thought process and then different levels and different stages of whatever. You can see that.
Yeah, and they will use certain things that they seed out there. This is kind of Tavistock style messing with people's minds. They put stuff out in stories and in news articles and whatever that have key phrases, emotive key concepts in them that will put you in a spin like that. So it's something that will make you morally outraged. You know, the psychology and sociology of moral outrage is well known, and I think Daiz sort of talks about this kind of stuff in propaganda. You make people annoyed about shit, and they'll be looking for answers and all that kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah,
John, yes, I just wanted to quickly touch on, man, what we were talking about there reminds me of what you said the other day, and it was kind of, we've chatted about this before, John, and it was as things get worse, you sort of like you don't think things are better, but you come round to the understanding that a lot of the insecurities and a lot of the problems and all that existed, it was because you were deep down had some sort of a resemblance of a normal man, a normal human being, and you resisted the control system they're putting in place. And we spoke about it. The more things get worse, the more you feel sort of a better in this planet, because you understand where the problems lie, and it isn't that, oh my god, I wasn't intelligent enough in school, oh my god, I didn't position myself enough in the corporate ladder, oh my... I mean, there's nothing... I'm all for freedom. I want the freedom for people to exist in the rat race, if they want to exist in the rat race, but within a free society, you've got to have a place for people who don't want to join that rat race. And whether you want to call that whatever you want to call it, there has to be a place where people can go and exist rent-free on this planet. If that's rolling around in... I mean, let's look at the hypocrisy. This pisses me off when all the stupid celebrities and all the... like, man, listen, I like football. I'm a Rangers fan. Right, so, but anyway, all the stupid footballers, I started up a foundation in Africa because I love black people. No, mate, it's a tax relief. You're going over there and bullshitting. Your hypocrisy stinks. You're rocking up in Africa and going, look at that poor black guy. He is poor. He lives in poverty because he hasn't got Nike trainers. He doesn't know, he hasn't got access to the internet. I guarantee the average dude staying in a mud hut without connection to all that crap, as long as they've got food and water, it's a million times happier than your average Britain, EU, American. I mean, the list goes on. Look at the way that everything's amalgamated into the Bjorg, man. It's like, am I wrong in saying that? Am I racist in saying that, like, a black guy in a mud hut, like, is it hypocritical to call him he's staying in poverty because he's not buying Nike trainers, he's no buying a toothbrush off a Colgate, he's actually, like, I don't know, eating food that fucking takes the plaque off your teeth and shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Am I rambling?
If you're referencing living a more natural life, Kit, and being happy with just yourself and being in touch with nature without materialism and all the rest of it, I think you're right. I think you should be happier because you're living naturally. You know, why shouldn't you?
Old people don't own a pair of Nikes. They're in poverty.
Yeah, if you're a rat in a maze, I'll never see a rat in a maze happy. A rat in the wild is a happy rat, isn't it? So that's yeah, you're probably right.
Gentlemen, I have to say, right, we don't have to go to fucking mud huts to get on. And I've already seen some, for example, some of the witches that I've met down south, and they go to places like Camelbawn, type it in, various other things with the roundhouses and all the rest of it. A lot of them are, you know, 3 or 4 degrees and floating about universities, although I notice there seems to be a cluster around about places like Wales. As regards to the awakening aspect, and obviously I've been waiting to talk, so the gentleman who said that he's only been awake for the last 6 months.
Yeah, that's
the best things that I can say to you is this. Never mind the 5-point programs or whatever else, because you're constantly going to run up against this. Doesn't matter if you've been awake 6 months, 6 weeks, or 6 years or more. And you will constantly be reminded and frustrated, and is it worth it, and am I battering my head against the wall? And my best advice, based on the fact of decades of being away, it's essentially originally in a lonely place, but as you get older and you've got all these various experiences of life, or even things that you remember from the past, you have to balance it with what's good out there. You know, even the kind actions of somebody letting you buy and acknowledging you or whatever else, you know, in their car, or listen, you dropped out money or whatever, there is still a lot of good people out there. So that, in a sense, alone makes it worthwhile, you know? Because the media, one of its most important things that it's doing just now is making people so instant sensation driven. They don't look at the long term, and everything's about escapism and whatever, and they give you plenty of options for that, you know? It's bringing back the characters and the personalities and it doesn't matter how much wealth they've got, and they don't have to be the best looking or fastest or whatever else, but what they bring to the table is you remember their name, that you care about them. It's not an issue. It's what you hold on to. It's the characters, the people, younger and older, and that's worth it all. You know, so that when you see Daiz, when you start, especially for you who's been awake 6 months, more and more what you're going to find is every time you look at the news, you're going to start translating it there on the spot, and you already know the true reason behind it and the outcomes and whatever else. The enormity of that on a daily basis will guarantee to get you down. I know this from experience of seeing friends over a number of decades when you start seeing things. And in some respects you feel guilty because you've done it, you've woken them up. You know,
can I ask like a provocative question? And it's kind of for everybody really. And we're kind of all, I mean, am I right in assuming we're all kind of in that movement or in that kind of awake phase where we know things aren't right with our governments and we want changes about that?
Well, Dale, the first thing to remember, man, and I've said this a lot of times, everything and anything goes here, mate. Feel free to voice any opinion, and I would hope, I live in hope that nobody would condemn you for having that, man. If anybody disagrees, batter in and disagree with you, but it would remain as a debate rather than my daddy's bigger than your daddy, kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, well, what I'd like to ask is everybody kind of who thinks this way, is everybody or most people agnostic, well, no, an atheist and an anarchist?
No, I would straight off the bat say, right from the get-go, I am not part of any movement. Anybody who's stupid enough to get into a movement has failed, because if they do not understand the core fundamental, ninjas at getting into movements.
No, but I mean, if you're an atheist, by definition, you're not into getting into any of the religious movements.
No, well, no. Listen,
and if you're an anarchist, then you don't believe in the big government that goes with that. You believe in no rulers.
As soon as you say what you are, you've already tagged yourself into a pigeonhole.
Well, I'll just make it clear that for myself personally, I'm an atheist. I feel comfortable that way, I'm happy that way, that type of thing. Whether I'm an anarchist, I don't really know, if I'm honest with you.
Dale, why do you feel you need to submit to any of those titles? I mean, like, you're saying you're an atheist, right? I in the past, and this is a matter of opinion, right? So this point can be argued to and fro, and there literally will no be winner. There won't be a winner. But I've argued in the past, and I'm probably still more percentage-wise of that way of thinking, that I would argue that atheism is a religion, right? Because
it's a belief system. Exactly.
I've seen atheists more religious in their beliefs than I have God-fearing people. God-fearing people that walk about and go, oh, but Jesus, like, I'm caricaturing it.
Humanism's getting a free pass. Humanism was talked about decades ago.
But then you get atheists, right? Now, Dale, listen, man, this isn't pointing at you, mate. I'm talking in general terms. I'm talking about the stereo. I'm talking about arguments that I've had in my day-to-day life, with having the beliefs that I have when I don't subscribe to atheism, or that word I can't say right now. But I argue with atheists that they are more militant. And this is me being colourful with language. I'm not saying they're militants. I'm saying they're more militant, more religious in their beliefs. They're more willing to really get in your face. It's kind of like vegetarians, man. It's like, well, why eat vegetables? But don't have a go at me for eating a bit of cow, man.
I think you'll find that a lot of atheists are kind of more firm in their beliefs, and I think a lot of atheists know more about religion and these types of things than the people that claim to be religious.
Well, they tend to replace science as a
Well,
religion.
what's going on just now? It's replacing God by the worship of science. Just now, that's exactly what it was talking about with humanism.
And it follows the
Humanism
same
was talked
dogma.
about.
So.
Humanism was talked about decades ago. If you die tomorrow, for argument's sake, you know, if you haven't stated what religion you are, guess what? You're going to get a fucking humanist funeral. It gets a free pass. Nobody blinks. They don't fucking understand it. They don't understand it at all. You know? And unfortunately, you've got a whole pile of pseudo-intellectuals that have been fed, you know, this witchcraft or philosophy, but nobody actually looks at the fucking history of philosophy. What were they part of? You know? And the only philosophies that were foisted upon us were bought and paid for from start to finish. You know, there's this thing that I like to worship, right? It's called common sense. There's just not a fucking lot of it floating about. And when you tag yourself to, like, I'll watch stuff done by the God Squad, and I learn a lot because they've got some good info. And we'll look from various points of view. But as soon as you tag yourself and you're like, oh fuck, it's got some Bible basher in there, I'm not watching that. And I'm like, do you know what? Fuck off. Because they're still asking you about problems and you're giving them solutions. And they go, I wasn't going to look at that link. And I'm like, well, you know, why fucking waste my time, you dick with ears? And it's true, because, you know, unless they've got an open mind, the ability to say, do you know what, I've learned some new data. That means I'm going to have a wee think with myself, look at what I've learned so far, and reevaluate that. Unless you're up for that, there's no fucking helping you. And it really has got to look, do you know how far time is? Do you think this is going to go on for another few decades? Guess what? That's not going to happen. You know? We're looking at, I would say, roughly within the next 2 years tops. You know?
Before what happens? We have the international currency meltdown.
Oh, I think an awful lot more than that. And
Well,
the thing is, I don't want
the
to
things that go with that.
I really don't. But I'll tell you, the hour is late. That I can guarantee you, for sure. The hour is late. So my best suggestion, straight off the bat, to those who are waking up, get rid of all the preconceived ideas. Look at yourself in the mirror. And if you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm not going to look at certain things, go back to the herd. Accept what's coming, or live life to the full for the next couple of years, and don't be surprised.
Guys, we need to stop the broadcast there. We've got 33 viewers. It's not right.
Wow.
33 is magic number.
I did want to butt in there briefly to touch into the chat room, and then we're going to try and get Liza on. This is going to be one of those experiments. So she ain't got the Google Plus facility available, so I'm going to try the Skypes. We've done this before and it has worked. It does pickle me up a wee bit because then I get confused with the mute button and stuff. I think I'm putting on mute and coughing while she's speaking, and then I'm muting her, but so on and so forth. But I'm sure we'll make it work. But Daiz, I was hoping to. I was trying to scroll down the chat room and give everybody a wee visual of what's going on in the chat and stuff. So thanks to everybody that's in the chat. There's Angela and everybody and anybody in the chat. And not to single anybody out, but everybody that was in earlier, I managed to get the time and send through the Google Hangout address. So anybody that wants to get involved, go and look at the discussion pages of the people that were in the chat early on, and you'll find the address, and anybody and everybody can join, man. I mean, we've got 9 people in, man, and it's actually worked out really well. Tazzy, you're still with us. I noticed in the chat you were saying you don't know if I wanted you to put the cam on or not. It's up to you, Tazzy. People can put the cam on if they want. Peter was just showing us chemtrails today if you get more low ones. But so anybody, you don't need to put the cam on. You can come in.
I was taking photographs of today of the sky outside where I live, and well, it was like a checkerboard out there, and I was just watching the planes going over, and then a couple of hours later they're still there, spreading. Eventually, kind of like total whiteout. Sun's gone. You know, blue sky, gone.
Up here in Scotland, we started off with grey skies, and then by midday it was a summer's day. So 4 seasons in one day. Never a truer word.
Yeah, it was a summer's day, but there was still a vast amount of chemtrails. I mean, I think they do most of it about sort of early morning, mid morning.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
And listen, by the way, I've said this to many. It's the hardest thing in the world to sell. You'd be easier to sell sand to the Arabs than to tell people chemtrails are real. Good luck with that, you know, seriously.
Yeah.
Good luck with that one. You know, I gave up on that. Seriously, I did, because I just thought, you know, when you know this, and management will tell you this, decent managers will tell you, successful people will tell you, sometimes you have to get ahead, know when to quit a subject.
Yes.
And if they wake up, fair enough, and if they want to say, hey, do you know anything about chemtrails? By God, nail them a chair and say, oh, let me tell you the following. But it's not a subject that I would recommend, because even amongst, for want of a better phrase, the truth movement, whatever you want to call it, people who are awake, they've got their opinions, and it's such wasting of time compared to so many other obvious subjects of which you can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt. Because remember, it's trying to change the core personalities of individuals. And that, unless you're playing MK Ultra type skills on them, you're just not going to do it.
If you can find a subject...
I think you're avoiding the discussion.
Sorry?
With that statement. I think you're avoiding the discussion with that statement.
Okay, right, okay, Peter, I'll give you another example. See, they're putting pink fucking brads all over the world to do fucking global dimming or whatever. Does it fucking matter? The reason why I see this is like, it's like 9/11. There's arguments of how it was blown up. Some people, like, for example, Andrew, what's his name? Andrew,
maybe it's the way they sell it.
Yeah. He's talking about, you know, pulse weapons being used, and I think it's Andrew Thompson. Is it Andrew Thompson? Johnson. Andrew Johnson. He's done some great work proving some of that. Various others have showed about, you know, thermite or whatever else. My argument was, it didn't matter if it was a big inflatable fucking elephant that crushed those two buildings, for argument's sake. It's who the fucking hell did it?
Can I just add something here? Because
and the collusion involved in doing that is far more important than how it was blown up or how it was fucking destroyed.
Somebody who's been recently awakened, let's say, I do think I might have something to add here, and that is, if you can find a subject or you hear of a subject that they have doubts about, you know, like, oh, I'm not really sure about how that 9/11 thing happened, then go on that. If they're like, you know, that Lady Diana thing seemed a bit weird, that Jimmy Savile was always hanging around with the royals, what's up with that, Del? Then go on the thing that they've got they're dubious about to start with, because they already know a little bit about it, and then leave them with that, and then let that sit with them for a bit, because if you go in on a subject like, you know, I don't know, I think the royal family are lizards, like I came across, it might be true for all I know. I mean, I don't know that they're not lizards, but I'm not going to fucking believe it.
But can I just interject there with I never really, I used to go down the rabbit hole, and I used to look at how 9/11 supposedly happened and all the finer details and stuff, and I just found myself becoming deeper and deeper and more negative and going down the wormhole the wrong way. What I look at it now is, was they lying to me? Yes. Right, that's it.
Exactly.
For me, I don't take it any further, and I'll leave it at that, and I'll move on. That's I just poke fun at it now. I don't even get any bogged down with that negative. That I don't even look at it negatively. I look at it from my positivity and laugh at it. That's how I kind of do it. And you get that instinct anyway. If it doesn't resonate with you, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't care.
There you go. Absolutely.
So I feel.
Because do you know what they did around that 9/11 truth movement? You got everybody fucking arguing with each other, going,
Yeah,
it's fucking this that destroys.
Divide you immediately.
You know what? These brains were being fucking used doing that instead of going, do you know what? Let's actually solve this bigger picture. And they know this. This is why it's...
The devil's in the details.
Yeah. Well, the devil is in the details, but I mean, his knowledge, the key is the knowledge, that's the key thing, or the experience which actually gives you the knowledge. But we're never going to have the experience of how them towers were brought down or who was involved. We're never going to have that. You've just got to see it as we was lied to, right, in order for someone else to profit or gain out of it. I mean, that was it, right? And either we was lambs to the slaughter, as our freedom might be, and that's where you gain your knowledge and your experience is losing your freedom. So then that's how you work your way around the system. I mean, the other thing, that's the way to go, I think. Don't look at the finer details. It's that you're just going to get lost in smoke and mirrors.
Exactly. I agree, but if you look at all these cases, you know, the typical ones, then you will see like that pattern of them clearing away all the evidence as fast as physically possible. And obviously, you know, we're not detectives. We're not there on the ground. We're not overseeing the operation like the police should be if they were doing a proper job. You know, like the officials should be if they were doing a proper job. So it's unrealistic for people to expect us to know what happened. But we know that it didn't happen the way that they're telling us. And that should be enough, shouldn't it?
Well, they always make a parody of themselves. If we can just end with this, is if you look at John Kerry's recent, well, he's past, say, 6 months. Just look at his statements, right, and look at his demeanour. Just have a good look at him, right, and then you just think, is that the truth?
Look
at just leave it at that. You know what I mean? Leave it at that.
He was Skull and Bones as well. I mean, that was one of the you'll know this. You know, him going against Toby Bush, and they were both from the same fucking fraternity.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, you know, hello. Would you like
dealing with a very, very large beast?
Would you like puppet number 2? You know.
Yeah, you're dealing with a huge, huge beast, but it's a beast. It's not for us. It's like, I get what Kip was saying there, or he was kind of referencing a more natural life might bring you happiness, and I try and do that every day. That's my mantra. Is try and live more naturally. I try and not get bogged down with this whole. I've not even switched my TV on apart from the other day.
How liberating is that alone? How liberating is that one?
But I've got an animal. I've got an animal that I spend a lot of time with that lives in the moment. That teaches me how to live as well. Because my animal is a dog, right? But it'll teach you things. You'll learn from it.
I've got one of those too.
Just live in the moment. If a big flash happens, there's not much you can do about it. If the universe does something outside of this globe, if the universe decides to do something, that's going to do its own thing as well.
For it's worth, I've got a cat about 9 months ago. So me getting a cat.
A cat's a good acquisition.
I love it a bit, mate. I'm nuts about my cat.
Yeah.
Can I add in? I agree with everything that's been said, but I think from the point, Del, you were originally coming at it from, this is why I always encourage people to look into stuff for themselves, because when it comes to these bigger picture things in the long run, it's up to you when you feel you've seen enough to convince you. I can't convince you, because if I do, then I'm just as bad as the system we're complaining against. I'm forcing you to take on what I believe. No, you need to look at this for yourself, get to that point where you've seen enough of the evidence, you've seen it again and again and again, and then, as people have said, you realise you get back to that balance of you need to actually be living your life. You know, it can't.
Happiness is not a destination.
Yes.
There's actually good things to learn about the system too. Is learn about the law. Learn the law. That is one thing you will need to learn. Whether it's contract law, whether it's maritime law, whether it's whatever you're dealing with, but do it from a personal basis. So this is how I started learning law, was when companies started either ripping me off, or I was dealing with banks, or I was dealing with councils, or I was dealing with institutions that is part of the system. That was either attacking me and I had to go to court, whether it was criminal, civil, whatever, and I was fighting the CPS at one point, And I did it myself because I learnt the law myself because I didn't trust the system, because the system was against me on all sides. If you go in a courtroom, it's against you on all sides. It's got you locked into that piece of paper.
And remember also, you have to reprogram yourself, because you still
do this by learning, but you learn it by defending yourself. You learn it by defending yourself one thing at a time. So whether it's an unknown bill, whether it's the council, whether it's a parking ticket, doesn't matter. Learn and then take it from there. But everything is from a personal basis. So that's how I started learning the law, and then you become more interested. So you think, right, if I learn this, I might be able to defend myself if this happens. So you can go from there, and it's good for business too if you understand contract law.
Exactly, because we all need to survive on this present monetary system, no matter if you're unhappy or happy with it.
You have to survive.
Common sense says you're no use if you're not surviving, if you're not eating, if you've got so much of your day spent surviving, spent dealing with councils. This is why this setup is such as it is. This is why the first thing that you're going to be asked, even if you've got your arm in your other hand at a hospital, is where are you from? Give us your national insurance number. Give us X, Y, and Z. They don't give a toss if you're A&E. It's about the revenue, first and foremost.
Guys, I've managed to get Liza on the Skypes. Unfortunately, the Google isn't working. So, Liza, how you doing, Liza? Let's see if this. Do a sound check, Liza. Say hello.
Hello.
Wow, that works for me. Carry on.
It's working, Liza. There we go. So, unfortunately, or whatever, man, it's obviously coming through my feed because of the Skype and stuff. So, Liza was just going to. Well, Liza, say hello, man. You bounced in the other night. One of the first people to bounce into the chat and stuff, man. So, you're from Canada. I don't even know if you're from Quebec, but we were talking about the
No, I'm from Ontario, but I speak French, and my first boyfriend was from Quebec, so don't hold that against me.
No, I was just interested because I know when we touched base, I was saying along the lines about the jurisdiction in Quebec and
common law and all that stuff.
Yeah, and obviously it comes under the Crown and stuff, so it's all the same ball game. But I don't know. I think there was something that I seen.
Well, listen. Do you know what I want to do right here, right now? This is, because we're thrown out of the pubs, because people can't gather and talk the way they used to, because everything is, it's like, wow, it's like a cleaver. This is a virtual inn, right? And I want to propose a toast. And what I want to propose a toast to is something that people really can't grasp, and I want to propose a toast to critical mass. And critical mass is really, really small, and this is what they fear. They fear the individual, and they fear the strength of the multi-generational family. We're all feeling the same thing, and I really, really am so thankful to be here and to connect with you guys. You're all, we can focus on chemtrails. Like, when I focus on chemtrails or anything else, I just realized our whole water table, everything's poisoned. However, this is the trap that they're catching us in.
Yes.
That we're stuck in a three-dimensional trap. Everything we see, and our children, you see them on 2D screens. I mean, isn't that wonderful? But if you see the 3D trap, and if you think that perhaps it's possible that this earth that we believe we live on is still, existing in pristine condition, I'm just so happy that you added me. Thank you.
By the way, just to interrupt, do you remember, sorry, what's that girl's name again?
Liza.
What was it?
Liza.
Liza, hello, Liza. Do you remember Salvador Dali's representation of Christ on the cross from the early 1950s? The reason why I say that is it was showing the other dimension, the fourth dimension.
You refer to any of that stuff? It brings back memories of me. The church is an evil thing. And you know what? Labels, even down to the male and female label, we need to shut that shit and we need to just move ahead and just resonate with each other. Like, you know, this is an awesome venue, and I thank you, Kip. You are one patient person, and in my opinion, you and everyone else that you've chosen to connect with, these are voices I resonate with. I was involved, like Alex Jones. I've been listening to your stuff, like Alex Jones. You gotta buy the Kool-Aid. But I thank him for being here. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here.
Well, cheers, Liza, man. It's always weird to hear actually people say nice things about me. Normally they're saying I molest animals and shit.
Well, just don't listen to it. Ignore the haters.
Is there something got out now?
Without fire.
Mind you, accusing a Scotsman of molesting animals. Well, fuck's sake, that's not exactly enough, is it?
The Aberdonians are heady as they're Scot, man.
I'll never meet another you.
even Scott, even with me and you were east-west divide, man, and our salt and vinegar.
So I used to talk about that in gaming, and you'd have people all around the world, whether it be Unreal or Eve, and they talk about, you know, colloquialism and whatever else, and trying to understand different languages and dialects. And I said, okay, gentlemen, you're geniuses. Tell me how 40 miles can have such a difference between languages, between Edinburgh and Glasgow. You know where I'm going with this, Kip. Only 40 miles, and you're talking almost a different language. And around the world, that is pretty much acknowledged, that only 40 miles can separate an almost completely different language.
Can I say something about different languages? All right, I mean, my whole, I'm very connected with the U.S. and the Patriot movement and all that shit, which I left. All right, languages, let's just talk about this. All right, accents, labels. I talk about labels and accents. If people who haven't traveled, haven't been exposed to other people, you know, all they want to hear is, like, you cut off the accent, you hear what the person is saying. Like, I sent your link to a few American friends of mine, all right? And they're listening and they're saying, I don't understand what they're saying. And I said, because
that's cool, man.
You know, that's so funny. It really is. I love you guys. I hope you know that.
I'd be angry if everybody understood the angry leprechaun. Peter, this even bounces me on about we're going to touch on this today, man, but we could have done your 6-hour version of the No Agenda show, man. But we didn't touch on the leprechaun flute, man.
That's fun.
No, but Bill, Peter's got his own version of the leprechaun flute, but if you look in America for the leprechaun flute, people, just go and watch this news article. There's a man in America with a scaffolding pole that he believes is a leprechaun flute. No joke, go and watch it, man, it's fun. Liza, like, I hear what you're saying, man, and well, I hear what you're saying, others might not hear what I'm saying, but I'd be angry if they understood me. I'd be angry if I understood me, because I'd be like, hi, how you doing this evening? Welcome, pop pickers, to the latest top 40. The conspiracy countdown, but no.
Oh my God, no, I was involved with that. I really was. You know, we all go through our own journey, and the American Patriot radio stations, like, oh Jesus, they've all crashed and burned because, I don't know. There's all these mass Hollywoody shootings, and they're all fake. You know what I see happening right now? What's happening right now is it's like the ultimate test. It's Paperclip, Project Paperclip.
Yeah, we're in the Second World War. Yeah.
Listened on there. Two on there. Like we're all researching in our all different areas. In Psychology 101, what's happening right now is Global 101. Like how much, and these are the users. How much can we push on them? You know? Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry. Jesus, oh my Lord.
Look at Jesus in the room, people. Are you alright, Liza?
No, he doesn't exist.
I thought you were having a live I don't know what
You
you
thought
call
I
that.
was talking in tongues, did you?
I thought you were talking to Jesus.
You thought I was talking in accents, weren't you?
So,
I want to say something really important right now. When we're speaking solutions, and what is something that I've been a huge advocate for is hemp. And like, I mean, you want to talk. I don't even want to refer to the Bible, but I mean, why should we have to pay to live on this earth? And everything is provided. And a recent civilization, the last 10,000 years, it's been a real journey. So we need to give thanks right now for this internet, and just what I came on air to say is that, you know, it's about Thanksgiving, and it's critical mass, and we you know, they have us convinced that we just set one day a year aside for Thanksgiving, but I would ask anyone to start talking about, like, the things that are good in their lives. Like, I think it's probably less than 10% that are doing evil. 90% of us are really good, except we're all herded into pits, like with the guy with the machine gun, and we're all afraid to, you know, leap out. If you start thinking about your own life and in comparison to others, and just start giving thanks for the things that you're thankful for, that's what they don't want us to do. And
in other words, appreciating what is important.
Yes.
Be thankful for unknown blessings already on their way.
You know, it's like, you know, like, listen, you go into a pub, you meet some people you've not met in your life before. You don't judge them. You don't give a flying toss what they do for a living. They've made your day. They've had some good, interesting conversation. You've chilled out. You've relaxed. You've talked about experiences you've maybe had that you could relate to them in your past, and you want to meet them again. That is what it's about, you know. That gives you a reason to jump up the next day and do whatever.
You start to surf. If you start really being thankful, you know, it's amazing how things take care of themselves. Not that you don't have to do anything, but, you know, like, I think if 10% is bad, then 90% of my time I wanna just be giving thanks for what's good, because it's more than bad, because we're talking right here. We're not being dead.
No, that's good advice, Lizzie.
Yep.
And then,
I mean, it really is common sense when you think about it. What we should be talking about is our experiences, what mattered. I mean, I'll give you one, just straight off the bat. I might have said it to you before, Kip. I can't remember, to be honest. Here goes. I was with a friend. We went to the West Coast. The reason why we went to the West Coast is this individual was liked the scenery. I'd been up there many times, and they were thinking about getting a house somewhere near Campbelltown. We headed down the way. We stopped off at a couple of places, and we stopped off at this, I think it was a ferry pier, which went on to Arran, right? And we just stopped, and honestly, you were surrounded by the most stunning scenery. And off this ferry comes a guy, and he's probably his late 60s, maybe even early 70s. Apparently he lived in Birmingham and in England, but it was the statement he made. He had such regret in his voice, and he says, "I wish I'd done this years ago." And as the two of us are standing there, right, it was like, there's a fucking hint. There is a hint. That guy, in his last years of his life, is telling you something. He wasn't directing it at you, but if anybody had ears to listen, take that on board, you know. And that was a powerful moment, certainly in my life and the friend that I was with. And we still talk about that. You know, when, you know, things get crazy or whatever else. It's about putting things in perspective, you know? Absolutely. And if these fine people heading towards the end of their life can drop that hint to people younger than them, then, you know, by God, that was quality information. They didn't have to see it, but to me that was a gift, for sure. You know, it put things in perspective.
I'm just saying there are many more things to be happy about than to be, you know, upset about. But, you know, you look at the news and they're just fomenting. It's almost like some great big, you know, it's like a very dark, deep ritual.
When you're trying to squish all the cockroaches and you pull the fridge out from the wall so you can get right in and reveal all the dark corners, what happens? All the cockroaches start running everywhere. That's what's going on, the externalization of the hierarchy. The more people are realizing what's happening, the more desperate they're becoming, the more bombarding they'll do to the rest of us of their usual modus operandi script projects that they do, the false flags and the mind manipulation, all that kind of stuff will build to a peak until it will collapse in on itself.
Yeah, so my theory is that as long as we connect mostly in a positive way, like be aware of what's going on, but just rejoice and connect in a positive way, it's going to be like Archimedes. It's going to destroy that shit.
That was why I was talking about the Dabda stuff earlier and seeing it as a bereavement. I'm not telling you to get stuck in that process, even to rely on it. Just be aware of what is going on because it will help you. It helped me.
You're telling me to be aware if I have those feelings and those issues, that it's perfectly normal.
Yes, exactly right.
It's good advice that I could have done with about 6 months ago, or maybe even a bit more.
Feel empowered.
Embrace it like a club.
Feel empowered. You should feel empowered by it. Drop the fear and feel empowered.
You're so programmed through the media to anything that's like an issue has to be a large drama.
There's a really good analogy of kind of like the final process of the cave, Plato's cave. You know, the Planet of the Apes film, the new version, where is it Caesar, I think the main chimpanzee's name is, and he's trying to get the big gorilla to come out of the cage. And the gorilla is so used to the cage being its life that it's even afraid that when the doors open...
Three-dimensional shadows on the goddamn wall. And now they're taking it down to 2D with children being addicted to screens. It's Plato, you know, exonerated, you know?
But when you get that realization process, as others have said, see it as empowering, not as turning back and going back into the cave.
It's all about self-empowerment, and that's the thing about learning the law too. If you know that you're true, that it's true in you, whatever's happened, and you've ended up in a courtroom, or the system has got you in a prison or in a police cell, and you've done nothing wrong. Just know that you've done nothing wrong. There's nothing more you can do but tell the truth and be honest.
Because remember, what controls you is witchcraft, and once you understand that, you use the witchcraft against them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you know their game inside out better than them, but you also know that you've got that. You're the centre of your universe, not them. Your universe starts in your head, not theirs. So your truth is inside you. It doesn't matter what all these systems and Illuminati. I don't even get bogged down in all that shit.
I've even
if it's
seen
not true for you, if it doesn't resonate.
Fight back on that one. I've even seen judges do that. I've even seen judges waking up to what they're truly involved in.
What they're involved
off the bench. And fair play to them. And one example, and I won't mention names, but in the last few years, a friend of mine had been put in prison for no other reason than defending their child. Okay? The individual, the judge that put them in prison, right, a year later, drops a hint in court because you know yourself. Every time they go to court, they've got to spend money, haven't they? If they put in whatever else, they have to lodge money. They always have to lodge money. And this judge turns around and says to her, remember, this is a judge she despises because he's put her in prison in the past. Drops the hint to her that there's papers downstairs in the office of which would make her exempt from the charges. I'm like sitting in the court going, did I just fucking hear this? And he literally just saved her potentially thousands of pounds. And that was his way of saying, do you know what? And I thought, fair play. Absolutely.
He saw the truth, didn't it? It resonated inside. It resonated in him.
I'll tell you what.
It's the key. It's about being, my friend said last night to me, he said, it's about being humble. And I went, it's so hard to do as a human being, to be humble all the time. It takes concentration, because being humble means that it doesn't matter who's in your presence, right? They never feel above or below you. You never make anybody feel inferior around you. And it takes extreme levels of concentration to keep that going. But you must aspire to that. Because what's going on with the system is totally the opposite of that. So you must do the opposite of whatever the system is doing, because the system is not natural. And that's why what Kip said earlier resonated deep within me, where I go out on a daily basis amongst the greenery with me animal, and I just, you know, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I don't need possessions or money, or I've not even got a bank account. I'm not even got a bank account.
Get back to
I approach it as well from what I call an urban shaman attitude. I go out amongst people. Yes, touch back with nature, most definitely, as often as you can, because it will help center you, it will help balance you, but at the same time, we are social animals, and we're talking about stuff that is to do with the society you live in. All that kind of stuff means you're part and parcel of it. So
you shouldn't be isolated. You shouldn't be isolated. That's where the empowerment comes in, the knowledge and the experience of the fraud that's been portrayed upon you.
Doing similar to what we're doing now.
Well, here's the thing when I go shopping, if I have to go into a store, when this is the best time to do it is when you've got the money in your hand, and you're just about to hand over the money, and you say, just hang on a minute, do employee workfare here? And if the employee workfare, you don't give them the money. It's that simple. And if they don't know, you ask them to get the manager, and don't pass over the money until they say to you, no, we pay our staff. That's how you can also open up other people's minds who actually work for corporations. Just why you do your shopping.
Yeah, definitely.
Or you can wear a kilt and dark glasses and shout, "This is your god!"
Do the major supermarkets use that workfare?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, remember, they always strategize years upon years in advance.
So where do you get your shopping if you can't get to a supermarket?
Not all supermarkets, you see. Don't forget, supermarkets in a way are franchised. Yeah. They're a bit like McDonald's, they're a bit like Starbucks, they're a bit like... So it's up to the individual manager who he employs, whether he pays his staff or not.
So which supermarket...
You try and open the management's mind. If he is employing slaves, you don't hand over your money, and you go and shop elsewhere.
So
that's what you're truly doing your voting. You're doing your voting with your feet. Best way.
I mean, that's just an example of while you're going out, you know, amongst your business, whatever it is you're doing, to live.
Which supermarkets can I shop at, and which ones should I avoid?
As I say, they're franchised, so it's up to you to go out there and work on that, and find out where you can spend your money, where you can and can't. I'd say, don't go to a supermarket. I'd say, don't go. Do you know where is an excellent place to go shopping? There's a place in Manchester, and it's on one of the main thoroughfares out of Manchester, and it's Asian orientated area, and there's a huge, massive fruit and vegetable store there, right? Fresh fruit and vegetable. It's owned and run by the Asians. All the Asians go and shop there for their food. Do you know what they take home and give their children? You know what I'm saying?
A lot of
and I'm not saying, oh, this is old. Oh, that's, you know. But you do your shop. You're gonna have to shop around if you want to eat good food. You're gonna have to shop around. It's not easy. But take a cue from those around you. Take the cue from those around you.
Directly, mate. As far as I remember, Sainsbury's don't utilise workfare. Tesco's don't anymore because they got caught out of it. But I think Asda still do. Asda is Walmart. As far as I know, they still are. Walmart, I don't know about any others.
They're ridiculous. The family that owns Walmart, I mean, it's just perverse and bad. If you ever watch a movie called The High Cost of Low Prices, it's a powerful movie, done probably, arguably about a decade ago, but it shows you in plain sight the destructive aspect of it. You know, they literally have ex-managers saying, what I did a few years ago is you'd look at a town, you'd point a finger at it, and you say, we'll park there, that fucking town's destroyed. And then you'd move on and you'd keep doing it and repeating it. And these are guys that are like, at some stage just had a conscience and went, you know what, I can't do this shit anymore. It's affecting me, blah, blah, blah. And you know what, I don't like myself anymore, which is fair enough. I mean, the one thing I would also say is as you wake up, you realise a number of things, not least of which, A, you've been seriously hard on yourself. B, if you actually are honest with yourself, you become a better individual.
In fact, you're not being yourself. Now you are being yourself.
You know?
You actually find yourself.
What's important. And you do become a far better individual than you ever were before. It is far from all negative, believe me. You know, seriously. You know, be true to yourself. You know, you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, do you know what, bald or otherwise, or whatever fucking nonsense, you can honestly look in a mirror and say, do you know what, I like me a lot more than I did. You know, for the right reasons.
I just like to say that being awake is like an umbrella. It protects you from the shitstorm.
Yeah.
Tactically, it's very smart.
Yeah, so it helps you with these false flags and all that, so you don't become traumatized by those kinds of events.
I saw that
shit that's going on in the media. So I laugh about those events now.
Who did that? I saw that.
Genetic survival strategy.
Well, I see them for what they are.
Yeah, exactly. You see the threat and you work around it. You can't physically assail it because it's too great, massive, big, giant of whatever the nastiness is. So you work in other ways to be around it. And you hope that it starves to death and you take part in trying to starve it to death.
We do live in a fear-based society, so I think once you can kind of manage to kind of drop that to a certain extent, it kind of makes you see things anew, you know, and you think, God, what did I bother to get upset about that? You know, it's all theatre, it's all theatrics, you know. You'll smoke and mirrors, and you think, I just can't be asked anymore, you know. Move on. Let's go find something else, you know. But I tell you one thing I have noticed. I've never bought so many in the last few years, and really got digging and thought, wow, I have been asleep this style. You know, what I found out over the last kind of sort of 3 or 4 years has kind of really blown my mind, and but I'm in a much happier place now than I think I was then. So,
yes, exactly.
You know, what I found out now.
Yeah, for sure.
Good, you know, so I'm happy. But like Cookie Monster says, you know, go out, just enjoy what's around you. Smile at people. It kind of confuses them at times. Ways of smiling at.
You do take the time to smell the roses more and more, for sure. You know, you really do take that time and go, because you know that time's precious. You really do. And you know, you every day you subscribe less to the shenanigans of so many others, and you do take that time to say, you know what, thanks for that. You know, and civility, it costs nothing. But you know, even when you're driving a car, look at the amount of people that won't acknowledge. They just go the fucking way. I have no time for these people at all. There's no fucking helping these tossbacks. I mean, you know, I don't know about the rest of you, right? But I've seen enough of disgusting shit in humanity. And at some stage, I actually said to myself, you know, Scott, do you want to do the escape plan? Do you want to actually look at options being somewhere else? You know what made me stay was I thought, kids, I haven't got any as far as I know, and animals and all the rest of it, all the innocents that have got nobody to fight for them, really. You see where I'm going here? And you know, it's easy to just run away from it all, but they win. And I just thought, no, I'm not up for that. No, seriously, I don't give a fuck. Seriously, what we discussed puts us in a target. We've already got a tag next to our name. The point is, you know, you've got to get over that. You know, I'd rather be. I certainly wouldn't be a mouse. You know, be loud and proud. Absolutely on that one. Yes, you're going to get slagged off. Yes, you're going to be rebuked. Do you really care? No. No. Because you focus on what's right out there, what you know to be yourself, in your own heart of hearts. Yeah, that's it.
Well, it is about the kids. That's why they are scaring them that much and hurting them that much with all the pedo shit and all the stuff that's going on. So
I found out that was, I just thought, that's crossed my line.
I think we should talk about that, definitely.
The West Coast, right?
And education and...
in Argyll, they had this thing called the Old Way. There wasn't very many pedos in the west coast of Scotland, I can assure you, especially on the islands, because even if there was a sniff of that, they just fell off the edge of a clambo or on the edge of a creel, and nobody questioned that, and I think that was fair enough. You know what I mean? Because there's no excuse, there's no way that you can rehabilitate somebody that does that.
No, I agree. I think our judicial system has a lot to answer for, but I think a lot of the paedophile problem is with the higher up judges that let these people off. You know, but obviously all part of their own hierarchy of Freemasons and all their brothers that, you know, that they've all took an oath to lie for. So, you know, that's why these people get away with it, you know, and it kind of like still end up as jobs, you know, in schools where they still have access to these people. This is what I can't get my head around.
If they address it fully, then they will expose how far up the pyramid it reaches and how it is used to control a vast part of that pyramid. So they can't address it harshly or properly in any way at all. They've got to do it in a band-aid kind of fashion, just to make it look like they're trying, but they're never actually really going to do it. They take people who are
dead.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they
let them take the fall.
Go after the people that are dead. So the ones that are still walking around, it's all kind of distraction. Let's all look
almost dead, like that Rolf Harris guy, or what's his name.
And they will not by choice give it up, because it is such a potent tool and a core part of how their structure operates.
Yeah,
so they won't give it up, and they won't allow it to be brought down. You know, you can expose it to such a ridiculous degree, like it's become now. It really is like P-Degeddon, the silliness that was portrayed as satire by the brass eye, wasn't it, P-Degeddon? Yeah, but it has become that now, literally, and yet even so, people are still like, oh, well, you know, what can we do? There's nothing we can do about it, it's just the way it is, isn't it horrible?
You know, see, when I honestly, Cookie, see when I hear that, how do you feel? See when I hear that there's nothing we can do, I just utter contempt for those toss banks, I really do.
Oh yeah, definitely. It makes me feel sick. Really sick.
Yeah.
That is the mindset.
These are our children. You know, whatever way you paint it, maybe they are not ours biologically, but, you know, with all the kids around us, the kids in our street, you know, I wouldn't let anything happen to my neighbours' kids if I could help it.
Exactly.
To know that these people are in institutions, you know, maybe out of our eyesight as such, but they're still there.
They're innocent. As far as I'm concerned, they're innocents, and if we cannot protect the innocent, what the hell are we all about? And for people to subscribe and say, what can we do? Do you know what? You know, anybody that says that to me, I've written them off there and there. You know, I just will not spend another minute with those toss bags.
Can I give you a somewhat esoteric analogy or metaphor for this, which, you know, as I've said often when I say these kind of things, it's just the way my mind works. This kind of situation to me is like the small village that feeds virgins to the dragon. The dragon requires those virgins, otherwise it will come and eat all of you. And these people are the kind of people who will say yes to that kind of Faustian contract. Yeah, that's what's going on here.
Saving their own backsides, that's why.
Yeah.
You know, but I think
that used to happen in the UK and other places in the Middle Ages. You know, the Druids, far before that even, you'd have the Druids going to the local gentry, believe it or not, and they would do the trick or treat, because that's where trick or treat came from. And they'd say to you, you know, have you got anybody that you can give us for sacrifice? Or do you want us to jinx you? And of course, the smart ones amongst them at the time intellectually said, we're going to have a lot of problems. So they'd hand out somebody. And that's where duking came from, you know, because he would have in the background somewhere on a hillside a boiling vat of human flesh and water and various other things and apples, right? And they would say to those who they put in a cage next to it, we're going to give you a chance. We're either going to slay you or you're going to duke. And if you duke and you survive, we'll let you go.
Yeah,
Where
I know.
dopamine came from, by the way. You know, people don't know this, and they repeat this act every year, never understanding what it's truly all about.
I think what we've got to understand is the world is a cruel place.
It is.
Cruel.
It doesn't have to be, but
Children can be cruel to each other. Children can be cruel to each other, even in the most best circumstances, in the best upbringing, in the most fun-loving environment. Children can still be cruel to each other. Different levels of psychosis, different levels of mental illness right the way through society from top to bottom. And you'll find most real psychos will gravitate to positions of power.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we run by people
But it depends
with mental illness at the end of the day. And that's how I feel.
Yeah, but these psychopaths are created. I bet you that David Cameron was
cultivated.
abused himself.
They've been cultivated, of course, yeah. Like a soldier is cultivated into a killing machine. Very much the same thing.
Yeah, but these monsters are created, so they are, from a young age they are vetted.
Yeah.
Like I say, there's different levels to psychosis. It's.
But I think
I'm looking into psychopaths at the moment.
I don't know. I think you can relate to dogs. Would you think that all dogs are psycho, or the dogs are one psycho or a mate psycho?
Well, no,
what's a bigger influence?
The fact of the issue is,
if we can tame the king of the jungle, if we can tame a lion, which is maybe what you'd consider the most psychopathic animal on the planet, if not a great white shark or something, but if we can tame that, then it shows our own mental capacity. So it's all about taming ourselves individually. Find yourself. If you find yourself, you won't need to tame yourself, because you'll find that you'll resonate with the universe, and you shouldn't have those psychotic levels of thought processes or impulses or whatever. You won't gravitate to that kind of vibration. You should be more vibrating naturally with the universe. But is the universe a cruel place?
I think it's how they've been raised. Monkey see, monkey do, as Kip would say. If they're brought up in that environment.
You could say that about myself. Is I was brought up to be something, and I rebelled against it from a very, very young age. And I never gravitated to what I was brought up to be. In fact, I was kind of.
I bet you in school you were told you were a disruptive influence.
I was hated. I was the only pupil in my school's history to be banned from a religion, and it was a religious school. I was the only person in that school's history to be banned from religion, full stop. They banned me from it. And it was a religious school, a faith school. It was a faith school.
Yeah, but remember, when they started calling them faith schools, that's when they put all religions in the one, because remember, there has to be a one world religion, which is to be secular humanism. And it's getting a free pass, and nobody's fucking seeing it, unfortunately. Because to get everybody saying, oh, God, look at this, and look at the Christians, and, well, Christianity's been infiltrated like everywhere else, like every other thing. There was aspects of that made a lot of common sense. But now it's been vilified beyond belief, because let's be honest, it wasn't that many decades ago that people actually got on with each other. We're not talking about something that never existed here. The years following post-war Second World War, and arguably for about 2 or 3 decades afterwards, people were doing pretty reasonable. They were fairly successful. They were comfortable in their lives. There was a almost utopian aspect to it. It's not something that's never existed, what we're talking about. This is something that's important to understand. We already achieved that. But what was happening was they were destroying what we already had. It's not that we've never had this. And you see, unfortunately, because of our lifespan, and obviously the media, and being able to manipulate the minds of many, as the more technology gets involved with things, people don't understand that you actually had pretty decent lifestyle, a pretty decent society, people actually getting on with each other, because you're always going to be meeting people that will go and do crazy things. That's not going to change. But there was already a reasonably comfortable, good existence within the last few decades. Let's not forget this,
Yeah.
But No, I'm not going to go there. I was going to go down a genocide route then, but I'm going to leave.
Don't get me wrong, somewhere in the world hell was happening, absolutely.
You know, the way I
what I'm
see
saying
it,
is,
well,
in parts of the world, things were doing okay, doing pretty well.
We can think about the past, we can learn from it. We're never going to be able to go back there, but if you think about it, this is how I see it. This might be nihilistic if you think about it, but the whole of our, especially the UK, that this corporation was built on genocide, theft, and fraud. Those three things, and I'd include child abuse into that as well. I'd include child abuse, institutionalized child abuse.
Government democide.
I have no respect for any part of the system. If I have to access the system, or use the system, or do anything with the system, then I do it under duress. I do it. If I have to speak, like you don't speak to a police officer, but if he arrests you, it's under duress. I'm not consenting to it.
You speak a lot of sense.
It's self-empowerment. It's all about self-empowerment. Don't feel afraid to stand up for what you believe is true. And if what you believe is true is resonating at that level, then other people should be thinking, hang on a minute, somebody's saying something good there. You know, somebody should, and it's not about following the herd neither, because then more people. I think it's all about inspiring others as well.
Yes.
Being inspired.
It's about being yourself. It's about not subscribing to doctrine that you know to be absolutely false. It's not. It's about not promoting or helping in any way. It's like, for example, everybody says, well, why didn't you vote? It's, like, come on, if you've ever fucking worked this out, come on, don't have this conversation, please. But why didn't you vote? You're not going to change anything unless you vote. You've given 4 puppets, you've given 16 puppets, but they're all part of the same fucking network. You're too dumb to understand that. I can't fucking help that, but that's that mindset. I mean, for example, in Scotland, they're going on about independence. My view, every country should be independent. Okay. Going with this one, I actually think they're going to be successful and get independence. The downside is that's only a part of a facet of which is going to be a region in Europe. And
I'm going to be on your border shortly. I'm going to be on your border shortly if you get independence.
They're not going to be doing independence for the right reasons. They've already said they're going to keep the pound. Why the fuck are you going to keep the pound?
Well,
do you know what I mean?
Is that true independence?
Exactly. And we're going to keep the royals. How the fuck is that going to be independence? Or when we're going to be part of Europe. How the fuck is that independence?
Well, who else is going to employ all the Masons?
Well, see, that to me is the core of the issue. And I will quite freely say, if I was ever in a position of power, the first fucking thing I'd say is, I'm sorry, but Freemasonry, you fucking want to be a Freemason? Fuck off the other side of the border, thank you.
I was having a chat with a friend yesterday about Freemasonry, and he's watched somebody say, let's just say, right through the ranks that wouldn't generally, you'd say, deserve how quick he's got there. It's just like, you get accelerated through whatever career you're involved in, really, I suppose. It's like jumping on an escalator, but at the end of the day, you get on the escalator, you're going to sell your soul.
You've touched on something that I feel I need to talk about. Look at Ian R. Craig. God bless him and all his fine work. But he was well and truly in deep in the oil industry. And I'm sorry, but am I the only guy here that actually says, wait a minute here, from my experience of everybody I've ever known in the fucking oil industry, you're either a nudge nudge, wink wink, or you're going nowhere in the oil industry. So, guess what? And I've said it now, that's it. I'm sorry, but whatever Ian R. Crane's doing, good work or otherwise, if he's saying that he's never been a Mason, I'm just not fucking wearing it.
Nudge as good as a wink to a blind
bat. Exactly.
Who is Ian R. Crane? Tell me.
I'll let somebody else to explain that one while I go for a pee.
He's an ex-corporate. Sorry, say again.
Is he been on the media?
Ian Crane is
not really on mainstream. No.
Fracking activist, YouTube fracking activist, filmmaker.
primarily at the moment, yeah, he's concentrating on the fracking stuff. But he's an ex-oil corporate. I don't know what exactly he did in the business, but he did something at a corporate level. And then at some point in his career, he decided he didn't want to do it again. Whether that was because, in that kind of fashion, of he didn't agree anymore with what was going on, or whether it's just because he was fired or whatever, I've got no idea. But from that point, he started doing these kind of topics, you know, typical like truther topics, conspiracy theory stuff, things like that, giving lectures and presentations and whatever. And now, at the moment, as has been said, he's concentrating primarily on the fracking.
Right. So he could potentially have been turned.
I've actually met the guy. I've actually been on a protest.
He could be just trolled opposition.
Oh, mate, John's got some good things to say.
Yeah, no, just that Ian Crane. He was on a protest that I was documenting, and he was documenting it. But his videos seem fine, seem informative. But you take, like, you know, whether he's a shill or not,
he's there to make people get angry. That's basically it. He's doing a wee bit, as you know, Cookie, of the old externalisation.
I think you should go feel a little bit angry, really, but without dwelling on it. If you feel angry enough to be an activist, then power to you. I say go for it. But
I wouldn't describe us as activists. If that, seriously, once you understand the bigger picture and you've done enough research and you're compulsive obsessive by nature, and you cross-reference and you'll even go back, you'll look at data, you'll look at videos, you'll rerun things, whatever else, based on new information, all the rest of it, and as long as you're open to all that one, the conclusions that you have to come to are quite simply the following. Anything that you join will be infiltrated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the only solution that you can come up with is that people can relate to anything you have to say and run with it. Go and fucking by all means argue with it, do whatever else. But I would say passive common sense. Because, wait a minute, you can't say that. What do you mean I can't say that? This is, after all, free speech, surely to God. So you talk when you're out. You talk to people. You don't necessarily need to be heavy with them or whatever else. But when somebody says, when I go to the petrol station today, would you like a can of X, Y, and Z? And I said, do you know what? Nice thought. The reason why I'm not having that can is because of what X, Y, and Z is inside it. That's all I've done. I've not offended them. I've not said whatever else. But guess what? They will go away and they'll think about that. Or you should go into a supermarket and you get the checkout girl or guy who said some, you know, been very friendly with you, you've been quite civilized, and as they're handing you the till receipts, you say, did you see that story in the Daily Mail a few weeks ago about biphenols A being on the outside of the till receipts? You know, things like that. You know, that's all you've said. Three people in the queue behind you heard you, the fucking girl on the checkout heard you, and you've walked away still with a smile. You've not offended anybody. Made them think.
Well, there's the thing. This is what I was referencing earlier. With your money, is being ethical with your money, because a good businessman will always learn how he lost money. Not necessarily how he made money, because if you're making money, you're doing something right anyway. How you lost money, you've done something wrong, and that's where you're going to learn something. And a good businessman will always know how he lost money. So that's how that's a good way of awakening someone up who's very closed, even a very closed-minded individual, a businessman, a psychopath. You can open a mind. Hang on a minute, I've lost money there. How did I do that? Well, this is what he said to me.
Well, it's a course, isn't it? When you think about it, you pay money to learn something, yeah. But you've learned by your mistakes. So you've paid money out, haven't you? It's the same scenario. As long as you've understood where you went wrong, exactly.
But you're using ethics. You're going to put ethics into a mind of a psychopath. See how he goes. See how he goes. But because he's on that learning process, it's going to test him. It'll test him because his mind is all about, right, I've got to learn from that so that doesn't happen again. I don't want to lose. I always want to win. Those are the people that test us. Always test them.
But you will find that most businesses that are successful in the UK, I don't know about anywhere else, but certainly in the UK, what to my horror I found was the common denominator is they also sell drugs. They also sell something that's black market, guaranteed. And the courts know this, the cops know this, I mean, you know, it always
Cops
stuns
are
me when
involved.
people would say,
The
"Drugs."
cops are involved. The cops steal drugs.
They're so involved.
You know, it's not somebody chancing their arm with a hold all going through customs, because, you know, you start realising the sheer magnitude of it, you know?
The soldiers guarding poppy fields.
Exactly.
Okay,
There
now.
was going to be a trial amongst one of the police counties over here, where they tested the police for drugs. I think like a third of the staff.
Really? Wow.
Point blank. To take the test, and they had to call it off.
Well, certainly a good proportion of them on steroids for a start. Look at the self-righteous piss. Look at the contradiction. Look at the hypocrisy when you've got guys with arms that are fucking like that telling you about grass, for God's sake. Do you know what I mean? They're taking a fucking illegal substance themselves and going, you are wrong. Well, arms like this on illegal substances.
Yeah. I have noticed. I've kind of watched videos on YouTube, and their whole demeanour. No, you know, if they fire like 40 million questions at you in about 3 minutes, you know, and you see kind of people's reactions of blah, blah, blah. The next minute, you know, they go to say something and they're cuffed against a car, or so, you know, it's like their whole insanity is just gone. It's just crazy. The police, the whole attitudes have changed, and they are like big boys, but their toys are getting a lot bigger, a lot more deadlier, and I think the whole mindset is, you know, as well as being revenue generators, is I think that they think that they are licensed to get away with what they want and lie under oath, and you know, because their brothers will back them up, and will end up applicable to us, and you know, they can lie their way out of it, and then if they does get an inquiry, you then get ex-policemen investigating policemen, which obviously
keeps coming back to
one way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, lodge number. Yes, exactly.
So at least, well, I say our police have guns. I came through Heathrow when they had that major computer glitch where, you know, about 4 airports in the UK had all the customs till computers had crashed, and obviously I got to get off the plane. Told that we would be met, which didn't happen. So then we were kind of all herded into like all of these queues, but nobody could see where kind of these queues were going, or it was utter chaos. But you know, there were policemen walking around with guns. I thought, what the hell do you think is going to happen? You know, it's just so ridiculous. But it was just ridiculous, absolute chaos. Nobody really knew what was going on, and you had these kind of like these little lads in the high-vises walking around talking into walkie-talkies. But then it was only because we'd overheard that their computers had crashed, so-called crashed. You know, how can all the technology that they've got? I think was all down to Serco.
Strangely enough, yeah.
Yeah, there was. It's supposed to be Serco's contract had come to an end, but they'd end up linking up with another contractor that was still part of the Serco group, conveniently. And so they were supposed to be getting this. I don't know whether it was the same system under a different name. That's what normally happens, isn't it?
Well, what you're seeing is a reenactment to the years before the Second World War, and what I would say we're at 1935 onwards. Yep. And what you are seeing is that same sort of false flag. Remember, it's only history repeating itself in a larger dimension. That's what it is. You're looking at mid-1930s, what we're seeing just now, just on a larger scale, and add some more technology. That's basically what we're seeing. Because every single situation that you see happening, what you see happening now, is what actually happened in the 1930s in various states or countries, whatever you want to call them, around the world. They're just doing it on a far more advanced and global basis. That's exactly what's happening just now. And now, because we've got an education system, we've already got kids doing the fingerprint thing. Whereas several decades ago, they would have been up in fucking arms about that. What? Only criminals got that one.
I only found out they fingerprinted my son after he told me. We had no letter from the school, no, no nothing. And I thought, oh great, well that was nice of them to let us know. And Curtis told me that also that they were talking about vaccinations at his school, and he said that he was given a letter. We wasn't posted or any, emailed or anything else about it. But it's just as well he's got a bit of a noddle and a bit of a fear of needles, and so he didn't bother going because he said also it had to be signed, and he just said, well, I knew you would say no anyway, so I didn't bother even giving you the note. And he said, but there was a few of his mates that went, which is tragic. Try and keep him away from needles and anything that is too bad for him, obviously. But once he's, he's getting bigger now, so hopefully he's got a good head on his shoulders. We will see. But now you were saying about talking to people. You were saying about going to the supermarket as well. When I'm there, I kind of look at what people buy, and I've managed to kind of speak to a few about aspartame and fluoride in things, but I wasn't aware about the till receipts. So thanks for that heads up. I will use that one when I go again.
See, I keep going on about it's the main engine, and I say this, and I keep saying this. But you've also got these other esoteric occult networks, these intergenerational families that have been in existence as long as we have. They're in your towns, your cities, and your villages. They are the drug-dealing families that you've known of intergenerationally. They're the criminal families that many of them go into jail and they just rinse and repeat and all the rest of it. They are your aristocracy. They're also your clergy. They're also what they're seen in the local papers doing things. And people don't recognise what they truly are because they haven't got pointy hats on and brooms. And they smile at you. You mix with them every day. And people don't understand who they truly are. That is that society within a society. And if you want to focus on anything, my best advice is start being aware of your surroundings. You look at your local papers, even in a village. Who's running things? Who's making those meetings? Who's doing that thing at the church hall? Because I can assure you, it's those families that go back intergenerationally that are part of these networks, that are part of Masonry but are not part of Masonry. They are that society within a society, and nobody talks about them.
No. It was an appropriate silence there. I thought I'd let it run on. Just like you can just see the dusty horizon with the single tree of those families in the distance, and just the silence, the desolate silence. Sorry, I put up this picture because it's one that I've kept from ages ago. I think it's because, as I do, I like to work with metaphors and analogies. It's a good analogy to the way they like to run our society. The iron railing fence. The iron railing fence is the establishment. On the other side of there is where they have their lovely palaces. Yeah. There's the Mr. Enforcer, the clown dressed up with the silly hat on. herding the sheep as they're desperately throwing themselves up against the iron railing.
Yeah. I like, I don't know whether you've seen it, there's a picture of a load of sheep and then one sheep standing on its own.
Has everyone lost sound?
Lost you there, Taz.
Yeah, might be lag.
It might be lag. You know where we're going here.
You'll just finish the sentence in about 2 minutes' time.
Anybody see that video from the live come on Yellowstone last night?
The what?
The Yellowstone Old Faithful.
I see you posted it, but I didn't watch it. Sorry.
Oh, I don't know what.
Are you talking about the super volcano sitting underneath Yellowstone Park?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, trust me. It can either go off or it won't go off. At the end of the day, it could happen in our lifetime. It might not happen for another X amount of 100,000 years. It's just one of these other distractions that they throw into the mix, of which, let's be honest, it takes an expanded mind generally to be open to other possibilities. So they know that they've got to put in, food for that one. So feed that, like the alien this and the such and such that, and the tall people doing this, and the Anunnaki and fucking lizard this, that, and the next thing. I personally couldn't give two fucks about people like David Icke. But Mr. Fucking, you do not go into Freemasonry buildings and sit on their fucking chairs, no matter what he fucking says, and goes, hey, look, this is empowerment, look what I could do. I'm sorry, that just doesn't fucking happen. No.
I couldn't elaborate, never been in one. Not as far as I know, anyway.
Well, if Yellowstone goes, we all go, so...
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not something we can stop, so it's the same with all the comet fear porn and all the doomsday scenarios. Well, when it comes, it comes.
Well, you remember 2000. Remember that one, Peter? Oh,
yeah,
wait a minute. 2 digits and 4 digits. Oh my God, it's all going to go down in a blaze of glory.
I remember a lot of Windows guys being very worried about that computer crashing.
Yeah, worried about missing contracts, probably. Yeah.
The Y2K shit.
I keep an eye on it so that I'll have enough time to go outside and watch the fireworks.
What fireworks?
If Yellowstone pops.
Alright, yeah.
Considering the time difference, you're going to have time to, do something. It's going to take a while before it reaches us. So, go outside and set up a deck chair.
Well, they reckon it's several hours, eh? So, you can either have sex with yourself or sex with somebody else. Whatever.
I knew that problem somewhere. It's, I can't get the bugger off now.
So I'm just trying to combine those two notions of going out and watching the fireworks and having sex with myself or somebody else.
I have sex all the time, usually somebody else is involved.
Whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
Who's well up on the council tax? Scott?
Who's up on the council tax?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll pay mine, if that's what you're asking.
Wow, I wonder who did that.
I mean, it's only because I'm forced to pay, obviously.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, right? Because what I've just added to my YouTube in the last couple of days is a link or two to a thing called, unfortunately named CAFR. Now, in South Africa, that could cause problems. But what it actually stands for is Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And if people looks into that, I think, we've tried pedophilia. We've tried to wake the public up about that. But I actually was quite disappointed in the amount of people that still say, that's terrible, where's Coronation Street? So, if that doesn't fucking motivate them, money does. when they feel that they've been puckered up and bent over, that annoys them. So my next tactic is to wake people up to this thing called the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Now in America, if anybody's watching from America, I think you will start shortly knowing exactly what I'm talking about. The dual set of books. Now when people actually know that they're being fucked over, by God, all of a sudden they're taking a vast interest because it's money. Now, as I've said, just to repeat myself, it's not enough when you tell them about paedophilia, because even then it still seems to be, oh well, that's terrible, I need to see EastEnders. But when they're feeling, really understanding that they're being fucked over financially, that, I truly believe, will make that wee difference to wake yet more people up. So it's CAFR. So type that into YouTube or Google Comprehensive Annual Financial Report.
So what does it tell us?
It tells you
how they're going to fuck us.
About the dual sets of books with all states, corporations in the form of councils, and the fact that they are the biggest investors in insurance companies. They are making absolute untold billions and potentially trillions, and yet are demanding tax off you in the form of council tax, which in reality they should be giving you a dividend. Now if that doesn't fucking wake people up, I just don't know what will. And it's fact, by the way. Oh, absolutely it's fact. So for those listening in on the chat and whatever else, I'm sure one or two of you are going to start looking at that. And I know that's going to piss you off. It's going to piss you off. And if anything else doesn't motivate you, this will.
See, my cat wants some fuss and I've already forgotten about it.
I think Kip's forgotten about his computer as well.
Well, maybe the way to do something, like get rid of these horrible toxic cans of beer that he's been drinking.
Howdy-ho!
Well, getting back to the question, though.
Hello, guys. I was just actually trying to sit back and enjoy the chat for a change, man. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, I can understand that one. But honestly, that's true. You go and start looking at Kaffir. Seriously.
Is everybody
coming through loud?
Is everybody still friends?
Absolutely.
I feel like we are.
Oh wait.
Was we not supposed to be?
Kip and his big wooden spoon.
Joke, but I kid you's not, guys, right? I haven't listened since I ducked out, so this is me just ducking back in and me taking a stab at the dark and just having a joke and a giggle.
You bam pot.
I'm a bam pot.
He has been drinking tennis. Come on, give him some leeway here. Yeah.
I accept that. Cookie knows what a bam pot is. But aye, folks, man. Sorry, guys, man. That's me just to back in, man. But
What we missed?
I'll take it you're a wee bit sozzled.
Hey.
A wee bit. Yeah, I think the expression is lightweight.
Twice to the wind.
How's it going, Dave?
Not bad, mate. You?
No, not bad.
Yeah, the reason I brought the council tax up is because recently I went into part-time, and when I did, before I took the contract up, I went and I worked it all out, by the .gov UK to see what benefits and see whether it was to an advantage to drop what I was doing as a carer and go back to work. It works out. Before buying food, I end up with leaving £8 a week. it's like, what do you do? So I got on to him about this. He said, I've still got to pay like 25 quid a week on rent and, what was it? Nearly £30 a month in council tax as well. So it's like off £100 a week and you're left with £8 a week before food.
Yeah, but that's part of the control mechanism, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is why it's important. I mean, like, say for example, somebody solved your situation individually. You'd be happy, correct?
Mm.
You would no longer talk about council tax, would you?
Well, I don't agree with that, and I know the back, well, I don't know the ins and outs of council tax, but I know it's a fucking made-up law and all that bollocks.
But this is why I'm talking about CAFR, right? I know it's unfortunately named if you know anything about South Africa, but it's this thing, honestly, I personally think it's probably the most potent weapon to actually wake the public up. It's just never discussed. It's another one that's never discussed. It's been discussed in America at certain aspects, and by God have people proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt. But I would argue that this is a globalized system, and that all your councils, I mean, remember, what was it, these crashes in the last few years, and all of a sudden you started to hear that some councils had lost some money in certain stocks. But that was just like a wee window into saying, wait a minute, nobody said, wait a minute, the council's fucking got shares in stock markets? But nobody followed that through. You know, that stunned me, by the way, because I honestly thought people would go, wait a minute, how the fuck have councils got investments in insurance companies and stock markets?
The churches do too. In arms companies.
They're one of the biggest.
In arms companies, isn't it?
They run the councils, right? So let's not go back to the church thing, right?
It's all
people
church.
start suddenly going about religion and whatever else, and you know their own phobias about whatever. But understand that the councils, which used to be, remember, called corporations in the UK, until people started going, wait a minute, a corporation's a business, so they called the councils. Remember that one?
Yeah.
So, why is it nobody's saying, why has councils got shares and stocks in companies on the stock market? And how big is that? Because nobody talks about that one. Do you know the truth of that is? They are actually the biggest investors in stock markets. Yeah. Government and big business are one and the same.
Wow.
And the truth of the issue is that there is a lot of news out there. But we don't get the fucking proper news, do we? We don't get news that matters. Unless you hunt around on YouTube for forever.
I know. Listen, I was relatively long before YouTube. It was tougher, but I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't say that YouTube was the be-all and end-all of people waking up. It was another tool to expand that. And remember, this is still part of their externalization of the hierarchy. The only reason we are communicating is because they allow us to do so.
Correct.
So, see where I'm going. You know, let's not forget this.
I mean, for me, YouTube was massive.
Yeah, but even when you look at what was his name, Tim Bernard, whatever, you know, Mr. fucking Internet, right? On the surface, you have to respect the guy, right? Because he handed something that you could have asked billions for overnight, and whether they were happy or not, they would have given them those billions. Yeah. Now, on the surface, he's probably the greatest guy on the planet for giving us access to information that otherwise we would never have had access to.
Was he not funded through the military, though? It was a military project, anyway.
So, in a sense, is that the externalization of the hierarchy?
It's never not been plugged into them from day one. They've had it plugged right up their ass from day one with all the information fed right into the mainframe, every keystroke, everything. But they've also give us. I think they give us a good weapon, though. I think they give us a good weapon in terms of like you know, a new community. It's a new community. I think.
Again, I think they only allow it. Well, you know, they've kind of got hold of all the patented patent office or patent, we say. So you know, all the good ideas, you know, end up getting stolen, or, you know, I know of somebody that had their patents kind of whipped out from under them.
Yeah, that was the whole purpose of the patent office.
Sorry?
That was the whole purpose of the patent office.
Yes, to fake the good stuff.
I know Kit's changed my volume. I don't know if it's gone down or up.
Yeah. Hello?
It's still here.
We're still here.
You know, they get hold of the patents to these projects, and, you know, they militarize the hell out of them, and then when they can't kind of get any more use out of them, then they let us have them. So I think, you know, we're kind of, from what I've heard, about kind of 50 years behind the technology that they've got.
Well, look at Tesla. Look at Tesla.
Yeah.
Can you hear me okay? I don't know if you people can hear me okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Tesla, right? Tesla was probably the most intelligent guy that has ever walked this planet, right? I think you would agree with me, Cookie, on that one?
Yeah, certainly in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy that invented radio. Not Marconi, that was Tesla. Wi-Fi, 100 years ago, was Tesla. Don't kid yourself with anything else. The spark plug, guess who? Tesla.
Yeah.
Wireless free energy, enough to power the whole world? Tesla. Yeah? The list is endless. He did something like 700 patents, and yet died of pauper. Yeah?
Robbed by Mr. Rothschild,
yes, James Morgan and you know, Wardenclyffe and all the rest of it. I mean, that's true history. Only recently is people actually talking about this, right? Seriously.
He had an electric-powered a car that went over 80, you know, 100 years ago. So
yeah, exactly. Tesla. Now, why is it that the education system doesn't even tell you about what he was told to make, which was AC power? Remember that one?
Yeah.
Why is the education system not saying, hey, there's this guy called Tesla? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just ridiculous. You know?
I think schools are more indoctrination centres now than, you know, buildings of education. They all look like office blocks as it is, so I think it's all pre-programming to go out, be a slave, and go.
Well, history is their story. Oh.
Sorry?
I say history is their story, so they can manipulate the facts and the stuff that we know. So that's so-called education.
That's academic history. That's how I find it. Academic history is what they use as their justification for whatever. Real history is different to academic history.
Cookie, do you remember the old electricity meters? Do you remember the old electricity meters that buzzed in the 70s? Remember? You know, the electricity meters that would hum?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that they were actually producing 1/3 of the power at the meter? Did you know that?
Is that through the cable? The accumulation on the cable ends up giving
it was very like magnets on, believe it or not, an aluminium disc and all the rest of it, which there was a few within the electricity industries. They actually understood that. And would you believe that 1/3 of the power that you were getting through those meters was generated at the meter using Tesla-based technology? And nobody knew about that either. That's a fact. You know, seriously, none of this was just overnight. You know, do you know how lonely that is sometimes when you're trying to explain that to people and they're like, oh, you know?
That's that perception effect like we talked about before. People see history in very short terms, and they're programmed, unfortunately, you know, to see things in short terms, so they have a short memory span. They're easily jumped from one thing to the next. Again, the reference in the educational stuff, you look at a lot of the stuff that kids are bombarded with now, it is that very rapid change of what's going on, and that keeps them in a state where they're not concentrating, they have less ability to focus.
Yeah, I agree.
These people that we're ranting about, the usual label, you know, whatever, they work in much longer cycles of time. So for them, a whole generation is, you know, normal playing field.
Yeah,
So they knew full well they'd be doing stuff like this around now. A lot of what is going on at the moment, I feel, was planned in the 20s and 30s.
Yes, it's very true. And before. Yeah.
I think there was building blocks in the previous decades prior to the First World War and all that, like they were required building blocks.
Yes,
but a lot of what we're experiencing of the rapid onset of the technocratic corporatocracy is being done right now in front of us, and that was planned 80 to 100 years ago.
I think we're moving on the next step.
In the 1927 movie Metropolis.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, did anybody see the big fucking pagan symbols behind the droid? You know? And you're like, wow, this is 1927. Really? Am I looking at this? You know?
Remember as well, in that respect, it came on the trailing cusp of the arts and crafts and the Art Deco.
Yes, Art Deco, yeah. And even that was solid.
The rise of the sort of coven aspect was endemic by then. So yeah,
yes.
It didn't surprise me when somebody pointed it out to me. It was like, yeah, there is. This is their god that they're trying to create.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the god machine, yeah.
Yeah.
Man becomes God.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it David Hume? You know, that was another, you know, philosopher come whatever else, blah, blah, blah. And you go up the high street in Edinburgh, and there's this book, and nobody understands. He's standing on the Bible, pointing out the fact that man becomes his, we no longer need this. Man becomes his own God. That was what that was always about. And it sits there in the high street in Edinburgh, on that Royal Mile, that's not a mile, that's used in so many other places in architecture around the world. Yep. Look in Scotland.
Well, the man-machine meme is very much a scientific meme, so the man is a machine, they look at us as a machine, and then you go into the medicine and medics and all that stuff, but it's they have a robotic view of us. So.
Yeah, that's why science, you've ended up with what could be called scientism, which is the religion of science.
Well, that comes under humanism, doesn't it?
I think so, yeah. But the way it culturally sort of emanates, you know, the way people actually go about treating it and utilising it, it's like any other religion.
It's a literal translation.
But they are, I think, trying desperately to persuade us. This is why, you know, all the transhumanism kind of subcultural programming, they're trying to persuade us that they can create something that will make you superhuman, godlike. You know, they're completely missing the point.
Remember Nietzsche's, what was it, Superman, superhuman, and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have a bionic man at the World Cup, so.
I think when you look back, that was what the bionic man was all about in the 70s, you know? It was all about the externalization of the hierarchy and selling that to the public. And let's be honest, we're now at this level where you've got various supposed scientists and professors of universities around the UK, never mind anywhere else, where they're going, come on, there's going to come a time very shortly, and they're talking about the next 20 years, aren't they, Cookie? Where they're saying,
definitely.
You've got to be stupid beyond belief not to want a fucking chip in your head and learn a language in 2 minutes. I mean, who wouldn't want that? Come on.
Well, the bionic man didn't have a battery running out, so I think the bionic man that we have currently does have that problem. So
no, that's what I just wanted to bring in. This is referencing as well back to the Tesla tech and what happened to the Tesla tech. It didn't just vanish out of existence. They took it and started working on it and utilising it and planning for it. They now, I'm pretty sure I said this as well the other way, they're now presenting this idea of having the little microchip in your head which is powered from external Wi-Fi electricity. So using the through air transmission of power that Tesla developed, you can have these chips in your head that will do things like teach the languages and whatever. Yeah, that won't be all they'll do.
You're wired into this matrix, and it really is quite frightening when you realise that even in the 60s they had the hardware and the computing power to make that happen. Where are they at now? Do you know what I mean? Seriously.
IBM, in that respect, just sort of being a bit of a nerd, IBM in that respect is an interesting company to delve into and read up about.
Intel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't it also convenient that they are such megacorps that they are now, that they affect so many people's everyday lives with the slightest tweak of their technology?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Intel.
Everything's going to plan all the time.
Right. Well, Intel just came out with an article that they want to boast the wireless everything. So the wireless power, wireless connections, wireless everything. So no more wires, and that's very much the Tesla tech. Tesla all about.
The other side of it as well is things like micro harvesting, which will use your bodily energy, your bodily electrical output to power things. So things like they started doing these, what they're calling smart watches, which is basically like a smartphone but on a bangle, so you wear it like a watch. Yeah.
Very dangerous.
At the moment, they're still normal battery tech, as far as I know. But another aspect of that making everything wireless is that if objects have micro-harvesting ability to power themselves, as soon as you pick them up, you start powering them. Does that make sense?
Yes, exactly, because like most of the RFID tips are either powered by yourself or powered by the scanner. And that's been the case for at least 3 decades, I would argue. Easy.
Yeah, RFID chips have been around for quite a while. It's surprising thinking about it, just how long they have been.
Well, I remember when I joined the RFID journal about, oh God, now it must be about 15 years, whatever it was. And they were already telling me and sending me data on how they could spray RFID technology into ink on the side of a can or a bottle or a page, and it had the computing power then that was just utterly ridiculous. There was another example where one of the universities down south, I think it was really almost around about the same time, where they had an ant with a chip between its mandibles, right? And that chip had between 300 and 400 times the computing power over the average desktop at the time. I'm like, what? And they're actually talking about this in lectures, and I'm thinking, why the hell is nobody else hearing this? That really puts it in perspective, Something that sits between the mandibles of an ant with 300 or 400 times the processing power of what you're probably sitting in front of just now, because obviously every year that goes by, do you see where I'm going here? That's insane, So you're putting something with that kind of computing power in something that you can inject into the back of somebody's hand, the forehead, whatever, and they're being told, oh, it just does a couple of things. Really?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, that's really heavy duty, and trying to get people to understand that, I'm okay for beer at the moment, thanks, Alan.
I'm not.
It's in everything. It's in products. It's in clothes. It's in everything. So it's gonna end up in everything. It's a great data collection tool. I think with the latest tech, with the smart surfaces moving to the skin, so where you don't have a touch screen anymore, but your skin turns into a touch screen, so everything your touch is detected
well, even look at Google
and recognized for what it is. So
even look at Google Glass. Getting the public to go, hey, I'll do that. Never mind the fact that, I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, you look like a dick.
Frequencies they're running it, right? As all these people have got mobiles to the side of the head, and even amongst us, I bet you either somebody in the chat room or in amongst us who still does this, the mobile to the side of the head, never realizing it's breaking down the blood-brain barrier. you know. Not to mention the tumours they're on their guaranteed to create something, you know. And trying to tell people because you care about them. Listen, I go speakerphone for a reason, and you know you're looking at people you care about, and they're doing this constantly. My girlfriend, God bless her, she still does this, and you're stuck between, do I nail it or tail her and show her all this and for her to get this over? I mean, you can only just keep trying to chip away, you know?
Yeah, that's all you can do. It's just, I think, as you know, try and tell as many people as you can to put it on hands-free, you know?
Absolutely.
Don't put it anywhere near your head. You know? I had a friend that had a Wi-Fi box next to her bed, and wondered why she couldn't sleep for months on end and was having disturbed sleep. So I went round. I was horrified when I saw it.
Yeah, because you
get that out of your bedroom right now. You know. So at least I hope I've maybe given her a few better.
It's all you can. It's all you can do. But it was tough for me in IT, you know, and you're going to clients and you're looking at their kids, you know, you know them over a period of years, you see them growing up, you know, and you're like, you know, like seriously, although I'm in IT, but I would rather you were cabled than wireless. And let me show you a few videos of why. It's not helping me as a business, far from it. And there's plenty, believe me, there's plenty of people in IT, both male and female, who know what this is doing to them. But their view is, well, if they don't know, fuck them. And I just can't do that one. I just can't. You know, I'm like, listen, you know, there's ways you know, like you can do it now with plugs, where you can, you know, put the technology into plugs in a house, and you can still have the hardwire scenario. You know, you're looking at all the solutions of which can avoid the wireless aspect.
Yeah.
They're fighting against the media that keeps selling it to them, you know? God, you know?
They want everywhere to be saturated by a signal, the reach of a signal. They need it to finish the global coverage. That's why Google is launching their own satellites soon. They're spending however many billions on launching several satellites that will beam Wi-Fi transmission to the remoter areas of the globe. Because they need that complete ubiquitous cover.
Yes. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And they're also buying up all the robotic companies as well. So I've heard.
Yep.
They're also buying up all the testing facilities. You can no longer just like test your water and whatever else, and hope to get some honest answers to wherever you send it off. There's no privately owned, you know, i.e. by the public, places that you can send that sort of, you know, data to.
Sorry,
I didn't know that. Wow, thank you.
I heard that echo back then when I shouted out Goo. Sorry, just doing my interrupting because I wanted to shout, like, Google is setting itself up to be the Ministry of Truth.
Yep.
Yeah. They control all the information you see. They tell you that they are not evil. You remember that classic Google logo? Hide in plain sight, invert everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Black is white, white is black.
They have forced their way to the front of the pack such that now they have become an absolute monopoly. No matter how much the few search companies out there would protest, say, oh no, we're competing with them. It's like, no, you ain't.
I think that's the biggest joke, especially with all NSA revelations going on.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Google car is driving through your street, making pictures of everything. It's like they're collecting data on everything and anything. So, and nobody's talking about that. Nothing.
Yeah.
At the same time,
they're the good guys.
One of the most sinister things I think they've done is they've messed with people's heads to the point that whenever somebody wants to reference any bit of knowledge, there's some question they've got, the thing that comes to the front of their mind is Google it.
Remember,
things like them collecting all the Wi-Fi data that got out after they collected all the Wi-Fi data.
Yeah, Germany pulled them up about it. Remember that?
Right, and the same happened there in Holland, and it happens country for country, you know. Some
And the public, they never turned around and went, "What the fuck? You're not only you're not happy enough taking the picture of my front door, my back door, my side door, but you're also scanning and accessing and essentially hacking my fucking Wi-Fi connection." Nobody went turned around and went, "Do you know what? That's bang out of order." And that's the thing. This is when you realise that even in 30 years, for God's sake, what people were in the 1980s, they're like fucking shrunken balls compared to now. You know, seriously, it's ridiculous how what people would have been up in arms like 20, 30 years ago, going, "That's just not fucking happening. That's that," and things would have been dealt with. But now, people are just, let's face it, a shadow of their former selves.
I think they've been bred and whipped into that state of mind.
Yeah, from a very early age.
Yeah.
So.
And that brings us back to that point that's why we're here. That's why people are going through this process. That's why more and more people are getting to that point of going, hang on a minute, what the fuck? I ain't standing for this any longer.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here we are.
I found to balance things for me was to go back to where I thoroughly enjoyed things like Argyll or whatever, you know, the rawness of the great, of phenomenal scenery. You know, when you look at Scotland, I mean, okay, I am from Scotland, you could say I was very biased, but this stunning scenery that is around Scotland, especially the west coast, you know, Purple Hills, Glens, you go to places where it's just like, you can still see the lobster or whatever else, you know, 50, 60 yards from shore on these, you know, these wonderful waters. They've got pros and cons by all means, but by God, did it ground you, you know? And absolutely. And that, the intergenerational communication and the fact of them dragging the 80-year-old and the 8-year-old to the social gatherings, I found, even back in the 80s, stunning. You know, it was just phenomenal because you just learnt so much about what was right. You know, what just you knew to be, you know, something that you'd want to relate to. You know, phenomenal.
Yeah, you certainly have got some nice scenery up there.
God, yeah.
You know, all kind of I'm surrounded by down here at the moment is like a concrete jungle. You know, the parks are being gradually crept out and sold off. The schools, you know, the playing grounds are all being slightly sold off, and housing estates built up everywhere. You know, all the cultures around all being mixed in, kind of like a soup, but kind of we're all being like stacked and packed over here. So, you know, I live quite near London, so it's you know, all our greenery is gradually, slowly disappearing, and you know, stress is obviously a major killer amongst people, and I think, you know, you're losing all the beauty around you. So, you know, just kind of appreciate what you've got, where you've got it, and when you are out and about, you know, just take a better look around. You know, find something nice to kind of think about, other than, you know, all the day-to-day stuff. You know, go and look at some nice, beautiful trees and things like that. So yeah, I think people don't have the time to stop and look sometimes because they're too busy, you know, doing this and doing that and finding out, you know, what's on TV tonight. And
I remember about 5 years ago, Taz, that I listened to a thing called The Lark Ascending, right? And there was various versions on YouTube that you could download or listen to or whatever else, right? And there was one particular version in which, you know, it's the same music, but there was this picture of a bird surrounded by grassland or whatever else. And I almost burst into tears because I just thought, listening to that and seeing that image, which to me represented, you know, freedom of some kind, freedom of movement. You know, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. And I thought, and I started dropping that link to so many different places, just being a devious Scotsman. And apparently now that's the top of the classic charts these days. You know, apparently of the old time, the Lark Ascending. And I thought, I think I made some effort to make sure that happened, because you try and remain small, but you also try and do what you do with what you have. And I just thought it made such an impression on me. You know, and you should listen to that one sometime. Type it in, the Lark Ascending. It will give you various variants on the theme. You'll see one that's just got this bird surrounded by grassland. That it's not even the full version, but to me it was a very potent symbol. And in my usual devious, sneaky way, I just kept dropping that on newspapers and various other things, knowing that people would relate to that. And apparently that's at the top of the classic charts just now. Wow. You've got to give people reason.
Well, I was out walking the dog earlier on, and I could hear some music, and kind of this music was really, really nice. I just kind of stopped and listened. And then I looked up and I could see a seagull just kind of, it was just gliding on the wind, and with this music as well. It was just a nice moment, such a nice moment, you know. Nice. And then the seagull kind of went off, but it was just very nice to kind of just look up at that point and see this seagull, you know, just nice, gliding along. It was just,
that's why I put an avatar on my YouTube as a seagull. Because I have to respect them. You know why? You know how so many people vilify the seagulls, you know? You've got to respect them, you know? As a species, right? They don't give a flying fuck. Have you ever seen a skinny seagull? You know, you've got to respect them. You've got to, you know, I mean, where I stay, right, without mentioning names, although I'm sure they all know where I am anyway. You know, you see them locally, you know, like the new ones, you know, the babies, the whatever, the chicks. You know, they're already a fair old size, and you see them standing on cars. It's just like, I can never be offended by them, because to me, I think they've got it sussed. You know, they've looked at things and just went, oh fuck that. You know, that's why, you know, my avatar is a seagull sitting on top of a thing with no seagulls, you know, with a big red line across it.
I like that.
Just volumes, you know what I mean? It really does, you know. And let's face it, if things that are supposed to be far less intellectual or smart than us can work that one out, do you see where it goes? Do you see where I was going with that?
So, do you have the same kind of respect for rats?
Well,
I do.
There I would say that it's in the mind sciences, and I would question why you said that. I'll be honest with you. Why throw that one into the equation? Really, seriously. Why throw that one in?
I do have that empathy for rats in the same way that you do pigeons.
Now, the only reason I say what I said was because I know that during, especially the 60s, they were using things like rats at so many frames per, you know, whatever second, and they were using that even in the last 15 years as regards some political aspects of videos in America. That's the only reason I'm a bit sensitive with that one.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't mean it in any offensive kind of fashion. But,
no, I understand that.
I mean, the parallels between pigeons and rats are quite similar in the terms of they're both seen as pests. They're both very successful animals. They both go around fat, as you say, and seem pretty happy about it. And I personally do have a respect for both rats and pigeons, and seagulls and the like.
On a common sense aspect, right, when you look at rats, the trouble with rats is you've got that aspect of what's called Weil's disease, and that's pretty fucking lethal stuff. Like, you know, it's like if you've got that, just put yourself in a cling film and that's off you go. Because the chances of surviving that is pretty slim.
I do realise that rats are responsible for disease and have caused a lot of issues, but you know, that they didn't do it maliciously towards us. And so for me,
I mean, even the fish farm industry in the west coast of Scotland had these problems with things like frunculosis and all the rest of it. And some of them actually said that this was down to seagulls. It wasn't the case. I mean, seagulls are vilified, very much so. But I would argue that they are a very good example of a successful species who have adapted like no other. You know. And I mean, see, you know, another thing I notice about seagulls is they'll attack some people, but they won't attack others. You know, I've gone to places where, you know, seagulls are apparently regularly attacking people because they've got young. And I've walked in amongst it, and they're like absolutely fine with me. It's like they're another species, I would argue, like animals. Dogs is another good example, where they'll get on with some people, but there's always some, you know, they'll look at a certain individual and they just won't go near them. They have they've got senses that most of the population, and probably including myself, don't. They can sense something at a level that, and maybe it's another reason that dogs are demonized, because they're very good judges of character, I would argue.
Well, anybody who's owned a pet kind of knows that there's that inbuilt nature that they have of assessing things in a different way, and often in a quicker way, and often in a better way than we do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because it's their life on the line, isn't it? Sorry?
Dogs live in the moment.
Yes.
And their love is you know, I mean, you know, when you know, Taz, I'll give you that as another example. When I was asked in the last few years to do something for a charity, I picked a dog's charity. And the reason why I picked a dog's charity was I realised as things got progressively worse, people have got a bad habit of taking something on, and then as their circumstances change, just discard them. You know this yourself. And I realised more and more that things like dogs, cats, whatever else would be vastly affected in such a negative way. I strongly suspect that the creation of the PDSA, if anybody's heard of that, was to humour various other occultists that actually did care about animals, knowing that what they were doing in the big bad world out there to destroy countries from within and thus stop people's ability to pay for things easily, was to humour certain occultist groups within what was going on, because they still care about animals. They still relate to animals. They still love animals. They just see us as a separate species, of which has been promoted as, well, as Prince Philip said, you know, a cancer on this earth. So they created the PDSA to help placate and humour certain occultist groups who still had a lot of affinity to animals and nature, because they realised, you know, just to repeat myself, that as many lost their ability to pay their way in life or successful careers, even in working class level, that they could no longer look after their animals or pay for their veterinary bills, and thus the PDSA was created. Because even in the PDSA, what you're seeing now is the examples left, right and centre, and the subliminals of eugenics and the reasons why.
Well, I mean, paying for your pet's a serious issue, isn't it? I mean, I'm fortunate at the moment that I can afford to have a cat. But if it got to the stage where I couldn't eat, where I wasn't eating, and then obviously if I wasn't eating, she wouldn't presumably be eating, and I'd feel fucking terrible about that. I'd feel worse about not feeding her than not feeding myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I mean,
that also shows what is that compassion. And that's another thing they want rid of, don't they?
It shows that you're not a psychopath.
Well, no, yeah. I just love my cat, you know what I mean?
But that's no weakness, is it? You know, I mean, I remember saying to this charity called Second Chance Kennels or whatever else, I said, well, you know, I really respected what these women and other people were doing. I even handed them a bottle of wine, as well as money and whatever it was. Yeah. And you know what? The woman turned around and she says, do you mind if I raffle this? And I'm thinking, what the fuck? I've just handed you money, and I've handed you dog meat and whatever else. That was for you. But they're so selfless that their immediate reaction is, well, I'll put that towards getting more charity. You know, and I thought, well, I can't argue with it. You know,
they've got to be proper resourceful, haven't they? I mean, I went and got my cat from the Blue Cross, like a rehoming shelter place.
So anyway, I then said, Owen, you know, my statement on this one is, what I love about animals is love and affection without fear of rejection. And do you know what she says to me? She says, can I quote you on that? Fuck. And I'm like, I didn't think that was that unique, you know? Call me a big care bear, but that's another thing. You know, there's no weakness in showing love and care and compassion and all the rest of it. You know, but society's been programmed to see all that as a weakness.
No, I don't have any fear about it. I love my cat. What more can I say?
Well, look at women. God help anybody that does anything to their kids. I wouldn't fucking mess with them, would you?
No.
Nobody would dare.
Well, exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Woman's pub, you're asking for trouble. That's all I can say.
They can make decisions that few guys could. I think that's truthful, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Whoever said that the women were a weaker sex? Fucking how naive are they?
We're all women in the womb.
Yeah, I think some have been, with the amount of drugs that have been diluted in our water, it seems as though men are being more sexualised towards, you know, behaving and growing these moves and things, you know. Yeah, men having more women's tendencies now than ever, and it's kind of becoming, dare I say, by the media's point of view, fashionable.
Well, we're all supposed to be new men, aren't we?
Sorry?
Did you know
We're
that
all
women
supposed to be new men.
teachers before this education system? Did you know that? That women were primarily the teachers, you know?
Mm.
Yeah. And men are being more, you know, where their families are being separated, you know, the kids end up with the mother, away from a father figure, which is kind of a form of authority, to then be left with the state as a parent, so to speak, and kind of the state is kind of intruding more on the families now than ever. As a form of control, grandparents are not getting close to the kids, and you know, being shut out. The families kind of been decimated. As such, we're all being separated away from one another. You know, in regards to even going out in public, you know, we're made to think that there's a terrorist behind every blade of grass, and kind of we've kind of separated away from each other. And I think now, you know, maybe hopefully with, you know, regards to the internet and all the social media groups, we can have more of a chance of coming together, maybe having a bit more influence and, you know, in our own communities, you know, talking to people around us. And that's you know, what we can do locally as such, and you know, getting on the internet and spreading it globally, you know, and hope that somebody hears a voice.
I think I've been missing a whole conversation in the chat, you know.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said I think I've been missing a whole conversation in the chat.
Yeah, there's
Got a couple of chats going. I'm trying to follow the conversation. I'm commenting on Google Hangout, and I'm also commenting on the YouTube page.
Oh, fair play.
I'm multitasking.
Yay!
Well, I've got to admit, I didn't trust my computer to open a Google Hangout and the YouTube page at the same time. So I do apologise if people have
Just
fired questions at me.
Make sure you mute your YouTube channel, otherwise you'll get feedback on the cycle.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, I've got my headphones on anyway, and I wouldn't subject you to feedback. I'm fairly well versed in not feeding back. Well, it's proper annoying if you've got one person that's just feeding back or rustling microphones or whatever, isn't it? It drives you nuts.
You get used to it after a bit. But you see, it's getting better now. We seem to have ironed all the little creases out now, don't we, guys? Get nice and smooth, really. I think this is a lot.
Of course, the other thing is we've all got strong personalities, and that, you know, you have to remind yourself sometimes, you know, when you're so passionate about the subjects in hand, it takes a wee while to sort of, you know, temper yourself and step back, and because you know you're so passionate about all of it. And all of us have got different information, and you want to share it. It's become, it's not an obsession. It's just, it's the life you lead now. You know.
To be honest with you, I've come in here more to learn than anything. You know, kind of find out your experiences of things. I don't know, like, I presume that everyone kind of does the same type of thing as I've been doing, and that's like you hunt around and try and find sources of truth or sources of things that aren't right, so you can kind of put question marks over them and question them and ask questions, and then you kind of build up this kind of framework of knowledge which says, well, you know,
no, you go way, actually over time you go way beyond that. You know,
yeah.
The rest of it is just how you deal with it.
So
beyond a certain point, I'm sure Cookie will agree with me on this one.
So
you already understand the bigger picture. It's more about addressing the solutions. You know, because
beyond 9/11 and say JFK, because I've kind of done a bit of research on those.
JFK, just to quickly let you know, he was in a luminous family bloodline situation. He's just realised how nuts it was going to get, and at some stage he had a conscience, and he made that. You know, you could type in a word with JFK. That was his last speech.
Yes.
Within 2 weeks after that, he knew when he gave that speech that he was literally putting himself on the mantle on that. He knew within that he was going to die.
For sure, I totally agree. But anyway, beyond those two things, what would you say has the best sort of cast iron case to look at? You know, as to like, you know, to go and study, which has the most cast iron, most sort of, well, this is 100% fucked. And
I wouldn't even touch them. I've been honest with you, I wouldn't even touch them. You know why? It's pointless. Because you'll end up miring yourself down, as we said earlier. I think Cookie was going into that as well. You will. And people will say, but how did it implode? How did it fall down?
But do you not feel the need to educate yourself? Because a lot of people have got a lot of questions about this stuff. And if you haven't got like reasonable, you know, well, you're going to need more than reasonable answers, in my opinion, because people don't want to believe.
Yeah, but look. Do you know when I realised it was a waste of time going into 9/11? When it happened. Within 1 day. You know why? Because I realised that most of the population had fucking forgotten the laws of physics. And on that day, seriously, I knew if people were hearing that within 24 hours, there was no point fucking pursuing it. Seriously.
Well, if
don't get me wrong, I looked at the data, I looked at various other things, I looked at whatever else. But I did know that there was no way you were going to sell that one to the public. Because they watched 500,000 tons of steel going between two buildings fall based on two planes. Based on a building that was designed to take an airport full of planes.
Yeah, okay.
Right there and then, that if you couldn't get a public to go, the fuck happened there? Who did this? You know?
Well, for what it's worth, I watched it on telly, like everybody else did, and I believed the government story, totally and utterly, until 6 months ago. Okay? Now, the reason I now know better, or I believe I know now better, is because people were out there putting things on YouTube and giving me the information that I needed when I was ready to receive that information.
You know what I thought was the most obvious thing about it? You saw most of the aviation fuel burn out on the outside of the building as it was supposedly going in. And by the way, I don't even know if it was actual planes that hit that building. Because let's be honest, it was basically a beer can. Think about this. Do you know how thin the aluminium is on an airplane? Did you know how thick the steel beams on the outside of the building was? Never mind on the inside. Yeah?
Yeah.
That should have squashed like a fucking fly on the outside of the building. You know? Seriously.
I totally agree, but I mean, I did say to you when I came in here that I was slightly embarrassed because I've been duped for 44 years, essentially. But all I'm saying is that we do, you know, like I personally feel a responsibility to know about these things. This is how I feel anyway. I feel a responsibility to know about these things, so that when people, you know, ask me about these things, or when, you know, like I'm questioned on these things, then I mean, I'm going to need, for people to convince me about 9/11, they needed a better than cast iron proof that it didn't happen that way, because I didn't want to believe. And I believe that I need to know about these things so that I can put forward sensible, logical explanations and arguments about these things for other people, so that other people can get this knowledge. If I'm 44 and I can change and become awake, there are other people that are 44 that were duped by it for...
I can agree with it. There was a gentleman I met maybe 6 years ago. That gentleman is about to become 17 in the next few days. He's an extremely good friend of mine, and I would argue that he helped me in a lot of respects, because I only awakened him maybe 6 years ago, okay? And I realised that I had a heavy burden, because this was a guy who was an ex-civil servant. Now that in itself, and I'm sure you'll agree, Cookie, these guys are very, you know, I mean, this guy to this day, if I phone him and I go round to his, I'll see a wee diary. Scott phoned me at such and such. He will write that fucking down. That's what civil servants are. They're a particular breed, you know? And to change that guy's idea of life at such an age, and I didn't mean to do that, because I liked him as an individual. This is a guy that would go, and still to this day goes to the farmers' markets. He introduced me to the appreciation of food. You know, as opposed to just filling your stomach. You know, he would describe the textures and how some farm in the middle of nowhere had made the effort to put such and such together, and the flavours, and, you know, it gave me such an insight into things I'd never looked into. And a heart like amazing. This guy, such a character. And people like that, for me, helped me out vastly to understand other things, to help round me as an individual. And I can't thank people like that enough. But to change that guy's life, essentially 64 at the time, yeah? And then to leave him for days on end when he can read and he can translate that stuff in the papers and the news. And that was a heavy burden for me. I actually apologized to him one time and I said, you know what, it was easy enough for me to say this to you, but I really, you know, I actually felt guilty about it, you know, because I thought, fuck me, to do this to a guy that's coming towards the end of his life. But all he was looking for was true friendship and character. And I can tell you, there's a circle of friends that I've got who all make an effort to go and take this guy out or go for beers with him. He's such a character, because it kept us, it helped kept us in balance. It helped kept us grounded, you know. And it's another emphasis of this intergenerational aspect. That, you know, you can't just fucking unload on people or wake them up to a certain extent and then leave them. You know, there is a,
sure, but we need knowledge.
Responsibility.
Or I feel I need knowledge, at least. You know, I feel I've got to watch BBC News more now than ever. And I don't know whether that's right or not, or whether I should not. But I watch BBC News now with a new set of eyes than what I did. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like I understand what I'm watching. I understand I'm watching the propaganda machine, rather than just, you know, taking in what the propaganda machine wants me to.
We got the first-hand pleasure of seeing BBC at Bilderberg, what they do, didn't we, Daiz?
I'm sorry, you come. I don't know whether it's the same for everybody, but you're coming through a bit muffled, Dean.
Yeah.
It's possibly me far away from the mic.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit better.
Can you go back to your original point?
You see dirty tricks down at the Bilderbergs last year. dressing up and trying to take the piss out of us.
Oh, at the festival, yeah. For me to go back to what you were asking originally, I'm more of the attitude that you investigate stuff till you feel you've seen enough. And if you're feeling that you want to learn more, because there is more out there to learn, but be aware of that. It can become like an addiction. Yes. And if you've got any inclination like OCD type problems or issues, it can hook you in and you will do nothing but this, and it will drive you crazy trying to do it because there's too much information for you to take in. It's like that sentence is too long for one breath.
Well, that's kind of why I asked you guys if you've got any.
Well, a couple of examples I was going to say. I mean, there is the classic cliche, the Gulf of Tonkin. But because it's such a classic cliche, it's good to look at because there's loads of documentation about it now.
What's it called again, sorry?
The Gulf of Tonkin.
That was the basis of the Vietnam War, wasn't it?
Yes, what they used to have the casus belli to actually start the war.
How do you spell Tonkin?
Tonkin.
Thank you.
You don't even have to be too accurate with the wording, it'll still send you there.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, another one that's very relevant, certainly if you're living in the UK, is the Iraq War. You know, go back and re-watch, because you'll find them on YouTube. Watch the little clips of Tony Blair stood in Parliament saying 45 minutes to nuclear war.
Yeah, good call.
And even if you ignore all that, by the way, the United Nations, right, during the 1990s, by the way, stated that 500,000 Iraqi kids had died based on sanctions, right? Now, there was a 60-minute interview with, I think, what was her name? Marilyn Albright, right? Yeah. Another fucking occultist loon. And she was asked by a female presenter, 500,000 people, 500,000 kids have literally died based on United Nations sanctions. How do you feel about that? And she said, by the way, it was fucking dragged off 60 minutes, kind of rapid, right? But it still does around in the net. Well, on balance, so it sounds nasty, but on balance, we believe the price was worth it. Now think about that, right? When you're still hearing from supposed truth seekers where they're going, oh, you know, there's maybe 500,000 people that have died. Fuck off. The United Nations told you that just on kids alone, in 1995, they reckoned that 500,000 kids had basically died based on United Nations sanctions alone. Never mind during the first Gulf War or the second. So why anybody, what retards come out with figures of less than, I would argue, at least 2 million is just farcical.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll have a mooch around for the Iraq War as well. That's a pretty good call, actually, because that's another thing that's within my lifetime, so I'll kind of remember it from the first time round. And it'll be interesting to watch it now. I've got new eyes and kind of see... because, I mean, I don't know whether well, I am kind of ashamed of it, if I'm honest with you now. But I was pro the war. And I was one of the few people that was, so I know that. And it's only because I've been sold a fucking pack of lies and I believed it. But I was pro the war. And I was open about being pro the war as well. Much to many people's displeasure. But you know, you live and you learn, don't you? And I confess to my infallibilities.
But listen, we're not here to judge you, mate. We all started off somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
We're all fallible in one way or another.
Well, I mean, the way I look at it now is that not that. I mean, if you look at the percentage of people that would say agree or, you know, consider themselves as truthers or searchers of the truth or whatever, we're still very, very small minority of the population. You know what I mean? So there's going to be a hell of a lot of people that never actually make it to knowing what I know, ever. So, you know, I'm fairly thankful for that.
I was just looking for a link It used to have. Looks like either the page has been taken down or something. The article title was something like 33 conspiracy theories that turned out to be true.
Yeah, well, obviously, as soon as you look for an article that's turned down, obviously it was good quality stuff. You know where it goes.
I might have watched that actually.
Remember, a lot of what we do, we're allowed to a certain amount leeway to carry on doing, because the powers that be, the security services and all the rest of it, are utilising us to fill in the gaps of what is left up there. You know, we're actually pointing them in the directions of things they need to take down or to adapt and change. You know, that's why we're still breathing.
Yeah. We're the ones that keep pointing out the holes in the fence, and if not enough people get through it in time, they come along and seal it up.
Basically, that's it.
Yeah.
This is where you get to. It's not like you're some guru status. If you put enough time and effort and you have the tenacity to continue, even although the enormity of the data can affect you, and this is why I keep saying about balance, not about New Age, Gaia, Mother Earth, yin-yang pish. At the end of the day, you have to balance it. Otherwise, you would go mad. Absolutely. I have friends who, even recently, are waking up and they're never off the phone. And you understand why they're doing it. And you understand, you have to point out to them, listen, I know you're feeling down, but tell me, although you're telling me the depressing stuff that's affected you in the last few days, for argument's sake. For me to continue to listen to this, I need to know that, tell me something that you found good in the last few days, etc., etc. And what I'm doing by that is trying to fire the synapses to balance that, to give reason for them to be continuing on, you know, to put common sense behind things, you know, to put it in perspective.
I'll put a link in the chat room for you, mate. It's on the InfoWars site, but you know, don't let that put you off. It's just another website.
Yeah, I've come across Alex Jones. I think everybody has. Everyone has their opinion on him, don't they? I've got mine.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you if you want.
That is the same article. Hang on, I'll do a screen share, if it allow me to, without going crazy. If you can see it. Is that coming up for you?
I've got the screenshot.
That's the one I used to have linked from a different site, but it gives you just quick synopses of loads of different what were called conspiracy theories in the past, but there has now over the years been more than enough proof to show them as conspiracy fact. So it's a good starting point if you do want to just sate that feeling that you need to accumulate knowledge about this kind of stuff. It's a good starting point.
Right, nice one, thank you very much. And presumably that because they're considered to be conspiracy fact now, there's hardcore evidence to suggest that they are fact, which is also what I like.
Well, I would always advise with InfoWars that you go through due diligence. You should do this with everything, really. Mm-hmm. Due diligence of look for other sources of the information, cross-reference it, check them. You know, don't just take the word of whatever website it is.
I'm not a massive InfoWars fan. I've watched enough stuff to know that they have some relevant stuff on there. This is my opinion, is they have some relevant stuff on there. But like basically anything that they can find that's vaguely conspiratorial, they'll fucking jump on that bandwagon and ham it to the hilt.
Yes.
And it can't. I don't think it does everybody else a particularly good service, if I'm honest with you. But that's not to say they don't have.
They are here as a primary and one of the biggest gatekeepers on the planet, and he's there to externalise a lot of the hierarchy, right? But at the same time, to guide them down the lines of, you know, buying lots of gold, and look how much he's fucked them over even in the last few years of lowering his regards gold prices, right? And then to take it to the next level and say, run to the fucking hills, stock up with 5 years supply of food, you'll be fine, get enough guns, sit there with your gold. But it doesn't make any tactical sense. I know this. I've discussed this with people who who skilled in many decades in the art of war, a level that is just phenomenal, and they agree with me on the following, which is and I've discussed this before, it does not make any common sense to have the best and most skilled survivalists in the middle of fucking nowhere. What you're doing tactically is getting them out of the cities. Because could you imagine those skills in cities on a guerrilla warfare sense? They would be a massive problem. So by telling them, listen, take your knowledge, your guns, your gold, your food supply, we'll get to you later is what they're translating that as. And that's exactly the calculated, because you have to understand, you have to do the whatever art of war piece, you've got to understand what you are facing. So you have to look into what they believe, how they would deal with things, all the rest of it. Whether you agree with it or not, you have to understand the mindset of those running the show behind the scenes in the think tanks, their backgrounds, how they were brought up, their families, all the rest of it and more. Things most people will not go to. But tactically, it's a smart move. You have to think like them.
Well, this is what I was saying, that, you know, kind of, you know, knowledge is power and all that, and I feel the need, like, I feel the need for a bit of knowledge.
Waco. That was what I wanted to say in response to what you were saying, Scott, about them telling to people to go out into the wilderness and set themselves up in little solitary, self-sufficient communities like the Branch Davidians, because they're quite happy for you to do that, because they'll know where to find you and they'll just come and Waco you.
Exactly. Could you imagine these guys in cities, guys and women, who have got skills in specific things, especially in relation to taking out people, guerrilla warfare, all the rest of it. You could add a vast amount of time of getting things over, you know, like you would take a town over or a city over. It's so much easier if you've got those good people out somewhere else. And you've got Alex Jones telling them to go do it. You know, seriously. You know? History will say at some point in the future that he was probably one of the most ultimate Pied Pipers ever known to man.
The other angle I like to look at it from and come from as well is from that spiritual, psychological environment of, like the one picture I was just displaying. You know, if we do the Alex Jones kind of idea, the kind of survivalist idea of go and live in a bunker and that kind of stuff, it allows them to continue what they're doing within the cities, and the cities are a major engine of all their agenda and all the infrastructure that goes along with it. Yeah, and it enables the structure. So they don't want you converting the city back to some beneficial way for the rest of humanity. No, so they're quite happy again for you to bugger off. So to me, it's the aspect of, if you do that kind of process, if you go off and isolate yourself, set yourself up in a little community and try to give the machine the finger, they're quite happy for you to do that. And it's the same kind of...
And not only that, sorry to interrupt, but not only that, you've also given the mercenaries the motivation to go find you. By the way, they've got gold. Oh, really? And we'll be a percentage of it. Bang! Off they go.
For me, I came to the conclusion or the perspective that that kind of mindset is the same mindset as the people that are the problem. You're trying to isolate yourself to you and yours and F everybody else. It's a psychopathic way of doing things.
Good call. Good call.
That's why I like projects like...
5 minutes is the most dangerous knowledge, believe me. If that was well known in America, seriously, that would completely change things on a dime.
It's why I like projects like guerrilla gardening. You know, this is a concept that basically says, well, why do you have to do gardening in a specific place, such as your back garden, you know, or grow crops in a field at a farm? You can use any available space that can sustain arable crops, etc. You know, and you see this. Well, I feel we are seeing this naturally anyway, as people are more feeling the pinch. More people are turning to growing their own food, keeping some chickens, something like that, and that is spreading back from the countryside attitude, from the rural attitude. It's coming back towards the city, and it's transforming into what's called guerrilla gardening. where people are like, any road verge that's green enough, yeah,
They used to have a name
over
for it,
plant
didn't
veg.
it was called Victory Gardens in the Second World War.
Yes, exactly the same process is happening again, mate.
Do you know that
Things
Victory
like that,
Gardens were 40% of the vegetation grown during the Second World War? Now that is no small figure, you know, seriously.
So projects like that to me are where we're trying to claw back from them this city engine that they are trying to force upon everybody.
Yeah.
You know, given their way, they'd have everybody living in the equivalent of rabbit hutches. You know.
For sure. And our reliance upon them.
Yes, because you're stuck within the confines of the city. It's like the classic cliche problem of people going to that big there London, thinking, you know, it's the city of gold, which it is, but they misinterpreted that phrase. Yeah? And when they get there, they find they're in the equivalent of a desert. To a human being, a city is a desert in the kind of way they've become concrete jungles they are now. Yeah, there is a severe lack of food sources available to you. There's a lack of shelter because you get chased away from places, all that kind of shit. In effect, to a truly free human being, a city is just a desert confinement, and they've got to travel for miles to get out near the country so they can sustain themselves.
And think about it, it's a toxic environment as well, just by Wi-Fi alone. Because
Yeah.
even if you do all the right things and you don't have Wi-Fi, you don't have deck phones, you don't do any of that, right? Your fucking next door neighbour's not doing that. You're still getting the Wi-Fi through there, you know?
So
it doesn't. Walls are not an issue to it, you know?
So, I mean, for you, Bunchinier, is it just fucking common knowledge that all this RFI, this radio, you know, frequency interference, is bad for us and bad for our health?
It's the frequency that runs it. It's the frequency it runs it.
It's not widely known about all the frequencies. I've not heard many people talk about it at all.
I don't know anything about it. I'll be perfectly honest. It wouldn't surprise me that, you know, I know that people who've lived next to generators or underneath pylons and stuff like that have had a lot of issues.
Yeah, because that's called dirty electricity. It's a slightly different subject, but slightly on the same lines, right? And people are starting to try and wake people up to that, and that's a very good subject.
Yeah.
But Tesla 100 years ago also proved that certain frequencies actually benefited you. Hence the reason why I lived to the age he did. You know, with little to no money at the end of his life. You know, he still lived that grand old age. You know, he ended up talking to, if our memory serves me right, he ended up talking to birds in a park in New York and having a drama day and whatever else. All the occultists still respected him. That's why he never got bumped off. You know, because they respect true knowledge, no matter how evil they were. You know, and he didn't obviously live in the end of his life as a wealthy man, but they didn't kill him either.
Well, no, but he brought them a lot of wealth, didn't he?
Oh fuck, and how?
Certainly did.
So they ain't going to kill off the guy that's fucking making them all the money.
But he also gave them more knowledge than they could ever hope to have dreamt of, and anywhere near the same sort of time frame. You could probably, arguably, a couple of 100 years to what they were doing, and in that respect, they never bumped him off. They never would go near him, no matter what, you know, because he was one of these guys that they just thought it's not going with the plan. But they just could not find it within themselves to kill him.
He was a golden goose.
Yeah.
He really was, just like Leonardo, you know, in his time. He was a golden goose for all these massive power players.
Yeah. Because I mean, I've got to admit, like, if you're in the system, like, you know, even if you know that it's all corrupt as fuck, as I think many people probably do when they get high up in the system. I mean, if you're getting offered a couple of $100,000 a year just to fucking get on with your job and live your life and not fucking have any grievances, then it's pretty easy just to go along with that bullshit anyway. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. If I was getting paid a couple of $100,000 a year, I'm not sure I'd be sat here talking about this stuff.
Well, it's honest, though, yeah, and believe me, I have looked into that one big style. And I've met people that have said, yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, Scott, blah, blah, blah. But let me tell you the following. You know, and even although they know that they still might be exterminated themselves, like, for example, through history, how did Hitler, you know, thank all these brown shirts to help get him into power, at least on the surface? The night of the long knife. Some of them were still doing Zeke Heil were shot, never understanding that the order came from him. You know? Same with Stalin. You know, on the surface, who helped him get in, all these various activists and whatever else. The truth was, it was the think tanks and a lot of money from Wall Street and London and various other things. But all these guys who were in these, you know, that helped set up the gulags and the torture chambers and all the rest of it, most of them, strangely enough, died within the first fucking few years of Stalin getting into power. He never... That's another running theme with these tossers. It's like Freemasonry. I've tried to tell Freemasonry, you are the fucking brown shirts. And a lot of them are starting to wake up to that. And a lot of them at that stage are now up for self-preservation. Now, because believe me, do you honestly think they want these fucking idiots around after all this happens?
You know what they've used them for? They've used them for the glut of the middle classes. This is why, I mean, this is stretching back in a big cycle. But for me, this was part of what was on my path that led me this direction. It was back when Reagan and Thatcher basically started pumping up the housing market. This is what set in motion the economic calamities that we're supposedly having now. And they did that deliberately to create a fattened middle class so that they'd have more choice, because out of the demographics of numbers, out of that percentage of people, there would be a higher percentage of psychopaths willing to toe the line. So they could fill the ranks of the higher officer type positions, you know, the upper positions that they needed, ready to further this agenda. Once they'd done that, now we're in this situation where they're using them as sacrifices, basically, financial sacrifices. They have repeated the same process of inflating a housing bubble. Into that bubble has been culturally nudged. All the middle classes are jumping on the ladder of the buy-to-let and all this kind of scheme that has been pumped into the psyche for years. Their money is then suddenly vanishing as the economy is so unstable, which we know is a bullshit. You know,
on that note, Crookie, you notice how, as I've said to you before, the Duke of Westminster obviously sold £240 million of his assets on high-end property to go to buy-to-let. But what was interesting and they didn't really emphasise was he wasn't buying other places, even at the lower echelons of the market, the lower, you know, the cheaper properties. He's building them from scratch. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
You know,
pulling other income streams, isn't it? The Quango ways of rubbing other people's backs.
Plus, he's building things on true market value.
Yeah. But you see that
cost of bricks and mortar and labour, as opposed to artificially inflated prices of, you know, houses that stand already. You know, you have to respect that. And people just sail past that. You know, they just don't see it.
This bubble that they've used, because they've done this a few times now,
for sure,
is being used again to enable them to justify in the public mind the so-called austerity measures. So in other words, you know, oh, the economy's bad, blah, 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 so we've got to do this. Whereas really the austerity measures are done for ideological reasons. Because when you look, you know, this is another avenue of research if you wanted to bother doing it. When you look into how money is created and all the problems to do with fractional reserve banking, usury, and all this kind of shit that goes on.
I've looked at that quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, austerity is absolute and utter bullshit. It's just as simple as that. If you're going to use these paper-based schemes to enable exchange and commerce, then austerity is unneeded.
Indeed. In the same way as they talk about prices going up, but it isn't actually prices going up, it's your fucking money being worthless.
And this is where that middle class that they're deliberately glutted, then allows them to have this austerity requirement, which then pushes them all back down the pyramid again, and they get thrown into the semi-destitute other classes to increase the tensions and fighting amongst each other and competition for work, all these kind of problems.
Of which, remember, they're still in denial about, so you will ask them, by the way, how's business? Oh, fine, even though that's obviously not the case.
Yep.
Because right up to the bitter end, they will actually help defend the lie.
They did a similar kind of thing in the run-up and through the Industrial Revolution, and part of the reason is the same again now. It's to suck people into the bigger cities, the bigger urban areas.
Which goes back to Agenda 21.
Yeah.
More manageable, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes people reliant on the system completely, so it therefore enables the system to get stronger and stronger and stronger. In effect, you're fighting over the energy value of people.
Mm-hmm. Well, for its worth, I'm currently living in Cambridge in kind of a nice, kind of middle upper class type area, where I'm moving back to the city, Birmingham. Probably in the next month. So I'm moving back to the city.
Yeah. Do you know that's happening more and more, mate? And at the same time, the rural areas and the sort of semi-rural areas are getting decimated because there's no work. There's a lack of properties to live in because the super wealthy from the big urban areas buy them up as holiday homes and stuff like that. Then we've got the other attack angle, which again is the Agenda 21 shit, where they're deliberately manipulating the movement of populations. So the example that we had, all that flooding recently, and even though they were on the TV, on the news, shouting climate change, climate warming, oh, it's all these problems, look what's going on. It turns out that the truth of it, when you dig through it, is they had basically whittled down the funding for the dredging plans and all this that normally went on every year to account for the flooding. They cut that all back, so it wasn't done. Therefore, when the heavy rains come, oh, lo and behold, oh, look what's happened, folks, it's flooding.
Global warming.
All this kind of shit is going on deliberately to construct a certain shape of machine, and it all revolves around that bullshitism of the big mega cities.
Now, after that, titillation, the swinging, which was even discussed by people in the 60s. You know, Paul Harvey, type it in, Paul Harvey, if I was the devil, blah, blah, blah. Very good little variants on the theme. But there was a guy who was an entertainer, come presenter, come whatever else, you know, even in the 60s discussing that, because he had some character about him, because he realised what he was involved in, and God bless that guy, you know, whatever, you know. And when I hear stuff like that, I just thought, fuck me, you know, seriously. You know, when you hear about these truthers or whatever suddenly explaining things in the last decade or two, I'm sorry, but I would argue that many fine people have been doing it several decades long before, you know, and their information is as qualitative today as it was then, you know, seriously. Yeah. And this is why we need to get out of the mindset of, hey, that was a guy 50 years ago, he must have been like a caveman. Oh, I would disagree, you know, knowledge is not anything that's new, you know, far from it.
Well, for its worth, I quite like the word truther, because like everyone should be a truther, shouldn't they?
Yes.
Well, I found it. To me, it sounded non-combative, because honestly, if anybody thinks that they're going to start doing things combative, well, they've got the life expectancy of a mayfly. Look at the system; it's set up to deal with that. They're wanting that. Be assured, they're wanting martial law. So how do you get that? They need to have people fighting with each other. It's only a question of time. You're already seeing the drum beats in various papers. Muslim did this, such and such did that, blah, blah, blah did that. And then you've all of a sudden got Britain first, UK first, England first, blah, blah, blah. Let's just start doing the flag here. It is all fucking controlled.
Yeah. The war drums are beating very loudly.
Sorry,
war is big business. Very big business.
It's the business.
It is. You are right, very much. And they use that to obviously control the population around the world, and they also use they send in the UN and the Red Cross, and when them guys turn up, that's not a good time and not a good place to be.
Exactly. Well, Congo in the 60s was a very good example of that. The UN came in there, and my God, was that a bloodbath. And very few people got to understand that. There were some videos put out there. They're doing the rounds on the net. Very good information. I mean, honestly, believe me, I don't know about anybody else's YouTube, but I actually had a pile more vids done over decades that, strangely enough, the BBC and whoever else whittled away. Because you're trying to explain to people, and you realise that you're only saying this to people, whereas sometimes the information is far better said by whoever else and done in a video format, and, you know, wonderful. And slowly but surely they were whittling away. And over time I realised I had to step up and start explaining things myself. It really wasn't my first choice.
Yeah.
But it's just, when you understand what the population's like, and it needs to be entertained, you know? It needs to have something to keep its mind going, because it's such stimulus-based these days. You know, it's instant sensation, you know, even Jones, what's he doing with the flashing lights behind him and all the rest of it? He's only going down the same fucking lights, you know?
Don't forget the hypno boobs.
Yep, yep.
Spoonful of sugar.
How you doing, Daiz?
Alright, lads. How you doing? How you doing, Scott?
Not bad, mate. Were you listening to anything in the last couple of hours?
I've just been sort of drifting in and out. My friend's with me, but he's kind of drifted off at the moment, so just getting a chance to chat now. Just listening to how they set the intrinsic value stuff, you know. I've been looking into mercantilism recently, and
Mer meaning bank, yeah. No, sorry, mer meaning water, and yeah.
It shows you it shows you their mindset. Once you understand economics, you don't need a conspiracy theory really.
That's why I call it money magic, because most of it is all just illusion. It's making a phantom out of a fart, out of an enigma. Yeah, and they're just wiggling their fingers in front of people and going, "Oh look, £1 becomes £10. It's magic."
So, I mean, do most people here believe that the global currency collapse will happen in the next couple of years?
Oh, absolutely, without a fucking doubt. They're keeping it going, and they can pull the plug in any second. And believe me, whatever member of masonry underneath them will bend over backwards to make it happen to press, the overlords.
Because I believe it will happen, bro.
They need certain other things in place. They have to make that Shakespearean aspect first, and then, so they'll fuck away with one currency for a bit, then they'll piss about with another currency, they'll piss about, and so you'll see money changing and currencies and wealth and whatever else and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what the only people that are going to be left standing out at the end of this is a few billionaires and the bloodline families. And most of the dumb fucks within Freemasonry and other organisations are cult-based. I think in some respects they do know this, but they can't stop this. They're committed to this. Because every day that they're involved in it, they're still shagging each other and having the most fun times. They are the most living for the moment people out there. Seriously. That's why there's this swaying and do what thou wilt and all the rest of it. All these judges, lawyers, whatever else, many of them are all having the most amazing weekends and all the most wonderful food and fun. They're living for today because I think many of them are actually working it out that their life in the future is no longer going to be happening.
Because, like you see, I'm not sure whether it's going to happen tomorrow, or
it's not going to happen tomorrow. No.
Or whether they're going to actually drag it out for a hell of a lot longer than we actually think. We could be here in 20 years before it happens.
It's not going to be happening in 20 years. There's there's too many people waiting up. I mean, as somebody else I noticed...
I don't think it's got anything to do with the amount of people that wake up, is it?
No, but there is actually. I would disagree. It was discussed probably a good couple of decades ago, and somebody actually pointed that out in the chat, and I thought that's spooky because that was what I was thinking. There is a level that they came to an agreement on, which is 5% of the global population. Once that reaches 5% of the global population waking up, that is critical mass. They're as well aware of it. It's a mathematical certainty. It's like the thing with silicon and computing, you know? Yeah. It's guaranteed at that stage. But in between all that, you know, the witchcraft of the media and their ability to even take people who are semi-awake and put them back to sleep is phenomenal.
But I mean, essentially, I mean, this kind of Ponzi scheme you just can't continue forever.
No, it can't. It can continue as long as they allow it.
But it can continue until your pound is actually worth less than it costs to print.
They're putting funds in it themselves.
And that could be quite a long time.
Some of their own businesses because they know it's only money outstanding. It's only wealth outstanding. You will hear this phrase, wealth is never lost. It is only transferred. Isn't that right, Cookie?
Same as energy. Because that's basically all it is. The bits of paper that they use. Well, if you have any system of exchange, of trade, you are coming up with some kind of way of representing a packet of energy. I.e., I've got a cow, you've got 2 goats, they're both equivalent to like packets of energy. They can generate something for us. We want to exchange
it could be camel dog. It's whatever you have faith in.
So if you were asked to put a date on it, what would be your date?
Well, me personally, as I said, the way things are going, I don't know about you, Cookie, I would say over the next couple of years.
2016.
Yeah.
Just simply because, as they often do, they combine multiple threads of agendas for multiple reasons and
impress each other. There's never a singular outcome. There's never a singular outcome. It's always got to have multifaceted outcomes.
Do you think it has anything to do with factor?
What?
FATCA.
Remind me, it's a financial institute, isn't it?
No, it's actually a bill that was due to be brought in on the 1st of this month. It had actually been delayed from the 1st of January. And what it basically states was that the US banking system and the US government was going to insist that anyone that was a US citizen, whether they were living in the country or abroad, they were going to get all their banking details from any financial institution around the world that they happen to have monies in.
Yeah, but that's also happening in the UK as well.
It is.
It goes under different names, but I would argue that it's selective in its enforcement, and therefore keeps coming back to when they decide to pull the plug. It's like, why would you need a judge if law was truly an open and shut case?
Well, basically, it was due to come in.
You shouldn't allow for leeway. Once the judge there, it's either the judge is either going ahead with a decision or not going ahead with a decision. A yea or a nay.
Well, basically, it means that
as long as they're there, they can control the time on things. Remember, they can print it out forever and ever, amen. Inflation can keep going up, creeping, or fast, or slow, but they can keep controlling this. They can add their own wealth to it to slow it down, because it's only wealth outstanding. They know they'll get it back, you know? So they can start putting their own wealth into the system, you know, trillions of it. You know, they can wipe out the entire debt for the world, God knows how many times over. So they can keep feeding this thing, knowing that they'll get it back anyway, and that's how they can control when they decide to pull the plug. So it's not just, oh, we've run out of that. No, they'll start putting their own wealth in there, not a problem, knowing it's outstanding. The money they give to the guys who are the knuckle draggers or in between, they want that back. It's only money they've essentially in their heads lent out to get an objective done, a goal. That's why it's down to them when they decide. The rest of it, as you know, Cookie, yourself, is other things being put in the equation. And if you've been at this long enough, you can get that sense. You know, you've got to start looking, you know, in a lot of respects, you've got to start looking and seeing from their perspective, looking into their background, understanding their mindsets. Not necessarily, obviously, agreeing with them, but you have to understand what you're dealing with.
Well, that's what I've been trying to do.
There's multiple versions of that kind of legislation being pushed through in different countries. Across Europe, the situation as it happened in Greece is a good example of how they want that kind of setup, so that when they feel the need to, they can basically just take the money straight out of your account, or put some kind of garnish on your account, so your work ends up being worth less because the money is just constantly going out of your account, shit like that. Combine that with
even the paper money that's out there. You know what? It brought into my thoughts even today when I was picking up the girlfriend from Tesco's. Okay, and I'm thinking as people are handing out paper money, and somebody hands out a 50, and you know how they're checking. You know, more and more, Cookie, they're doing that thing where they're checking money in front of people because they're vilifying paper money. They're vilifying things of which is at least
they're reinforcing the notion. They're reinforcing the notion for people that it can be counterfeited, whereas digital currency won't be able to, will it?
Exactly. Yeah. Then add to that, we could make certain currency illegal tomorrow. We could say, see anybody that's got, you know, like, see all these people that maybe have put their money in paper underneath the, for argument's sake, the bed, right? They can say, any note that's made between such and whatever else is no longer valid, or you have to go and see the Bank of England itself to get any you know, get it changed. It's absolute control. Even the money that you've got on you that's paper based, you can have it and hide it any way you fucking like, but technically they can make it non-valid like that.
So, I mean, to get back to my original question, do you think that they're going to use that as like the trigger for it? Because I personally, that's the feeling that I have.
I think they'll use one of the reasons we talked about earlier, the austerity and the global economic problems and all that. They're using it as a vehicle to bring in things such as that legislation, as well as the TPP. You know, the mass globalised trade agreements that have been formulated. Throw into that bubbling part the situation with China and Russia, the BRICS nations, where I think it was just a day or so ago, China and Russia announced they're going to start using is it rupees or rubles?
They're going to use their own currencies to trade, aren't they?
Yeah, and the same, the vehicle to sort of enable the crash of the paper economy and to set up the rise, the phoenix of the new digital economy will be that kind of situation. The technology is near enough fully implemented. Most shops now have got a way of taking your electronic cash rather than paper cash. Yeah, so all they need to do is have some kind of major Wall Street economic fuck-up, and all the paper money will very quickly get sucked back into the banks as people are desperately paying bills and buying food and whatever else. And instead they'll go, oh, well, because this is so unstable and unsafe, we'll start using this digital version instead.
Exactly. Or another example, completely, and this shows you how they can attack it from multiple angles, because remember, it's retarded not to have as many options as you can, you know, even looking at it from their point of view. You could say, for argument's sake, my God, some bastard in wherever country has managed to copy the notes so well that we can no longer we can no longer differentiate between what is real and what is counterfeit, what is a copy. So unless you get these bills in the next few days or whatever, I mean, they can come out with any piss you like. You've got to realise this, because they've made such, you know, they've got so much piss on the television, it's such sensation-driven craziness that the people will actually believe it. They will actually say, oh, well, obviously there's got to be a reason for it. And then you get your Shakespearean puppets, in other words, politicians, to come up and go, you know, it's with great regret that we've had to do the following. And, you know, it's easy. It really is. It really is unbelievably easy.
Digital storage as well enables them to better utilise inflation to a point without totally collapsing a country's economy. Because if you think about it, a digital number can go to a massive amount where you couldn't walk around with that massive amount of notes. Yeah, so you could be paying £1 million for a loaf of bread, but it's all right because it's all on a little card that you just hand over.
Oh, I've got several billion.
Yeah, Weimar, is it the Weimar?
Yes, Weimar Republic, yeah.
Yeah, it's same kind of inflation there. Rwanda, same kind of situation. But I don't like putting specific dates on stuff for things like that because people can get a bit obsessive and worried a lot about it. I don't want to see people locking themselves away in a cupboard with a tin of Spam and a Spore.
Yeah, exactly, because that's just stupid. Exactly, it really is. It's just, it's a question of knowing your surroundings. Really,
be aware that this shit is either going to collapse definitely, or it's going to grind and grind and grind to such a degree, such as the Rwanda inflation.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, you know what I mean?
If you're thinking in advance with that kind of awareness, you will be thinking a bit more carefully about where you invest your wealth.
Well, I haven't got enough to invest, but never mind.
Well, when I say invest, I don't mean shit like Wall Street. I mean, are you going to do something like buy a load of books? Buy yourself some gold and silver coins? Buy a reverse osmosis water filter, which means whatever house you move to, you can get nicer water because you ain't drinking all the shit they put in. That, to me, is an investment in your life.
Yeah.
I mean, the most common things to invest in is the things that you know that you're going to buy week in, week out. Common sense, just apply common sense. I mean, I know a lot of business guys who, listen to what I had to say. Didn't pay me, fuck all, but that's nothing new there. But literally took that on board and thought, everything from bog roll to soap to whatever commodities that people are going to fucking need anyway, in their existence. Knowing that, as inflation kicks in slowly but surely, if you're buying it on large enough scales, can you imagine the profit margins for these guys? As opposed to just dealing in paper, or just dealing with something that's fictitious?
And in through the door walks the Walmart representative. Or Halliburton. Yeah, it's like, hello, little country, we would like to buy your oil. What's that? You want how much for it? Oh, that's a bit much. We wouldn't get much profit. I tell you what, bum, 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 bum. Oh, look, your country's all fucked up now. I tell you what, we'll send in our businesses and they'll build you back up again and you can sell your oil to us for a quarter of what you originally quoted us. Okay, thanks, bye.
And there's nothing new in that,
Because the petrodollar's under attack from all angles, isn't it, really, with all the trades going on in different countries?
It's never under attack. It is only being manipulated by the ones running it to perceive to others that.
Well, no, it's definitely under attack from Russia and China.
Well, this is okay, right?
They've been pumping out all their money, haven't they?
Well, this is where we can help you here, right? If you think that Russia is another entity, think again. It's already all Masonically run. The rest is theatre. They're playing good cop, good guy, bad guy, right? This is the bringing the melting pot together out which they bring the New World Order. Look, communism in Russia was set up over here. It was funded over here. Wall Street, London, various other places, they created communism. It's the same thing in China. They created communism over there. By the way, look at people like Anthony C. Sutton. They go into blow-by-blow detail. I mean, that's a guy who was a fellow of the Hoover Institute, British-born, educated throughout Europe, became a fellow of the Hoover Institute, studied their archives right into the bowels, These guys funded this. They created communism. That's the thing. Now, they handed after technologies from the west to the east, right? For example, one example alone, right? Their ability to create MIRV missiles, that technology was handed through America, and the machinery, the hardware, so that they could make multiple warhead situations across in Russia. Russia would never have had the technology or the expertise to be able to pull that off. They handed them the technology.
I understand what you're saying, but the fact of the issue is that the global scenario that is being played out is one that Russia and China and Iran and Iraq are all undermining the American dollar.
No, they are part of the same thing, and that's the thing. As long as you believe that, you'll never understand it. They're already, as I said, good author to go down the line of is Anthony C. Sutton.
Well, I mean, if I understand what you're saying, is that the same bad people are on the Russian side, the American side, the China side. They don't really have an affiliation to a country. I understand that principle. But the game that's going to be played out worldwide is that they're going to destabilise the dollar, and then the dollar's going to collapse, and everybody in the States is going to end up mega poor.
Yeah, but look, it doesn't matter how they want to play it. The point is, you have to understand that all sides are bought and paid for anyway. The rest is this theatre to the public. Remember, these billions of masses out there. They're already running all the families. They're already running all the countries, right? Freemasonry is the engine. It's not everything, but it's the engine. You can be the driver. You're not the engine, but you're driving that engine, yes? Freemasonry is that engine. It is everywhere. It's in every race. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, gay, headless chicken. Doesn't fucking matter. There is a place for you in Freemasonry. You have an obligation, right? Doesn't matter what country. That's the thing. And there's lots of people within whatever you want to call it, the truth movement, even God bless the UK column, which does stunning stuff, are still saying, well, Putin's not putting up with this. Fucking hello. You know, seriously?
But, I mean, it doesn't matter whether they're one person or, you know, a few people that are warring. Essentially, what's going to be played out is what's going to be played out, and we're seeing the game or whatever being played out by the American dollar being undermined.
Yeah, but why are we even talking about this? What I'm trying to say to you is, going back to why we're all here to start with, how do you wake up people? Keep it fucking simple. You know?
Okay, I didn't realise
like ourselves. You know how fucking lonely it is. You will actually start, and I've said this before. You actually, I mean, do you know how many accountants I actually know and have a good conversation with? That I actually know to be reasonable people, but they have their fucking belief system. But I can have a fucking intelligent conversation on levels you wouldn't believe, and it's nice. What you're trying to do is pass that fucking knowledge to the fucking public, who can then talk amongst themselves and just wake up. You don't have to fucking lift the breath.
I didn't realise it had an agenda in here, that's all. I didn't realise we had a topic.
Yeah, but think about this, right? Think about this concept, right? When the cops, when the army, when everybody that works in a council office at a certain lower echelon who's not part of a fucking network realises they're bringing about their own fucking demise and stop playing ball, who's picking up the gun at that stage? Do you see where I'm going? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? I'm not trying to be nasty, patronising, or whatever else.
No, I understand that you're not trying to be nasty and patronising.
No, but can you imagine the frustrations of trying to put that one across to the public?
Well, I did tell you that I was a noob. I did tell you that I was a noob.
I know, and I'm not getting...
You know, I apologise if I have problems with these issues. You have to understand...
This is why I'm trying to explain to you, you've got to... If you're looking for knowledge, and the best thing I can advise you, I don't know about anybody else, is to understand your surroundings. So I would advise you, honestly, to look at people like Sutton or, let me think.
Well, I mean, I try and understand the things that affect me, and global currency collapse could affect me. And I'd like to know about it.
Right there. That's all I'm trying to say, right?
I'd like to know about it. I'd like to know when it's likely to happen.
Right, okay. I'll give you 1 minute if you're talking, and I'll give you another one.
Well, can I interrupt while you're thinking and give you just a moment to think? Play nice, because we are just having a conversation and attempting to help each other out. So I don't think anybody's.
But I just get the feeling. I honestly get the feeling.
I wanted to take that opportunity, as you kept saying, wake up and say, I'm off to do the opposite. It's late here, so I'm going to be off, and I'll be off to bed. So, very welcome.
Very pleasure chatting with you.
Keep chatting,
good
guys.
Night, Tricky. I'll catch you later on, mate.
Right, mate.
There's a lot of good info and knowledge being exchanged. Take care, folks. I'll catch you again soon.
Thank you.
See you later, Cookie. Bye.
See you later, Cookie.
Thanks for the chat.
I'm quiet.
Can I bring up, or maybe ask some questions? Get a conversation going?
Sure.
I said to Kip earlier on, how do we feel about all this national service? You reckon that they're going to bring it in? They're still talking about it? Will it happen?
Believe it or not, they're doing a lot of that through the scouts, etc., and the guides.
Yeah.
Are you talking about national service in the UK or in the States?
No, in the UK.
Oh, okay, I haven't heard about this. I'll be perfectly honest.
They're already doing it through the scouts and the clubs and the guides and the BBs and all the rest of it. You've already got common purpose graduate stuff going through there, which is obviously neuro-linguistic programming. So, you can kiss that one. You know where that goes, and you're already getting. Never mind any of that. Look at your average primary school pupil these days. They're going home and they're spying on their phones.
Yeah. It's getting more like 1984.
Oh, absolutely.
My sister had found out from her daughter that they had a box in their classroom called their feelings box, and they were to write down about how they felt about things. And taking it in mind, this child is 8 years old. Well, she was seven at the time, and to write down, how she felt about school, about her parents, about her home, about anything. And the thing was, the teacher was going to read all these, notes after school, and the parents weren't informed of this. And my sister would have known nothing about it had her daughter not told her.
Well, I looked into that. I looked into that a few years ago, and I started finding colleges that were not on the radar. Like, for example, up here, there's a place called New Battle Abbey, right, which is a college, long-standing, very old building. Inside it's got the sun symbolism, left, right, and centre, very occultist-based, has the most interesting of libraries. And what they're actually doing is there's a certain aspect of a training college, but it also, if you go to it, and I actually pretended to go on this course, where I fucked up was two things, not least of which was when I said I didn't want to stay on the premises. Well, that fucked me off straight away. That got me out of the running. And they use a certain type of programming, and they're looking for specific people as well. So the interview is more about than what are you wanting out of this, blah blah blah. So they're permeating a belief system and actually getting them into various networks straight off the bat, and also being teachers. So they have a certain amount of knowledge and a belief system motivating them to do so.
Yeah.
Well, that's the National Service Bill, though.
Oh, goodness.
According to that, it's saying it will go no further. The bill has failed to complete its passage through Parliament before the end of the session. This means the bill will make no further progress.
Okay.
So I didn't hear that.
The bill's basically being stopped, isn't it?
It was in its final sitting in September.
Aye.
According to this, it's over with. All bill documents, national service.
Because I mean that's what I asked if you were talking about in the UK or in the States. Because I mean I know in America, they're just building their army up and up and up and
Well,
getting bigger and bigger.
Obama's army.
Ours is called the National Service. It was in use during war, Second World War, and it fizzled out. I think it was the early 50s when it fizzled out. And I know they've been on it for a few years, on about it for a few years, bringing it back in.
Yeah. I think that's what they do. They mention it out every now and then just to kind of judge how the public feel about it, and you know, if there's too much noise, then they sit on it for maybe a year or so, you know, before bringing the subject up. So it's all kind of slowly catching a monkey.
And add to that, it's the cost involved in it. Because remember, we're talking about a corporate society here. And by the way, just before I go any further, so the gentleman who was who's just awake in the last 6 months, can I help you by? I was trying to think for the last few minutes a very good thing to help you understand about, for example, the Russian aspect and all the rest of it. If you type into YouTube Norman Dodds, D-O-D-D-S, he was the head researcher of a committee called the Reese Committee, roughly circa about 1953-54. That short interview, because it was done just before his death, roughly around about 1980. Once you've heard that interview, we don't have to discuss what Russia and China are doing, because at that stage you will understand this was a guy who went into the banking fraternity with the best of intentions, was another one that was exposed to various think tanks data, which was hardcore, right in the guts of the building, and proved, and even had conversations with those who were the heads of these various think tanks, and said, we have two purposes. We have to, two questions. What was it? Was there any better way to change so much society, and I'm paraphrasing here, that, you know, that we go down a certain line than war? And in that time, the answer came back no. The second question was, how do we merge the continental United States with Russia? And that was around about 1907, 1908, roughly. And remember, I've had a couple of beers, so information. But seriously, if you type in Norman Dodds, that will explain to you, because I'm not selling it to you. You know, I'm not the guy to convince you of that. But somebody of that ilk will convince you. See, I'm all about being able to create solutions quite quickly. And I know, even if I sounded slightly frustrated earlier, could you imagine doing this shit for years and years and years and years, and the amount of conversations you can have with people, and you know that it's about convincing. And, you know, if, as I said, if I had the Lamborghini and the fucking camera right next to you, and I'm like, look at me, I'm fucking minted millions, you know, I think I'd have more chance of convincing you of whatever knowledge I had. But guys like Norman Dodds, I can fairly convinced he would convince you. And once you understood that, that's no longer an issue. You don't have to go down that line, and thus you can focus on other subjects. This is what I'm trying to say. It's about getting people to understand the true environment that they live in quickly, so that they can then focus on solutions as opposed to being historians.
Yeah, I mean, for me at least, I need to have that framework of knowledge around me, so that I've got the confidence to go against the grain of society. I need that. I feel the need for that quite badly, to be honest with you. So, I mean, I'm just going to do what I need to do to get that knowledge, if you know what I mean, to satisfy myself, and hopefully to be able to put forward a credible case for various things.
The Institute for Pacific Studies is worth having a look into.
Sorry?
The Institute for Pacific Studies.
The Institute for Pacific Studies?
Yeah. And how they tie in with the Royal Institute for International Affairs and the CFR, Council for Foreign Relations.
Yeah, which was literally born out of what is now known as Chatham House, which, yeah, Royal Institute for International Affairs. I mean, believe me, everybody keeps pointing fingers at America, but believe me, they're the butt boys of over here. You know, believe me.
I do kind of get the feeling that the UK seems to be the kingpin of the States.
It's one of the power things. It's not all of it. Arguably, I would say Scotland's in the thick of this as well. And, of course, the Vatican and France and the other places. I mean, they are dotted all over the fucking place. Also, John, let me think, John Coleman's The Committee of 300. There's another good, wholesome, you know, vid, never mind the book, you know. He's stating the case himself, so the vid's worth a look, definitely. And, of course, the black nobility and all the rest of it, and... John Coleman, Dr. John Coleman. You know, okay, I mean, I said to Kip a few days ago that you should look in his realm, Spin from 1992. That's a fucking awesome vid to get to understand how to change the perceptions of so many people, and they did it, and they showed you during that election in 1992 in America. This is all I'm trying to do is fast track people, knowing that time is vastly against people.
Well, you see, I don't think that there is a fast track. People have to take their time over this thing, and they have to go through it slowly. And I know that time is
I humbly disagree with you, based on many years of experience that I find, and maybe I sound a wee bit mercenary about this, but from many years of experience, when I used to have fucking hair. That it's important to, because you see, you're not convinced, right? Now, if you're not convinced, you can't pick anybody else up. And I'm not, but you can freely admit you're not convinced about your reality, so you can't help anybody else.
I agree. I'm trying to put that right.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I'm telling you valuable information, but I also understand it's about what I've said. It's about who's doing the talking, who's doing the listening, and the perception of both parties. Do you see where I'm going? Now, I know, and it happens to me even to this day, I can hand people information. There's no guarantee they'll listen to it, you know? And under those circumstances, it's about getting people to understand the environment they are in first. And thereafter, they can then come up with solutions you've never even thought of. And that's
sure. And that would be a great help and benefit to me, I've no doubt. And I do appreciate your suggestions. I have been actually taking little notes of all those various things I should have a little look at.
And by the way, the stuff I've advised you of, or others, it's like within days. You can take that in and go, wow, fuck me. But remember, temper that with the fact that you know various other people that can say, I know that was a tough one. You're probably feeling, but you're amongst friends. Do you see where I'm going? So there's your fast track in that one.
It's took me 12 months to get before I'll be prepared to come in here and have a chat with you. Just because I wasn't ready, and I'm probably still not ready, because like I understand that you're giving me valuable information, but I'm not taking that on board. I'm not understanding some of it, if I'm brutally honest with you. Now I know that's down to my ignorance.
No.
I'll get there.
Don't whip yourself about it.
Just bear with me a little bit, because I am going to ask some stupid questions. I did warn you of before I even got in here.
That's right. Everybody's at some position in learning at some point. You know what I mean? It's all people learning their own pace.
Yeah, unfortunately, mine's fairly slow. It's took me 45 years. I'm sorry about it.
No, don't apologise. Look, seriously, as I give you a good example earlier on, my good friend Al, he was 64 before he worked any of this out, And one of my very best friends, without a doubt, absolutely,
It's a shitload easier now, because like when I was 20 or whatever, I didn't have the internet. I couldn't go on YouTube and find out all this information.
Same here. I was lucky enough to go to a school that was, whatever you want to call it, Illuminist based or whatever else. And it certainly wasn't because I had a silver spoon. I have never been a wealthy dude in my life. But through opportunist situations or showing whatever as a spark of wherever I was going to go, I got into places like Phase. I just didn't subscribe to it. I could have gone the easy route, and by God, that would have been interesting. But no, you know, that's all I can say on that one. But you know, even look on my Facebook, you know, it's got school Phase. Do you know any fucking tossbags went, "You elitist silver spoon bastard"? And I'm like, what?
See, I mean, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm only here because I failed at life. You know, I tried to do all the fucking normal shit, and I failed.
Well, yeah, look, there straight away.
And I presume that if I'd had a good career and a nice missus and a family and everything, I'd be too busy sorting all that shit out to figure any of this bullshit out.
Well, I would argue that, look, you know, there's some people that are successful that are not noted as being successful, but you know, it's like you know, because you weren't programmed at school, you were seen as, for example, a disruptive influence, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. You just, even at a young age, could say, "Wait a minute, this shit's wrong." You know, that's common sense. You know, I mean, you'd be surprised. You know yourself. There's some kids, you know, have not even reached 10-year-old that come out with some words of wisdom. You're like, wow, that's done it.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I'm just being honest with you and everybody and myself, I think, and just saying that I wouldn't be here if I'd got a good career and a missus and 2 dogs, a couple of kids, because I'd be too busy running around like a fucking lunatic, sorting them out.
But it's only when you start taking that time aside and standing still just for that second or two and go, what am I doing? You know, there's plenty of people with a lot of money that are not happy. I would swap their place in a second, but you know, they've missed something along the lines. I know people as friends who work in the oil industry, and their deepest regret is how much time they've missed with their kids. I think the rest of you can relate to that, yeah? You know?
For sure. I mean, I haven't got any kids, but I know exactly what you're saying.
Dog George was just saying in chat room, he says, I was 58, don't knock yourself, mate.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just fairly, I think I'm just fairly realistic with myself and try and be honest with myself.
Yeah, but you can be over-realistic and put yourself down.
It's all, I don't have any kind of complexes or issues or anything about my self-worth too much, so it's all good. But you know, like, all I'm saying is that I did try the normal path, and I presume if I'd been successful in that, then I don't think I'd be here. I'd be amazed if I was here. I don't know. Maybe if I'd been really successful, I'd have seen the fucking corruption firsthand, and I'd have been here 10 years ago. I don't know. It could have worked both ways. But it certainly wasn't my #1 plan, because I believed in the state and the government for all my life.
It can be a shock. I mean, it's like, see, I do it.
Okay.
If somebody asks a question, I'll sort of like a link that'll lead them on to different things.
You know, with a
I'll find out myself.
Yeah, it's not. I haven't actually tried like telling anybody about it, because I'm just. I share a house with a good buddy of mine, and but he's away on business or seeing his girlfriend most of the time. But I've chatted with him about various things, and he seems fairly interested, and he hasn't called me a complete nutcase yet, but maybe he will soon.
Just don't let it take over your life, Mum.
Can I advise you on something? Don't go into any further with him. He's the reason why you have a roof over your head. Tactically, it's not a smart move. Wake other people up by all means, but not the individual that helps keep a roof over your head. Because one day he might wake and just say, I want to hear this. And do you see where I'm going here? I'm just seeing it.
Well, I'm moving out in the next month, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But I mean, he's been. I've lodged with him for 11 years. Can you believe?
Wow, fuck's sake, that's going to be a party.
It's a long time for two straight guys to live together.
What is that not called, The Odd Couple? Do you remember that one?
Oh, sorry, I don't know anything about The Odd Couple. But I am convinced that some of the neighbours probably think we're gay. You know what I mean? Just like two blokes living in a house.
Yeah, it worked. It worked for what was his name? Morecambe and Wise. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they were always in the same fucking bedroom when they.
I mean, there was selling, transhumanism in plain sight decades ago. Morecambe and Wise. Yeah. Seriously. As I said, there was nothing new. When you actually look at the bigger picture. Everything to do, the TV was based on the cult knowledge of the mystery schools, right? Everything about the actors and actresses. Why is it called equity? Because you've got something invested in it. The bigger plan. It's always about these occult networks. Even when it comes to comedians and all the rest of it, it's about changing the perceptions of the masses, and they don't see it coming. This is why I say there's a society within a society. Look at actors and actresses. Go look at Wikipedia. There are many of them. Their mum and dad were actresses or involved in film and theatre. Their fucking grandparents were in the same thing. It's intergenerational. I mean, honestly, this is where this bigger picture goes. And it's a lot of information to take people, for people to take on board.
But most people are just kind of compliant and don't realise. I mean, it's the state of affairs, isn't it, really? And I think it's really easy to be compliant if you've got a real busy life.
So.
You know what I mean?
Say you knew all this and you were a millionaire tomorrow, what would you do?
I would probably try and forget about this and enjoy my million.
Well, that in itself is probably the reason why I was a bit snippy with you earlier on. I sensed that. I sensed that you would do that. I asked you. That's why. I'm being honest with you. I suspected that was your answer, and it is honest. But does it not say something? Does it not say something?
So what would you suggest I do with my million? And
no, but do you see what I'm saying? You're actually educating others. Anybody that's listening in, anybody that's viewing this. This is a moment to experience. This is what I sensed of you a while ago, and what I was saying. This is why I asked you the question: if you had $1 million and you knew all this, what would you do? And you, fair play, you were honest.
Yeah,
you would walk away, wouldn't you?
Which means I'd walk. I'd certainly try and. I mean, I do try and enjoy my life. Do you know what I mean? I think most people try and enjoy their life. And to me, if I got given £1 million, that would be like 1 million happiness, enjoyment type tickets. And I know it would be very superficial, but right now, where I am currently right now, if I had £1 million, I think I could buy some superficial happiness, and I personally would go for that.
Right. So I'm going to use you here. No offence, but I'm going to use you here.
Right.
It's an example of sensory perception, of which you guys will, I'm sure many of you already have. You knew that this was going to be happening, and I sensed it a while ago. In other words, what we're saying, I'm fairly blunt about this, but the only reason you're talking about this is based on your circumstances, and if your circumstances changed, you would walk away from it. It's basically, essentially what you're saying. Am I wrong here, people? Yeah.
Well, that's how I took it as well.
Sorry?
That's how I took it as well. It's sort of like, you're sort of like on the borderline of being like with it and not with it, if you understand what
I'm saying. Exactly. By the way, I don't think Cookie worked that one out. And Cookie's a lovely guy, and he's got a lot of knowledge himself.
I know, yeah.
I think he was starting to sense that, and he walked away because he felt awkward about it. But I'm Scottish, so I will be blunt.
I'm just coming in and being honest with you. I mean,
but it's not exactly the best motivations, is it? In all honesty.
No, I agree with you that it isn't the best motivations at all. And
and if anybody wondered why I was slightly nippy, or I wasn't picking on you, it's just I sensed this probably about 50 minutes ago. I had a suspicion up to that point. Look, I'll be honest with you, is that the best character traits? Really? You know, we wouldn't have this discussion if you had a million. You even though you've said it yourself, if you had that knowledge, but a million, you'd walk away from this. And thus, the only reason you're humouring the rest of us is your circumstances just now. That's not exactly inspiring, is it?
I wouldn't forget the knowledge that I've learned, and I'd be grateful for that.
But isn't it essentially quite selfish?
It is, yes. I agree. I mean, can I ask the same question of yourself? What would you do if you was landed with $1 million in your account tomorrow?
I would certainly, I'd stock up on an awful lot of things. I'd also help out a number of people that I cared about. I'd probably fire a wee bit of money down to somewhere like the UK Con, because I still think they do pretty good work. And I'd help people like Kip and various others. I'd maybe get a fucking boat or whatever else, but I couldn't walk away from this. I couldn't. You know, simply because, well, it's not about fucking, you know, being some hero over it. It's just about right and wrong, really. Or am I just...
I agree with you, but I just think that, you know, like, maybe our convictions aren't you know, great enough or whatever, you know what I mean? But I'm just being perfectly honest with you. And that is that I just think...
you know, everybody else listening to that, I think this gentleman here is actually helped enrich things when you think about it, isn't it? Because you're all going to be, as individuals, going to come across this time and time again. So do you now understand why I fast-track things? You get a sense for it. You get a feel for it. It's about personalities and about characters. And do you see where I'm going here? And you can sense that quite quickly. You have to be. Over time, you will be. But, you know, moralistically, he has no morals. At the end of the day, he's really about it. He's saying, but, you know, by the way, he's literally doing the situation of saying, well, at least I'm telling you.
No, but I mean, I don't know, but most people...
You want to look up the word sociopath?
No, but most people, if they were given £1 million, right, would do exactly what I was, you know, what I said I would do, wouldn't they? I mean, I'm not saying that you guys are most people, but I think if you put that to kind of, you know, 100 people on average, you'd probably get 85 of them saying similar thing to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've got a bit of money. If I had that kind of money, I'm sure I'd source out my friends and family and that side of things.
That's called backtracking, don't you?
Well, no, but I mean, essentially, the majority of the money I would keep. I mean, I'm not backtracking. I don't believe a great deal, but and I'll try and enjoy my life, and that's what the majority of people would say. And you got to remember that I did say when I came in here that I'm kind of in the process maybe of moving over. Maybe in a year's time I'll have more conviction on the issues. But
yeah,
right now,
but I'll be honest with you, right? It's a character thing, and
you just think I'm a bad egg.
No, it's not. Look, believe me.
No, I mean, if that's what you believe,
all I'm saying is I thank you for being there. I am honestly, with genuine honesty here, I thank you for being there. You an example of what many people come up against, and you know this is why I say that that's the major change in yourself. It's when you realise that the motivations of people, even to discuss certain subjects, is maybe not the motivations on the same line. They're basically looking for a solution to their own problem, and if that problem gets sorted, fuck it, I'm off. No.
Well, essentially, I mean, I was looking for a solution for my own problem. Do you know what I mean? And you know, finding out how the world works and how things work and stuff, I saw that as being beneficial to doing that. And then I came across this. That's kind of how I've been led here, if you like. And all I'm saying is that if I'd have had, if I'd have gone down a different route and been more successful in a career type line, then I don't think I'd be here. I don't think I'm doing myself too much disservice in being honest about
the
that.
question I asked you. I said, knowing what you even know now, and you got £1 million, what would you do? And you've already told us.
Oh yeah. I mean,
and you know, the worst thing is, you do that without a blink of an eye.
I'm just honest about it, and I'm not saying it's a good thing.
It doesn't change the moral aspect of it. You're not interested in the fact of anybody else other than yourself.
I don't believe that.
And you know what? At this stage, I just wish Kip was here as a moderator to just do something. Because I want to be looking like whipping something here, and I'm trying not to. Please understand, everybody.
I feel like you're trying to give me a whipping.
I think this is definitely...
And maybe I have been given a whipping.
...of spending time with somebody who's just never had the heart in the first place. And I'm not, you know, but at least you were honest. But at the same time, you believe that being honest makes it right.
No, I've never said that at all.
No, but I remember the question I asked you. If you had $1 million...
Yeah, and I'm sticking by my answer.
I know, I'm repeating myself here. But you honestly said, I'd fucking walk away from this and just get on with my fucking life.
Well, yeah, I mean...
seriously. And that is a perfect example, people, of us spending as much, you know, we do, and I've quoted this to a few people here who've really had some shit times in life when they've said, and I've said to them, we tend to spend the most time with people that deserve it the least with a minimum return. Would the rest of you agree with that one? You know? Can I just say to you, night night?
Certainly. Well, is that my cue to get my coat?
Yes, please. Because I don't want to be rude.
No worries. It's been a pleasure meeting you all, and thanks for entertaining me for the evening. Take care.
Bye.
That's a bit drastic, that.
No, seriously. When you think about it, I mean, come on. Seriously, I wasn't being rude there, but fuck me. Seriously. You know.
I understand where you're coming from, but I mean, people do have different perspectives, don't they?
Yeah, but
we can't really push.
For help that was looking for some humour and whatever else, and to be honest, I don't think he was bringing anything to the table after that one. Do you?
I know he wasn't.
I sensed it nearly an hour ago, and I strongly suspect you did as well.
I did have some feelings, yeah.
And it just looks ugly after that, doesn't it?
I know, I do understand what you're saying, but I mean, we're live as well, mate. That was the only thing I was trying to put across.
I know.
So I'm actually reading the comments as well. I've got that box open as well.
Yeah. I think, you know, I honestly think Cookie sussed that as well. He just didn't want to be, he just didn't want to actually say anything. Well, fair play to him, but yeah. And I just thought, wait a minute, every time people are handing him data, he's not even entertaining it. You know, whether you're right or wrong, at least just have a wee look, you know? Unfortunately, you'll meet that a lot.
We do come across that, but I mean, it's issues we have to deal with in what we do, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's I get it. I get totally blank sometimes when I talk to people. I just shrug my shoulders and left them.
This is why I also say that you know, it's better talking to people who are up for at least entertaining. It's like, you know, forget all the thing about reality, for argument's sake, okay? And say people phone you and they've got a problem. You know this one. And they hit you with this problem consistently, and you give them a solution, whether you're right or wrong. At least act on it. But, you know, you'll find that with many, they'll keep coming back to you week in, week out with the same problem, keep telling you their woes and all the rest of it, but they never take on any of your advice, whether you're right or wrong, but weigh you down with their problems. You know that one?
Yeah.
And you know, that can directly affect people. I know this because I know many where they're telling me, and they're like, you know, Scott, blah, blah, blah. And I said, listen, you know, you're good people. Why the fucking hell are we spending most of our time with people that deserve it the least? I mean, that's not being elitist or snobby or whatever. But, you know, when we spend so much time with people that are just a walking cry for fucking help, do you know what I mean? When we should be spending time with people who truly deserve, you know, even in a friendship sense or whatever else, who we sometimes ignore simply because we're spending time with people who are just wanting the attention, but they're not taking anything on board. They just want to have somebody to talk to them, really. You know, and it's ultimately selfish. And
I know you've got I noticed it bit you quite earlier on actually, and I was just waiting for you actually to say something.
Yeah, I know, and unfortunately it was left to me for these chicken. Look, I love like people like, you know, Kip, Cookie, and all the rest of it. I think they all sensed that as well. They just didn't want to be in the frame. Do you know where I'm going? You know.
Yeah.
And you know, it's yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't take any more of that one. And it would have got ugly if it stayed any longer, and I didn't want it to be there, you know. But he was. I thank him for his time, for being there, because he was a good example of what we face, don't you think? Yeah. You know, and all along he was just fucking humouring us, you know. and that's why I thought, how do you end this? And that's why I asked him the question: if you had £1 million and you knew all this, what would you do? And that's the sociopath aspect, you know. I'm being honest with you. I'd walk away and get on with my merry life. You know, why the fuck are you here? Yeah, seriously, you know? Really?
Just to me, it just seemed a little, like, disrespectful and...
Yeah, basically, that's it. That's it in a nutshell, you know, because there's good people in here, far and wide, and all the rest of it, who would probably be quite disheartened with what he was coming out with it. So I suppose somebody had to end that one.
I do understand.
Interested in YouTube, I suppose.
Sorry, I dropped off.
Hello.
Hi. Sorry, I dropped off. Had a major malfunction here, but hopefully back online now.
So Taz, would you like to talk about a few things? Because you know you're a great individual.
Oh, thank you. It's very kind of you. You're a wealth of knowledge yourself. I will pick your brains gladly. So no, I was going back to we were saying about the national service. Do we have any ideas how the actual army would cope with this, or how are they going to kind of join in together? Or I feel at the end that all the armies will be run and conducted by under instruction of the UN.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, you're quite right. Absolutely. I mean, you know, they've already got people even in the British Army to you know, if they're, oh wait a minute, you're getting seconded to, you know, remember that classic word, seconded to do, and then all of a sudden they're wearing blue. You know, but what people don't realise is the United Nations were never signatories of the Geneva Convention, so they can do any nonsense they like and get away with it. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, the devil's in the detail on that one. The other thing is, the reason or the motivations for national service as such diminished when they created the TA.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. TA was like...
I was going to say, your TA bases and your regular army bases are different places in most cases.
Yes.
So the Home Guard will automatically, the National Service will fit in automatically because the bases are already there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So and so even as when you look at it from a corporate point of view as well, and I cannot emphasise that enough, because you're seeing it more and more, even within hospitals and all the rest of it. And I keep trying to tell people, there's, you know, there's a tag next to each of our names.
Yeah.
It's like a credit rating, or you know, whether it means if we're wealth generators, if in the big scheme of things that we contribute to this corporation, this global corporation setup that exists now. And I think arguably over many decades, because I think that was the whole purpose of eugenics. You know, when you look at people like George Bernard Shaw, when, you know, cute fuzzy guy that's on YouTube and he says, we will do this for you, we'll do that for you, and if you prove to be undeserving of our fine efforts, then you should be put to death in a kindly manner. And he said that before the Nazis were doing, you know, the death camps and all the rest of it, and they're like, yeah, that's a great idea, you know, because let's face it, we're sponsored by the same people, you know. The Fabian Society, which was born the Labour Party, and you know, the mindset of the masses were, my dad voted Labour, I'll vote Labour, my grandfather voted Labour, you know, and nothing could be further from the truth. It was another example of a pretense, but very potent pretense, when you've got people like Bernays and many others who are nameless, who had that same sort of intellect and mindset and will to do it, you know. The magic what they created to convince a population that there was a official political party that was looking after them. That's good, that really is.
Yeah, I've yet to see a borough council walk into the actual courtroom, I must admit.
Well, that's the thing, and this is where I think it's hard, it really is tough for the general public to wake up, because they've not been enriched, have they?
No, not at all, not at all.
So therefore, they've no frame of reference to call upon, you know? So it's very sort of, I would describe as push-pull, it's instant sensation, or even if it's a problem, they only react to a problem when it happens.
Yes, that's it. Very much.
And look to others to create solutions for them.
Very much, if it's not happening to me, why should I care about it?
Well, that's exactly what we just saw there, I think, wasn't it?
Yes.
You know? Yeah. And I'm sorry, I hope I didn't sound horrible to anybody. I just thought it was time for him to go. No.
I missed the end of it. As I said, I had a major computer malfunction, so I think I lost the end of that conversation. And he's gone now.
Well, just to update you on that, what we asked him was, if you had £1 million, even although you know this knowledge is maybe far more, what would you do? And he said, I'd just walk away and get back into society, and that would be me. Basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but it was words to that effect. And I thought, it's time for you to leave, really, isn't it? You know, it's just, I'm trying to be polite about it, but I'm thinking, the guy that's taking the most attention is not up for fucking listening in the first place. He's just a few loose hours, and at least some people were talking to him, and I just thought, nah, sorry, mate, no.
Yeah.
You know? And I wasn't being harsh. I thought it was useful being there because he showed an example that few people see and demonstrated, in a lot of respects, what many people come across but don't recognize.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And they walk away, you know, good people walk away feeling, you know what I mean? They feel less, you know, and it's like life, you know, forget truth, whatever, or blah, blah, blah. It's the people that come to you constantly and they tell you your problems, and you give them advice, whether you're right or wrong, but they don't act on it, but still keep coming back to you with their problems.
Yeah.
And over time, you're like,
yeah, I have that.
You know?
It sounds a bit, it's like being what we call a psychic vampire.
Yes. Yeah, by the way, awesome aspect. Yeah. That's exactly what it is, because they psychologically drain us. They take up most of the time, our time, with a minimum in return. You know, even, you know, happiness, whatever else. They're essentially soul destroyers, aren't they?
Yes, I have a few people.
And over time, you just end up saying, well, you know, if he was 20, I would have probably been softer with him. But I'm thinking, 45, fuck it. You know, you're old enough to look after yourself, mate. You know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Whether you have a thirst for knowledge, is that a bad thing?
I'll go further, actually. I actually thought he was more than he represented.
Maybe so. I had that feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of went digging for a couple of years. I'm thinking, well, you know, well, I found out that that's a lie. So, you know, maybe that's a lie. And, you know, and oh look, that's a lie. And why am I not surprised? So it kind of makes you look differently at things now. Kind of
Definitely,
a
absolutely.
perspective.
You embrace the times with good friends. You know, you put a premium on that because you can never assume they're always going to be there.
No.
You know, and sometimes we spend so much time, or even talking about the people that deserve to be talked about the least. You know, in our conversations and whatever else, and you know, they're not worth it. They're not worth it because they'll never be any better. They are, as you quite rightly said, psychic vampires. You know, there to just drain your soul and just make you want to walk away. You know. But I have to say,
some people.
It's awesome hearing your good self. You know.
Yeah, I think some people have a very good, you know, excellent at talking, but absolutely crap at listening. And that's one thing that I think, well, if you shut your gob long enough to engage your ears, you know, you might hear something that, you know, would alleviate you of whatever it is that you're stressing about.
Well, it's the ones that it was. I'm glad you said that because it was one of the things that immediately made me think, why? You know, because he wasn't up for listening, was he? He really was up for talking, and he wasn't taking it on board, and you know, and he honestly, and I've met that, and look, you know, you've met these people many times before, where they just believe by saying, at least I'm honest. It's like a get out of jail free pass. It's just like, fuck. I've just been a bastard, but at least I'm honest. You know, oh, wait a minute, let me reward you for being a fuckwit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but, you know, I was thinking more for the people listening in or watching it later. No. It's just, no way. No. So where's Kip and the rest of them? Have they all just collapsed? I mean, are they lightweights or what? Well,
I'm still here, mate. I'm just lurking.
All right, well, I'd love for you to start putting a wee bit of input into the conversation. After all, you're a good guy, for fuck's sake, you know.
Well, I've actually just, well, my mate's just kind of left, so I've just kind of, I'm just crashing in bed and just sort of, this is the first opportunity I've really got to kind of pipe in, to be honest, all night.
It's been a very good night, to be honest. It really has. It's been. I think it's been pretty damn good.
I've had a great time, apart from the computer malfunction.
I just can't got to end the wee bit of drama, but it's all good. It's all good.
Oh, honestly, once you play the vid back and all the rest of it, you'll see where it went. For all the good reasons, to be honest. You know.
Yeah.
So what I find now particularly sickening is that these people are having some sort of awakening, but it's nothing to do with any sort of altruistic motive. It's like how their pocket has been affected, you know.
Yeah, and the more I have them, the more I realize it's a selfish bastard with a loose end, aimlessly, you know, doing what he was doing, never realising or any regret about why he's in the situation he is. And you're obviously, what, a complete tosser. And you know, there's only so much you can humour that, you know. And I think Cookie sussed it, you know, Kip possibly sussed it, yourselves. And I just thought, well, who's going to spin the wheel to turn around and say, you know, you've been great company, but, you know.
So sometimes it's no time for pleasantry with the peasantry, if that's the way they want to stay. That's, you know.
And it just became more and more selfish looking all the time, and it just over time, it just I was so desperately trying to be polite about it, and I thought, well, how do I guide him into going towards the door? You know.
Yeah. I better keep my thoughts to myself.
So sometimes I'm a wee bit like, maybe a wee bit like yourself, Scott. I've no time for overwrought sensibilities. See, when it comes to a search for truth,
Yeah.
I've no time for overwrought sensibilities in this game. See if it's too hot to handle, you're in the wrong game. You're in the wrong station. You're in the wrong network right now.
Maybe too intense.
Anybody, you know. There's less intense networks out there for people, you know. Less intense networks for people to go to.
Yes.
Coast to coast. Send them to coast to coast. Play with the aliens for a bit.
Yeah. Saucer of milk for table 6.
I've always been the same, whether it's been writing music or whatever. Sometimes you need to get under people's skin, you know. We're a wee bit late in the day for to be all cotton wool sometimes, you know, with each other. You've got to get to the truth sometimes.
Oh yeah, totally. And look, I think in a lot of respects, Daiz, that he actually helped in a lot of ways, because he showed what a lot of us face every now and again.
Yeah. Maybe he still hasn't found enough
Sorry, I just
enough to affect him, or to motivate to what do you say, service to others rather than service to self.
Yes.
It's a violation of natural law. He's only going to hurt himself if he continues along that path. So,
well, as I said to Taz, I strongly suspect he was more than what he represented, or what he presented, more importantly. You know, look, as I said to you guys a long time ago, anywhere where there's people getting on and communicating and talking about sensible stuff, you're going to guarantee at some stage, you know, others. Do you know where we're going here?
Definitely.
And by the way, that's not a bad thing, because it shows you that it's working. Do you know what I mean?
Aye. I'm getting heavy bombardment with texts right now with some fucking idiot who used to be my friend, man. It's like every move that I make in this sort of alternative media field, it's scorn. Why are you doing that? Criticism. Have you ever heard that Alexander O'Neill song?
Yes.
Don't criticise, mate. It's like that's all I've been singing to him. You know what I mean? It's like, but I've ended up. I've dinged these calls and all that. So he's on a Dead to Me app, and but it's like you're still getting notified that he's still trying to message you. But you're going to get dickheads at every turn trying to put barriers up. Definitely, you know what I mean. I've no time for them, and I've not got a problem with them being dealt with. You know what I mean? And short thrift, you know.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You know, it can only make you stronger in a lot of respects. You know.
So we've already say whatever kills you makes you stronger.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, it was like when I was helping my ex-girlfriend a lot over the last few years as regards law, when we were in courts and all the rest of it. At some stage, I think the judges started realising, wait a minute, you know the time that they're spending observing our ceremony and our, you know what I mean? And I think the penny dropped for them, and it was like all of a sudden the need for us to be in court diminished considerably, because we were, every time we were parking our arse in there on their request, you were seeing so many things that, you know, those who weren't awake to it wouldn't be looking for, you know?
Yeah. Well, I think court is about, you know, just you walk in there and they just decide how much you're going to pay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's, you've got to kind of get your head around the public and private, and never the twain shall meet. That is the problem.
I remember a classic quote from a judge actually one time where he says, "It's not just about justice being done, it's about justice seen to being done."
Exactly.
You know? And I thought, that's quite a statement, you know?
Yeah. It's all theatre, you know, all the robes and, you know, the walking in, and you sit there, and you've got to be in a dock, because you've got to represent a ship, basically. And the lawyers, barristers, and the judges are just there to make it look like things are happening, and they're just there to decide how much you're going to pay. And, all the rest is all smoke and mirrors behind closed doors.
And they are honest. They do keep saying court business.
Yeah, it is just all business to them. They give it the illusion that the judge is supposed to be the referee, and he's just there at the end just to bank all the takings for the day. Sorry, he gives the illusion, but I think all the power hides behind the clerk of the court. Clerk is the one that's really doing all the work and all the banking. I think that's the clerk of the court. From my research, anyway, I've been looking into law for the last 3 years, and everything that I've looked at points that way. But I also think the church has a big part in all this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe more than we're led to believe.
Well, let's face it, without being too crude, the female anatomy seems to pop up in many of their buildings, and a lot of the male anatomy keeps popping up in many of their buildings. And 666 keeps popping up in many of their buildings. Yes, I know where you're going with that.
Aesthetic AV Act 1666. I watched Rollerball today. Hooray!
Well, the original one. What did you think?
The 1975, yes, I did notice when they had their meeting in there, getting the, I don't know, what is it, the Japanese coach was going to talk to all the team, and then behind him was the board with the numbers of the skaters, 666. All behind him. I clocked that. And thought, oh yeah.
What about, remember when they were talking about the executives? All we've ever asked is that nobody questions executive decisions, and when they go into the fact of, yes, we've gone through blah 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 and the corporate wars, and now corporate society, etc., with the corporate anthem and all the rest of it, and how Rollerball provided a function of X, Y, and Z, and even when they were showing you those underlings within this corporate network who were still seen as executives, and how even they were sensation-driven, but of a slightly higher intellect than what they saw was the cattle, etc., etc., but still providing a function of which they were not up for questioning because their lifestyle was reasonable, and the hierarchical structure of it.
Yeah, I thought it was very good. Very good.
Oh, phenomenal movie.
All the suits are partying and they're going out and they're blowing trees up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was deep on so many bloody levels,
Yeah.
And even the title you would have sailed past you never thinking, But that was definitely another externalization of the hierarchy type movie. Even do you remember? You remember Logan's Run? There was another one.
Yes.
Everybody reaches 30, and apparently they go into someone else. But meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're actually just getting killed, and nobody gets sold. Ching ching. Yeah. And there's, even Blade Runner, the original. That was. How many pyramids do you need? I had everything,
have you seen The Brave New World, or Huxley's Brave New World? And I have sat and watched both versions, the new version and the old one, and I believe there was another one before that as well. And wow, it's a real head trip.
Well, I mean, as you know yourself, Huxley was part of a bloodline family, very much an insider. But I suspect as he got older and experienced, Joe Block, like various others across the world, I think somewhere he developed a conscience and externalized it to a level of which curtailed his life.
Yeah, well, I've read the book as well, and I just thought, wow, But they all those were all together in the same book group, weren't they? Him, Bertrand, Mr. Blair, what's his name? George Orwell.
Eric.
His name was
Eric Blair.
Blair, that's it. Yeah, him. They all belong to kind of the same group, and I believe that the Huxleys are still part of the Royal Circle today. Whether it's he's somewhere with the Treasury in Bermuda.
Well, I mean, they've shown throughout history that they're more than happy to kill their own if their own is not going along with the plan.
Yes, well, Aldous Huxley actually died the same day as JFK, which was quite.
I mean, just coincidentally, of course.
Probably just coincidental, yes. Yeah,
No.
that he was given a large dose of whatever it was that he liked doing at that time.
Well, as he was dying, if I remember rightly, Huxley took some LSD, or it was either LSD or mescaline, which were similar in effect. And as he was dying, his wife was beside him, and somebody was injecting him as he was dying, so that for some other reason this would maybe help facilitate, his transition and their belief or whatever else. Yeah.
Yeah, the same day as JFK. Wow.
Pretty heavy duty stuff when you think about it. They really. I mean, they walk among us in some respects, they really don't in others, do they?
Yeah. It's
intellectually, my God.
Very much regulated.
And I mean, I've tried to analyse it from the fact of, does wealth play a part in it? The ability. I mean, what would it change in us, for argument's sake, if we were born into a family like that, and every day was full of, vast books and access to the best of the best, and encouraged to go around the world and you're networked, you know what I mean? So you're in, you go to one country, you're met by others within these expanded networks, and do you see where I'm going here? It must feel like they're gods. You know where I'm, you know what I'm saying?
They're, born into that mindset of also being part of their secret society, or
yes,
society
feel special and superior. Yeah.
As I was told by a Freemason that I knew at the place where I used to work, and he said to me actually, well, if you ever need a good lawyer, let me know. And I never really took any notice of it at the time, but thinking back, he had a smile on his face while he was saying it.
Yeah. I remember one of my friends, one of my girls that I know, his friend, said to me about this guy. I won't name the place, won't mention his name, but basically he said to her, if I'd been stopped, he said, over the limit, I would have just quoted something in Latin, and that would have been that. I thought, really? Wow.
Really?
And that's quite a statement, and easily backed up, because I know, just say, some of my clients who you knew were maybe not fit to drive, politely say, just had an air of confidence about it that I would imagine no others would. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I used to live next door to a policeman actually, and many a time he came home drunk. And he drove home. I'd go out in the morning and look at the angle that he parked the car at, and talk to his wife later on to find out that he was lashed out of his skull by the time he fell through the front door.
Well, yeah, and so could you imagine, like, as you said, a society within a society that is talked about that and encourages. Remember, it will encourage membership, won't it? Of course it will.
Yeah.
And look, I've always said that, for those who maybe never knew anything about, say, for example, Freemasonry, and you see all these people that you respect in the local community take you aside and say, listen, come in with us. You can imagine the attraction of it.
Oh, yeah.
And then for them to be, oh, don't worry, you're not going to be affected by that in future. You're one of us. You see what I'm going here? Yeah. That's obviously got to be an attraction to most people, you know, and feel like you're in a club and you'll defend that club.
Yeah, well they do, don't they?
I'm gonna call it a night, I'm done.
Right, okay, well why don't we just call it a night, is that then?
Yeah.
No worries.
33.
Yeah, well listen, thank you all, absolutely. It's been a great night, it really has.
Yeah.
Well, it's still running, so you can carry on chatting if you like. It's just I'm just going to call it a night myself. I'm just tired.
No. Basically, I think you picked the ideal time at 03:33. I'm only joking.
Synchronise that one.
That is unbelievable. I cannot believe that.
No, seriously, we're only winding you up, honestly, it was just joking. It really is 03:33.
I even that look then, Scott.
I know. Honestly, seriously, your sound is a pound, mate. Honestly, it's just a bit of Scottish humour in there, you know. But no, honestly, I genuinely mean that. It's been a superb night. Thoroughly enjoyed it, guys.
I have. It's been a legend.
Superb, mate.
Yeah, I've had a good time. So thanks for the invite. Thanks for the invite, Dean. Thanks for the invite, Kip.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Cheers.
Hey, Daiz, chat to you over the next couple of days, mate. Yeah.
Yep. No problem, mate. Thanks. Brilliant night. Cheers.
Good night, everybody.
Take care, mate. Taz, hopefully chat with you soon.
Yeah, that'll be really good, Scott. I look forward to that. And,
look after yourselves.
Thanks everybody in the chat room.
Yeah, thank you everybody for
keep going.
See you guys later.
Yeah, see you later.
Good
Bye.
night.
Good night all.